Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we talk about education. Education is very important in our life. We go to school when we are children. We learn many things there. We learn to read, write, and count. We also learn about the world. I think school is a great place. We meet friends there, we play and study together. Teachers help us every day. I liked school very much when I was a child. Did you like school? Today, my friend Mark is here with me. Hi, Mark. Let's talk about education together.
Hi, Anna. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Yes, I liked school too. School is a very special place. We spend many years there. I started school when I was 6 years old. I remember my first day. I was a little nervous, but my teacher was very kind. She helped me feel good. I made many friends on my first day. We played games and learned new things. School gave me many good memories. I think education is the most important thing in life. Without education, it is hard to get a good job. I am happy to talk about this today.
Yes, Mark, I agree with you. Education helps us in so many ways. First, we learn to read. Reading is very important. We read books, signs, and messages every day. Second, we learn math. Math helps us count money and understand numbers. Third, we learn about history and science. These are very interesting subjects. I loved reading class the most in school. My teacher always told us fun stories. I think every child needs a good teacher. A good teacher makes learning fun. Children learn better when they are happy. What was your favorite subject in school, Mark?
My favorite subject was science. I loved learning about animals and plants. Our teacher always brought interesting things to class. One day, she brought a small fish. We all looked at it and asked many questions. I also liked sports class. We played football and basketball. Sports are good for our body. They also teach us how to work as a team. I think physical education is very important for children. A healthy body helps us learn better. Anna, do you think children should have more sports at school? I believe movement helps the brain work better. It is very important.
I completely agree, Mark. Children need to move. They cannot sit all day. When children play and move, they feel better and learn more easily. I think schools should have sports every day, not only once or twice a week. But I also think art is very important. In art class, children draw and paint. They use their imagination. Art helps children express their feelings. Some children are very quiet, but they can show their feelings through art. Music is also wonderful. When I was a child, I loved singing at school. I think all subjects are important. Every child is different and likes different things.
That is so true, Anna. Every child is different. Some children love reading. Some love drawing. Some love numbers. Good schools understand this. They give children many different activities. This helps every child find what they love. I remember one boy in my class. He was not good at math, but he was amazing at drawing. His teacher always praised his art. This made him feel confident. He grew up and became a great artist. I think teachers must see the talents in every child. When a teacher believes in you, you can do great things. Every child has something special inside.
Yes, teachers are so important. They are like second parents to us. They spend many hours with children every day. Teaching is not an easy job. Teachers must be patient and kind. They must explain things clearly. Sometimes a child does not understand a lesson. A good teacher explains it again in a different way. My math teacher was amazing. When I did not understand something, she drew pictures to help me. Pictures made the lesson much easier. I was very grateful for her help. I think we should say thank you to our teachers more often. Teachers work very hard for us every day.
Absolutely, Anna. Teachers deserve much more respect and appreciation. In some countries, teachers earn very little money. This is not fair. Teaching is one of the most important jobs in the world. Without good teachers, there are no doctors, engineers, or scientists. Everyone needs a teacher first. I had a history teacher who loved his subject very much. His excitement made us excited too. He told stories about old kings and great events. I never fell asleep in his class. A passionate teacher changes everything. When a teacher loves what they teach, the students feel it. That energy is very powerful and unforgettable.
I had a teacher like that too. She taught us English. She brought songs, games, and movies to class. Learning English felt like playing, not studying. I think the way we teach is very important. Old teaching methods were very strict. The teacher spoke and students listened quietly. They could not ask questions. Now, modern teaching is different. Students ask questions, they work in groups, they do projects together. I think this is much better. Children learn more when they are active. They remember things longer when they do them, not just hear them. Good teaching is like a door. It opens the world for children.
That is a beautiful way to say it, Anna. Education really opens doors. Let me talk about technology now. Today, many children use computers and tablets at school. They watch videos and play educational games. Technology makes learning very interesting and fast. My little nephew loves learning with his tablet. He watches science videos and then asks his parents many questions. Technology helps children learn at their own speed. Some children are slow learners. That is okay. With technology, they can watch a lesson again and again. This is a great advantage. I think technology is a wonderful tool for education when teachers use it in the right way.
Yes, technology is wonderful, but I also think we must be careful. Children should not spend too many hours looking at screens. It is not good for their eyes or their health. Balance is very important. Children need technology, but they also need books, pencils, and paper. Writing by hand is still very important. It helps the brain remember information better. I still write notes by hand when I study something new. It helps me a lot. Also, not all families have tablets or computers at home. Some children are poor. Schools must help these children too. Every child deserves a good education, rich or poor. That is a basic right.
You are absolutely right. Education is a human right. Every child in the world should go to school. Sadly, this is not always the case. In some poor countries, many children do not go to school. Some children work instead of studying. They help their families earn money. This is a big problem. Without education, these children have fewer opportunities in the future. Many organizations around the world work to help these children. They build schools and give free books. I think this is very important work. We must support education everywhere. A better educated world is a better and more peaceful world for all of us.
That is so sad, but true. Education changes lives. I read a story about a girl in Africa. She walked 5 kilometers every day to go to school. She was very determined. She studied hard and won a scholarship to a university. Now she's a doctor. Her whole village is very proud of her. Stories like this show the true power of education. When we have the chance to study, we must use it. We must not waste it. I always tell young people to study hard and never give up. Learning is sometimes difficult, but it is always worth it. The effort we put into education always brings good results in the end.
What an inspiring story. I love hearing things like that. It reminds us how lucky we are. Many of us have schools near our homes. We have books, teachers, and computers. We should not take this for granted. Every morning we go to school, we have a great opportunity. I also want to mention learning languages. Learning a second language is very valuable today. English is spoken all over the world. If you speak English, you can talk to millions of people. You can find better jobs. You can travel more easily. I started learning English at age 8. It was difficult at first, but I kept trying. Now, look at me. I host a podcast in English.
Yes, you do, and you do it very well. Learning languages is fantastic. When you learn a new language, you also learn about a new culture. You understand people from other countries better. This is very important in today's world. The world is becoming smaller because of the internet and travel. We meet people from many different countries. Speaking their language is a great sign of respect. Even a few words in someone's language can make them smile. I always try to learn a few words when I visit a new country. People appreciate it so much. language learning also keeps our brain healthy and active. It is like exercise for the mind.
Exercise for the mind. I like that idea very much, Anna. Our brain needs exercise just like our body. Reading books is also great exercise for the brain. I read every day, even if only for 15 minutes. Reading helps us learn new words. It also helps us understand different ideas and opinions. When I was a teenager, I did not like reading very much. I preferred watching TV. Then my father gave me an exciting adventure book. I could not stop reading it. After that book, I fell in love with reading. I think finding the right book for each person is very important. The right book can change your life and make you love reading forever.
I love that story, Mark. The right book really can change everything. Parents play a big role in education, too. They are the first teachers in a child's life. Children learn from watching their parents. If parents read books at home, children want to read, too. If parents ask curious questions, children become curious, too. Parents should talk to their children a lot. They should read stories to them before bed. This is very important for children's language development. My mother read to me every night when I was small. I think this is why I love books so much today. Parents must be involved in their child's education. School and home must work together.
Totally agree. Parents and teachers must be a team. When they communicate well, children do better in school. Some parents never go to school meetings. They're very busy with work. But it is important to make time. Just one visit to school can make a big difference. The teacher can tell the parents how the child is doing. Parents can share information about problems at home. Together, they can find solutions. My parents always came to my school. They knew all my teachers by name. I felt very supported. I worked harder because I knew my parents cared. Children who feel supported at home do better at school. That connection is truly very powerful.
Exactly. Support is everything. Let's talk about university now. After school, many students go to university. University is a place for higher education. Students choose a subject they love. They study it in more depth. University can be very exciting. You meet many new people from different places. You become more independent. You cook for yourself, manage your money, and make your own decisions. University teaches life skills, not only academic knowledge. I studied teaching at university. I loved every minute of it. The friendships I made there are still very strong today. University was a life-changing experience for me. Do you have good memories from university, Mark?
Oh, yes. University was amazing. I studied computer science. It was challenging, but very interesting. I learned to think logically and solve problems. These skills help me every day in my work. At university, we also had many group projects. Working in a team taught me a lot. I learned to listen to other opinions. I learned to share ideas and compromise. These are important skills in real life, too. I also joined the university football team. Sport connected me with people from different departments. University is not only about books and exams. It's about growing as a person. I left university feeling much more confident and ready for the world.
That is wonderful, Mark. But not everyone goes to university, and that is okay, too. There are many other paths after school. Some people go to vocational schools. There, they learn practical skills like cooking, car repair, or hairdressing. These skills are very valuable. The world needs skilled workers. Not everyone needs a university degree to be successful. What matters most is doing something you love and doing it well. I know a woman who did not go to university. She learned to bake cakes. Now she has her own bakery. She employs 10 people. She is very happy and successful. Success has many different shapes and forms. It is not only one path.
That is a great example, Anna. There's no single right path for everyone. The important thing is to never stop learning. Learning does not stop after school or university. We learn every day of our lives. We learn from our experiences. We learn from our mistakes, too. Mistakes are actually very good teachers. When I make a mistake, I try to understand what went wrong. Then I do better next time. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. They help me grow. Lifelong learning is a wonderful concept. Even elderly people can learn new things. My grandmother is 78 years old. She just started learning how to use a smartphone. She is so excited about it every single day.
That is so inspiring. Your grandmother is a great example. Learning has no age limit. We can learn something new every day if we choose to. Online learning is also very popular today. People learn cooking, photography, or languages online. There are free websites and apps for everything. You can learn from the best teachers in the world from your own home. This is truly amazing. During the pandemic, many schools moved online. It was hard at first. Teachers and students had to adapt quickly, but it also showed us that learning can happen anywhere. All you need is curiosity and a willingness to try. I think curiosity is the most important quality for a learner.
Curiosity is the engine of learning. I love that. Curious people always ask why and how. They are never satisfied with a simple answer. They dig deeper and learn more. Children are naturally very curious. Have you noticed how many questions children ask? Why is the sky blue? Why do birds fly? Why do we sleep? These are wonderful questions. Schools should celebrate curiosity, not silence it. Sometimes teachers get tired of too many questions, but questions mean the child is thinking. Thinking is exactly what education should encourage. I believe a school that teaches children to ask good questions is better than a school that teaches only answers. Questions lead to discovery and innovation.
I love what you said, Mark. Questions are more valuable than answers. Let's talk about exams now. Many students feel very stressed about exams. I understand that feeling. My heart beat very fast, my hands were cold, but I prepared well, and the exam was not as bad as I expected. I think preparation is the key. If you study a little every day, you do not need to panic the night before the exam. Some students study everything on the last night. This is called cramming. It is not very effective. The brain cannot absorb so much information so quickly. Regular study, small steps, and good rest are the best strategies for success.
That is very practical advice, Anna. I used to cram for exams when I was younger. It never worked well. I would forget everything after the exam. Now I study in small parts every day. It is much better for long-term memory. Sleep is also very important before an exam. When you sleep, your brain organizes all the information you learned. A good night of sleep is sometimes better than an extra hour of studying. Eating well is important too. A healthy breakfast gives your brain energy to think clearly. I always eat a good breakfast on exam day. Water is important as well. When you are well hydrated, your brain works much more efficiently and clearly.
Great tips, Mark. I want to ask you something. Do you think exams are a good way to test students? Some experts say exams cause too much stress. They say students should be tested in other ways, for example, through projects, presentations, or portfolios. A portfolio shows all the work a student did during the year. I think this is a more complete picture of a student's ability. An exam is only one day. A student might be sick or very nervous. One bad exam does not mean they are a bad student. I think we need a mix of both. Exams and projects together give a better and fairer picture of what a student truly knows and can do.
I think that's a very balanced view. Yes, exams test knowledge quickly, but they do not show creativity or teamwork. Projects show different skills. A student who is nervous in exams might be brilliant in a group project. Every student has different strengths. The education system should recognize this. Finland is famous for its education system. Finnish schools have very few exams. They focus on curiosity, play, and real-life skills. Finnish students are very happy and perform very well internationally. This shows that less exam pressure does not mean lower quality. In fact, it often means better outcomes. Maybe other countries can learn important lessons from the Finnish education model.
Finland is a wonderful example. I read about their education system. Teachers there are very highly respected. Only the best graduates become teachers. Teaching is one of the most desired jobs in Finland. In some other countries, teaching is not seen as a prestigious job. This needs to change. If we want better education, we need to attract talented people to teaching. We need to pay teachers well and respect their work. Teachers shape the future of a country. They raise the next generation of doctors, leaders, and scientists. If we invest in teachers, we invest in our future. Governments must understand this and put more money into education systems everywhere in the world.
Investing in education is investing in the future. I completely agree. Let me talk about private schools and public schools. Some parents send their children to private schools. Private schools often have smaller classes and more resources, but they cost a lot of money. Not all families can afford them. Public schools are free for everyone. They are funded by the government. The quality of public schools varies a lot between countries. Some public schools are excellent. Others do not have enough teachers or books. I believe every child deserves a quality education, regardless of their family's income. Governments must make sure all public schools have good funding, good teachers, and good materials.
That is very important, Mark. Equal opportunities in education are fundamental. Now, let's think about the future. How will education look in 50 years? I think there will be more personalized learning. Technology will help teachers understand each student's needs. Every student will have a learning plan made just for them. Some students learn fast, some need more time. Future technology can adapt to each learner. Virtual reality might also be used in schools. Imagine learning about ancient Rome by actually walking through it in virtual reality. That would be amazing and so much more exciting than reading from a textbook. The future of education is full of incredible and exciting possibilities. I am curious to see what comes next.
Virtual reality in schools sounds incredible. I think artificial intelligence will also change education a lot. AI can already help students with homework and explain difficult concepts. It can give personalized feedback instantly. This is something a single teacher cannot do for 30 students at the same time. AI can fill that gap. But I do not think AI will replace teachers. Teachers give something very special. They give emotional connection, motivation, and human warmth. A child needs a human role model. A machine cannot truly inspire a child the way a passionate teacher can. I think the future classroom will use the best of both, human teachers and smart technology working together for better results.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely. These social skills are just as important as academic knowledge. The world needs people who can communicate well, work in teams, and understand different perspectives. Education teaches all of these important life skills beautifully.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely. These social skills are just as important as academic knowledge. The world needs people who can communicate well, work in teams, and understand different perspectives. Education teaches all of these important life skills beautifully.
I think that is exactly right. Technology is a tool, not a replacement. The human element in education is irreplaceable. Let's also talk about adult education. Learning is not only for children and young people. Adults can and should continue learning throughout their whole lives. Many adults go back to school after working for years. They learn new skills because their job changed. Technology changes very fast. Workers must learn new things to stay relevant. This can feel difficult for older workers, but it is also exciting. Learning something new at any age feels wonderful. It gives us confidence and energy. Adult education programs are very important. Governments and companies should support their employees in continuing to learn and grow.
Adult learning is so important in today's fast-changing world. I took an online course last year to improve my presentation skills. It helped me so much. I feel more comfortable speaking in front of people now. Before, I was very shy when I had to speak publicly. The course gave me tools and techniques. I practiced every day. Slowly, my confidence grew. This experience reminded me that we can always improve. No matter how old we are, we can always learn and get better. I encourage everyone listening today to try something new. Take a class, watch a tutorial, or read a book about something you do not know. Learning enriches life and makes every day more interesting and meaningful.
What a great personal story, Mark. I also want to try new things. I want to learn photography next year. I think capturing beautiful moments with a camera is a real skill. I have always admired beautiful photos. Now I want to learn how to take them myself. Learning something creative is very satisfying. It gives us a way to express ourselves. Hobbies are a great form of education too. When we follow our hobbies, we learn without feeling like we are studying. Time passes quickly when we do something we love. I believe hobbies make us happier and more interesting people. They also connect us with others who share the same passion. Hobbies build wonderful communities and friendships.
Photography is a beautiful hobby. I'm sure you will be great at it. You should share your photos with us on our social media. Our listeners would love to see them. Speaking of community, education also builds community. When people learn together, they form bonds. They share experiences. They help each other. A classroom is a little community. Students learn not only from the teacher, but also from each other. Group work teaches us cooperation. Discussions teach us to listen and express our opinions politely.
Before we finish today, I want to share one final thought. Education taught me something very important. It taught me how to think. Not just what to think, but how to think. Critical thinking means we do not believe everything we hear. We ask questions. We look for evidence. We consider different opinions. In today's world, we see a lot of false information online. Critical thinking helps us identify what is true and what is not. This is one of the most valuable skills education can give us. I am very grateful for everything my education gave me. It truly shaped who I am.
That is the perfect note to end on, Anna. Critical thinking is the most important gift of education. We live in a world full of information. We need the skills to navigate it wisely and carefully. Today, we talked about so many aspects of education. We talked about school, teachers, parents, technology, universities, and lifelong learning. Education is truly a lifelong journey. It starts when we are babies, and it never really ends. Every day, we have the chance to learn something new and wonderful. Thank you so much for this great conversation, Anna. And thank you to all our listeners for joining us today. Keep learning, keep growing, and never stop being curious. See you in the next episode.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will speak slowly and use simple English. Today, our topic is love. Love is a very important part of life. It can be about family, friends, or a special person. Everyone feels love in different ways. In this episode, we will talk about what love means and share simple ideas. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will talk together. I hope you enjoy listening and learning English with us.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. Thank you, Anna, for the warm introduction. I'm excited to talk about love today. It is a simple but deep topic. Love can make us happy, but sometimes it can also be difficult. In this podcast, we will use easy English so you can understand clearly. We will share our thoughts and experiences in a simple way. I hope this conversation helps you learn new words and also think about love in your own life. Let's enjoy this topic together and learn step by step.
Mark, I think love is a very interesting topic. For me, love is not only about romance, it is also about care and kindness. For example, when I help a friend or talk with my family, I feel love. Small actions can show love every day. I think love is something we can give and receive. It does not always need big words or big actions. What do you think love means, Mark?
That is a beautiful idea, Anna. For me, love means understanding and support. When someone listens to me and helps me, I feel loved. I also try to give the same feeling to others. Love can be simple, like saying kind words or spending time together. I think love is important for a happy life. Without love, life can feel empty. So it is good to talk about this topic and understand it better.
Yes, Mark, I agree with you. I also think love is about respect. When we respect someone, we care about their feelings. We listen to them and try to understand them. This is very important in any relationship. Love is not only about feeling good, it is also about being patient and kind, even when things are not easy.
That is very true, Anna. Love is not always easy. Sometimes we have problems or misunderstandings. But if we care about each other, we try to solve these problems. I think communication is very important in love. Talking and listening can help us understand each other better.
Yes, Mark, communication is very important. I also think love can grow over time. At first, it may be small, but with care and time, it becomes stronger. We need to take care of our relationships like we take care of a plant. With time and effort, love can become deep and strong.
I like that example, Anna. Love is like a plant. It needs time and care. If we forget it, it may become weak. But if we give attention, it grows well. I think this is a simple way to understand love.
Yes, Mark, that is a nice way to think. I also believe love can make us better people. When we love someone, we try to be kind and patient. We think about others, not only ourselves. This can help us grow as a person.
I agree, Anna. Love can teach us many things. It can teach us kindness, patience, and understanding. These are very important in life. Love is not only a feeling, it is also an action.
That is a great point, Mark. Love is something we do, not something we feel. I think this is a good idea for our listeners to remember.
Yes, Anna, I think so too. Love is simple, but also very important.
Thank you, Mark. I think we had a very nice introduction to our topic. We talked about what love means and why it is important. I hope our listeners are ready to learn more.
Yes, Anna, this was a great start. Dear listeners, thank you for listening to our introduction. Now we will move to part 1, where we will talk about different types of love. Let's continue together.
Let's start part 1 and talk about different types of love. For me, one important type is family love. I feel love when I spend time with my parents or talk with my family. We help each other and care about each other. This kind of love is strong and usually lasts a long time. Even when we have small problems, we still love each other. Family love gives me comfort and support. It helps me feel safe. I think many people feel this kind of love every day, and it is very special in our lives.
That is a great example, Anna. Family love is very important. For me, another type of love is friendship. I feel love when I am with my friends. We talk, laugh, and help each other. Good friends understand us and stay with us in good and bad times. This kind of love is also very strong. It may not be romantic, but it is still very meaningful. I think friendship makes life more enjoyable. Without friends, life can feel lonely. So friendship is a very important type of love.
Yes, Mark, friendship is very special. Another type of love is romantic love. This is the love between two people who have a special relationship. It can include feelings of care, attraction, and connection. Romantic love can be very exciting, but it also needs trust and understanding. People need to communicate and support each other. I think romantic love can be beautiful, but it also needs effort to grow and stay strong.
I agree, Anna. Romantic love is important, but it needs work. Another type of love is self-love. This means loving and caring for yourself. For example, taking rest, eating well, and thinking positively about yourself. If we do not love ourselves, it is hard to love others. Self-love helps us feel confident and happy. I think many people forget about this type of love, but it is very important.
That is a very good point, Mark. Self-love is very important.
Another type of love is love for things we enjoy. For example, I love music and reading. When I do these activities, I feel happy. This kind of love makes life more interesting. It gives us joy and energy. I think it is important to have hobbies and things we love to do.
Yes, Anna, hobbies are important. Another type of love is love for helping others. For example, when we help someone in need, we feel good. This is a kind of caring love. It is not about getting something back. It is about giving and making others happy. I think this kind of love can make the world a better place.
I agree, Mark. Helping others is a beautiful kind of love. Another type is love for learning. For example, when we enjoy studying or learning new things, we feel excited. This love helps us grow and improve. It makes learning fun, not boring. I think loving learning is very helpful in life.
That is true, Anna. Love for learning is very useful. Another type is love for nature. Some people love the sea, mountains, or trees. When they spend time in nature, they feel calm and happy. This kind of love helps us relax and enjoy the world around us.
Yes, Mark, nature is very beautiful. Another type is love for pets. Many people love their animals like dogs or cats. They take care of them and feel happy with them. Pets can give comfort and joy. This is also a strong and special kind of love.
I agree, Anna. Pets can give a lot of love. Another type is love for community. This means caring about people around us, like neighbors or classmates. When we help and support our community, we feel connected. This is also important for a happy life.
Yes, Mark, community love is important. I think we talked about many types of love. Love is not only one thing. It can be many things in our life.
That's right, Anna. Love is everywhere in different forms. I hope our listeners understand these types of love. Now we are ready to move to part 2, where we will talk about how to show love in daily life. Let's continue together.
Now let's talk about how to show love in daily life. For me, one simple way is using kind words. Saying thank you, please, or I care about you can make people feel happy. These words are small, but they are very powerful. I also try to listen carefully when someone talks. This shows respect and care. When we listen, we show that we value the other person. I think showing love does not need big actions. Small and simple things can make a big difference in our relationships every day.
That is a great idea, Anna. Kind words are very important. For me, another way to show love is by helping others. For example, I help my family with housework or support my friends when they need it. These actions show care. I also think spending time together is important. When we give our time, it shows that the person is important to us. We do not always need to spend money. Just being together and talking can show love in a simple and meaningful way.
Yes, Mark. Spending time together is very special. Another way I show love is by giving small gifts. It does not need to be expensive. It can be something simple, like a note or a small snack. The important thing is the thought behind it. I also like to remember special days, like birthdays. This shows that I care and remember important moments. These small actions can make people feel loved and appreciated.
I agree, Anna. Small gifts can be very meaningful. Another way I show love is by being patient. Sometimes people make mistakes or feel upset. In those moments, I try to stay calm and understanding. This shows respect and care. I also try to forgive others when there are problems. Forgiveness is an important part of love. It helps relationships stay strong and healthy.
That is a very important point, Mark. Patience is a big part of love. Another way I show love is by supporting others. For example, when my friend has a goal, I encourage them. I say positive things and help them feel confident. This kind of support can make a big difference. It shows that we believe in them. I think encouragement is a simple but powerful way to show love.
Yes, Anna, support is very important. Another way I show love is by taking care of others. For example, if someone is sick, I help them or check on them. This shows care and kindness. I also think being honest is important. When we are honest, we build trust. Trust is a strong part of love. Without trust, relationships can become weak.
I agree, Mark. Honesty is very important.
Another way I show love is by sharing my feelings. Sometimes it is not easy, but I try to say how I feel. This helps others understand me better. It also makes our relationship stronger. Communication is very important in showing love.
That is true, Anna. Communication helps a lot. Another way I show love is by respecting others. I listen to their opinions and accept their differences. Everyone is different, and that's okay. Respect shows that we value the other person. It's a very important part of love.
Yes, Mark, respect is very important. Another way I show love is by doing small acts every day. For example, making tea for someone or helping with a task. These small actions show care and kindness. They may seem simple, but they are very meaningful.
I agree, Anna. Small actions are very powerful. Another way I show love is by being there for others. When someone needs me, I try to be present. This shows that I care and support them. Being there is sometimes more important than words.
That is a great point, Mark. I think we shared many simple ways to show love. These ideas are easy to understand and can help our listeners in daily life.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners learned useful ways to show love. Now we are ready to move to part 3, where we will talk about challenges in love and how to deal with them. Let's continue together.
Now let's talk about challenges in love. For me, one big challenge is misunderstanding. Sometimes I say something, but the other person understands it in a different way. This can cause problems. To solve this, I try to speak clearly and also listen carefully. I ask questions if I do not understand. Good communication can help avoid many problems. I think it is important to be open and honest. Misunderstandings are normal, but we can fix them with calm and clear communication.
I understand that, Anna. Misunderstanding happens often. Another challenge for me is not having enough time. People are busy with work or study, and they forget to spend time with loved ones. This can make relationships weak. To solve this, I try to make time, even if it is short. A simple message or a short call can help. I think giving time is very important in love. Without time, it is hard to keep a strong connection.
Yes, Mark, time is very important. Another challenge is arguments. Sometimes people do not agree and they argue. This can hurt feelings. When I have an argument, I try to stay calm and not say hurtful words. I also try to listen to the other person's point of view. After some time, we can talk again and solve the problem. I think respect is very important during arguments.
I agree, Anna. Arguments are normal, but we need to handle them well. Another challenge is trust. If there is no trust, relationships can become difficult. Trust can be broken by lies or actions. To build trust, I try to be honest and keep my promises. Trust takes time to build, but it is very important for strong love.
That is very true, Mark. Trust is very important. Another challenge is feeling jealous. Sometimes people feel jealous when they think they may lose someone. This feeling can cause problems. I try to control this feeling and talk about it calmly. Communication helps reduce jealousy. It is important to trust and respect each other.
Yes, Anna, jealousy can be difficult. Another challenge is not understanding each other's feelings. Sometimes we think differently. To solve this, I try to listen more and think about how the other person feels. This helps me understand better. Empathy is very important in love.
I agree, Mark. Understanding feelings is important. Another challenge is being too busy and forgetting to show love. Sometimes we feel love, but we do not show it. So now I try to show it with small actions like kind words or spending time. Showing love is just as important as feeling it.
That is a great point, Anna. Another challenge is giving up too quickly. Some people stop trying when things become difficult, but love needs effort. I try to be patient and work on problems. Small efforts can make a big difference over time.
Yes, Mark. Effort is very important. Another challenge is expecting too much. Sometimes people expect perfect behavior, but no one is perfect. I try to accept people as they are. This helps me feel more relaxed and happy in relationships.
I agree, Anna. Accepting others is important. Another challenge is stress from outside problems, like work or study. This stress can affect relationships. To solve this, I try to talk about my feelings and relax. This helps me stay calm and kind.
That is very true, Mark. We talked about many challenges like misunderstanding, time, and trust. These are normal problems. The important thing is to handle them with care and patience.
Yes, Anna, this was a very helpful discussion. I hope our listeners feel encouraged. Love is not always easy, but we can make it better step by step. Now we are ready to move to part 4, where we will talk about keeping love strong. Let's continue together.
Now let's talk about how to keep love strong. For me, one important way is to communicate often. I try to talk with people I love every day, even if it is a short message. This helps us stay connected. I also try to listen carefully, not only speak. Good communication helps us understand each other better. When we understand each other, love becomes stronger. I think simple and regular communication is very important in any relationship.
That is a great point, Anna. Communication is key. For me, another way to keep love strong is to spend quality time together. It is not only about being together, but also about enjoying the time. For example, we can talk, walk, or share a meal. These simple moments help build strong connections. I think giving attention to the other person is very important. It shows that we care and value them.
Yes, Mark, spending time together is very special. Another way I keep love strong is by showing appreciation. I say thank you and tell people I am happy to have them in my life. These words are simple, but they make people feel valued. I think appreciation helps relationships grow. When people feel appreciated, they feel more loved.
I agree, Anna. Appreciation is very important. Another way I keep love strong is by being honest. I try to share my true feelings in a kind way. Honesty builds trust, and trust makes love stronger. Even when it is difficult, I think it is better to be honest than to hide things.
That is very true, Mark. Another way I keep love strong is by being patient. Sometimes people make mistakes or have a bad day. In those moments, I try to stay calm and understanding. Patience helps avoid problems and keeps the relationship peaceful. I think patience is a big part of love.
Yes, Anna, patience is very important. Another way I keep love strong is by supporting others. When someone I love has a goal or a problem, I try to help and encourage them. This shows that I care about their life and happiness. Support makes people feel strong and loved.
I agree, Mark. Support is very meaningful. Another way I keep love strong is by keeping small traditions. For example, having a regular meal together or calling at a certain time. These small habits create special moments. They help build strong and happy relationships.
That is a nice idea, Anna. Traditions can be very special. Another way I keep love strong is by solving problems quickly. If there's a problem, I try to talk about it and find a solution. I do not wait too long. This helps keep the relationship healthy.
Yes, Mark. Solving problems is important. Another way I keep love strong is by having fun together. Laughing and enjoying time together makes relationships happy. It helps us relax and feel close.
I agree, Anna. Fun and laughter are very important. Another way I keep love strong is by respecting space. Sometimes people need time alone. I try to understand this and give them space. This helps keep balance in the relationship.
That is a great point, Mark. Respecting space is important. I think we shared many simple ways to keep love strong. These ideas are easy to follow and can help anyone.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners learned useful ideas. Now we are ready to move to the ending and finish our podcast. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about love and shared many simple ideas about types of love, how to show love, and how to keep it strong. I hope you enjoyed our conversation and found it easy to understand. Remember, love is not only a feeling, but also something we do every day. Small actions, kind words, and patience can make a big difference. Thank you, Mark, for this wonderful talk. I really enjoyed it. I hope our listeners will join us again next time. Take care and goodbye.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about love with you today. I hope this podcast helped you learn simple English and also think about love in your own life. Remember to be kind, patient, and honest. Love grows with time and care. Small actions every day can make relationships stronger. I also enjoyed our conversation very much, Anna. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Have a wonderful day, and we hope to see you again in our next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and today we are going to talk about motivation. I am very excited about this topic. Motivation is something we all need. It helps us get up in the morning, it helps us do our work, it helps us reach our goals. But sometimes motivation is hard to find. I think many people feel this way. One day you feel full of energy, another day you do not want to do anything. So today we will talk about what motivation is and how we can find more of it. I am here with my friend Mark. Hello, Mark.
Hello, Anna. Thank you for the warm introduction. I'm really happy to be here today. Motivation is one of my favorite topics to talk about. I think about it a lot. Why do some people always seem energetic and excited, and why do others feel tired and stuck? I believe motivation is not something you just have or do not have. I think it is something you can build. You can grow it. You can learn how to find it, even on difficult days. That is what makes this topic so interesting and useful. I hope everyone listening today will find something helpful in our conversation. Let us start.
Let's start. So, Mark, first question. What is motivation? Can you explain it in very simple words? I know this word is very common. People use it all the time. But I think not everyone really knows what it means. I think motivation is the reason why we do something. It's the energy behind our actions. Like, why do you go to work? Maybe because you need money, or maybe because you love your job. Both of those are motivations. They are different, but both are real. What do you think? How would you explain motivation to someone who is hearing this word for the first time?
I love that question, Anna. Yes, motivation is the reason behind what we do. It is the answer to the question, why? Why do I exercise? Because I want to be healthy. That is my motivation. Why do I study? Because I want a better job. That is another motivation. Motivation is like the engine of a car. Without an engine, the car doesn't move. Without motivation, we do not move either. We stay in the same place. We don't grow. We don't achieve anything. So motivation is really important for life. It gives us direction and energy. And I think everyone has it inside them. They just need to find it.
The engine of a car. I love that image. It really explains it well. Now, Mark, I want to ask about something I read once. There are two types of motivation. One is called intrinsic, and the other is called extrinsic. These are big words, but the ideas are simple. Intrinsic motivation means you do something because you love it. You enjoy the activity itself. For example, you paint because painting makes you happy. Extrinsic motivation means you do something for a reward outside yourself. You paint because someone pays you. I think both types are real, and both matter. What do you think about these two types?
Yes, intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. Great topic. I think intrinsic motivation is more powerful in the long run. When you love what you do, you never really feel like you're working. You enjoy the process, not just the result. But extrinsic motivation is also useful. Money, praise, awards, these things help too. They can push you to start something, and sometimes starting is the hardest part. I think the best situation is when you have both. You enjoy what you do, and you get a good reward for it. But if I had to choose, I would choose to love what I do. That keeps you going on hard days.
Loving what you do, that is beautiful. But I also want to be honest. Not everyone loves their job or their daily tasks. Many people do things they do not enjoy. Maybe they clean the house, or they do difficult homework, or they work in a job they find boring. So how do we find motivation for things we do not enjoy? This is a very real problem. I think many listeners can relate to this. You have something to do, you do not want to do it, but you have to. How do you find the energy for that? I think this is one of the most important questions we can answer today. Mark, what do you think?
That is such a real and important question, Anna.
Yes, sometimes we have to do things we don't like. My strategy is to connect the task to something I do care about. For example, I don't enjoy cleaning, but I love having a clean home, so I think about the result, not the task. I think, after I clean, my home will be beautiful and calm. I will feel good. That thought gives me motivation to start. You connect the boring task to a goal or result that matters to you. The task is the road, the goal is the destination. You don't have to love the road, you just need to love where you're going.
The road and the destination, that is a wonderful way to think about it. I use a similar idea. When I don't want to exercise, I think about how I will feel after, strong, energetic, proud of myself, and that feeling motivates me to start. So we use our imagination to create motivation. We picture the end result, we feel it before it happens, and that feeling pulls us forward. I think this is a very practical tip. You don't need to wait for motivation to appear, you can create it. Just imagine the positive result and let that image pull you into action. It really works if you try it honestly.
Absolutely. Imagination is a very powerful tool. Our brain doesn't always know the difference between something real and something we imagine clearly. So if you imagine success, your brain starts to believe it's possible. And when your brain believes something is possible, you feel more motivated to try. This is also why vision boards are popular. People put pictures of their goals on a board. They look at it every day. They see their dream home, their dream job, their dream life, and it keeps them motivated. The image becomes a daily reminder of why they're working hard. I think it's a simple but effective strategy.
Vision boards. I have heard of those. Some people love them, others think they are silly. But I think the idea behind them is solid. You need to keep your goals visible. If your goals are hidden in your head, you forget them easily. But if you see them every day, they stay alive. They stay real. Another simple way to keep goals visible is to write them down. Just write your goal on a piece of paper and put it where you can see it. On your mirror, on your desk, on your fridge. Every time you see it, you remember why you are working. It's a small action, but it has a big effect. Do you write your goals down, Mark?
Yes, I write my goals down every week. It is one of the most useful habits I have. There's something special about writing a goal. When it is only in your head, it's just a dream. When you write it down, it becomes more real, more serious. It feels like a promise to yourself. I also write why the goal is important to me, not just what I want, but why I want it. The why is very powerful. If your why is strong enough, you can get through almost any difficulty. For example, my goal is to be healthy. My why is that I want to be active and happy for my family. That why keeps me going even on hard days.
The why is so important. I think this is one of the key ideas about motivation. When you have a strong reason, you find the energy. When you do not have a clear reason, everything feels pointless. I sometimes ask myself, why am I doing this? If the answer is clear and meaningful, I feel motivated. If the answer is unclear, I feel lost. So finding your why is like finding your compass. It shows you the direction. It keeps you on track. I think many people skip this step. They set goals, but they do not ask why, and then they lose motivation quickly. Asking why takes only a few minutes, but it makes a huge difference.
Yes, the why is everything. And I want to add something. Your why needs to be personal. It should matter to you, not to someone else. Many people have goals because their parents want them to, or because society says it's the right thing. But if the goal is not truly yours, your motivation will not last. You will feel empty even if you achieve it. So take time to think about what you really want in life, what makes you happy, what matters to you. These are big questions, but the answers are your real motivation. When you live according to your own values and desires, motivation comes more naturally and stays longer.
Living according to your own values. That is so true. Okay, let us talk about something very common, losing motivation. I think everyone has experienced this. You start something with so much energy, you're excited, you work hard, but then after a few days or weeks, the excitement goes away. You feel tired, you want to stop. This is very normal, but it's also very frustrating. I call this the motivation drop. It happens to almost everyone. The question is, what do we do when this happens? How do we keep going when we don't feel motivated anymore? Mark, have you experienced this? How do you handle it?
Oh, I know the motivation drop very well. It happens to me all the time, especially with long projects. At the beginning, everything is exciting and new, but in the middle, it gets hard and boring. I call this the messy middle. It is the hardest part. My strategy is to not rely only on motivation, because motivation goes up and down. Instead, I build habits and systems. A habit doesn't need motivation. You just do it automatically, like brushing your teeth. You don't think about it, you just do it. If I make exercise a habit, I don't need to feel motivated every day. I just follow my routine. Habits carry you through when motivation is low.
Habits are so powerful. I totally agree. When something becomes a habit, you don't have to fight yourself every day. You just do it. Like brushing your teeth, exactly. Nobody thinks about motivation to brush their teeth, they just do it. So the goal is to turn our important activities into habits. Exercise, studying, writing, eating healthy. If we can make these habits, we don't need high motivation every single day. But building a habit takes time. People say it takes about 66 days to form a new habit. That's more than 2 months. So we need to be patient and consistent at the beginning. It's worth it in the end.
66 days is a good number to remember, and during those 66 days, motivation will go up and down. That's normal. The key is to show up even on the days you don't feel like it, even if you do a smaller version of the task. For example, if you plan to exercise for 30 minutes but you feel terrible, just do 5 minutes. 5 minutes is better than 0, and often once you start, you continue more than 5 minutes. The hardest part is always starting. Once you start, momentum helps you continue. So on low motivation days, just start small. Don't skip completely. Keep the habit alive with a tiny version of it.
Starting small is such great advice. I use this idea too. I call it the 2-minute rule. If you want to build a habit, start with just 2 minutes. Want to read every day? Read for 2 minutes. Want to meditate? Meditate for 2 minutes. The goal at first is not to do a lot. The goal is just to show up, to do the thing, even for a very short time. Because showing up is the most important part. Once you're there, you can always do more, but the habit of showing up is what matters most. Over time, 2 minutes becomes 10 minutes, then 30 minutes. But it all starts with those first 2 minutes of just beginning.
The 2-minute rule is brilliant. I have used it. It works really well. Another thing that helps me stay motivated is tracking progress. I keep a simple journal or chart. Every day, I put a small mark when I complete my habit. After a week, I can see 7 marks. After a month, I see 30 marks. That visual record is very motivating. You can see your progress, you can see your consistency, and you do not want to break the chain. Seeing 20 days in a row makes you want to continue to 21, then 30, then 50. Progress is motivating, and when motivation is low, looking at how far you've come gives you energy to keep going forward.
Do not break the chain. I love that idea. It makes motivation feel like a game. You are playing against yourself. How many days can I continue? It is simple but very effective. I also think celebrating small progress is important. Many people only celebrate when they reach the big goal, but big goals take a long time. If you wait only for the big celebration, you feel unmotivated for months. Instead, celebrate small wins. You exercised 3 times this week? Celebrate. You finished a chapter of your book? Celebrate. Small celebrations give you little bursts of happiness and motivation along the way. They keep the journey enjoyable, not just the destination.
Yes, celebrate small wins. Our brain loves rewards. When you celebrate, your brain releases a happy chemical called dopamine, and dopamine makes you want to do the same action again. So celebrating is not just fun, it's actually helping your brain build motivation. The reward doesn't have to be big. Maybe you enjoy a nice cup of coffee, or you watch a favorite show, or you tell a friend about your progress. Something small that feels good to you. The important thing is to acknowledge your effort. Say to yourself, I did this. I am proud. That positive self-talk is also very motivating. We often forget to give ourselves credit for our progress.
Dopamine and celebration. That's really interesting. I love understanding the science behind motivation. It makes it feel more real. Okay, let's talk about something that often kills motivation: failure. When we fail, we feel terrible. We feel like giving up. We think, maybe I'm just not good enough. Maybe this goal is not for me. These thoughts are very powerful and very negative. They can stop us completely. I think how we react to failure is very important. Some people give up after one failure, others learn from it and try again. What is your relationship with failure, Mark? How do you handle it when things go wrong?
Failure is a topic I feel strongly about, Anna. I used to be afraid of failure. I avoided trying new things because I didn't want to fail, and that fear actually stopped me from growing. Then I changed how I think about failure. Now I see failure as information. When something doesn't work, it tells me something. It shows me what to change. Every failure is a lesson. Thomas Edison failed 1,000 times before he made the light bulb. He didn't say, "I'm a failure." He said, "I found 1,000 ways that do not work." That's a wonderful way to think. Failure is part of the process, not the end of the road.
I love that story about Edison. 1,000 ways that don't work. What a positive perspective. I think our attitude toward failure really shapes how far we go in life. If we see failure as the end, we stop trying. But if we see failure as a teacher, we keep learning and growing. I also think it helps to remember that everyone fails. Even the most successful people fail. They fail a lot. We just don't always see their failures. We only see their success. So we compare our behind-the-scenes struggles to other people's highlight reel. That's not fair to ourselves. Everyone struggles, everyone fails. It's part of being human and part of growing.
Comparing yourself to others is a big motivation killer. I've experienced this. I look at someone very successful and I think, why am I not there yet? And I feel discouraged. But this comparison is not useful. Everyone is on a different path. Everyone starts from a different place. Everyone has different challenges. The only useful comparison is with yourself. Compare today's you to yesterday's you. Are you a little better? A little stronger? A little more knowledgeable? That's what matters. Your own growth is the real measure of success. When you focus on your own progress, you feel more motivated and more satisfied with your journey.
Comparing yourself only to your past self, that's such healthy advice. I want to talk now about the environment around us and how it affects motivation. I think the people around you have a huge effect on your motivation. If you're around positive, motivated people, you feel more motivated too. Energy is contagious. When your friends are excited and working hard, you feel inspired to do the same. But if you're around negative people who complain all the time and say things are impossible, you start to feel the same way. Have you noticed this in your own life, Mark? How do the people around you affect your motivation?
Oh, absolutely, Anna. The people around you make a massive difference. There's a famous saying, you are the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. I think this is very true. If your 5 closest friends are lazy and negative, it's very hard to stay motivated. But if your friends are ambitious and supportive, you naturally rise to their level. This doesn't mean you should drop all your old friends, but you should think about who you spend most of your time with. Try to find at least 1 or 2 people who inspire you, who push you to be better. Their energy will lift yours. It's one of the most powerful things you can do.
You are the average of the 5 people around you. That is a powerful idea. I want to add something. It is not only real people who can inspire us. Books, podcasts, videos, these can also be sources of motivation. When I read about someone who overcame difficulties and achieved great things, I feel inspired. I think if they did it, maybe I can too. Stories of real people are very motivating. That is one reason why biographies are so popular. You learn from other people's journeys. You see how they handled failure and kept going. So choose what you read and watch carefully. The content you consume shapes your mindset and your level of motivation every day.
Yes, what you read and watch really matters. I call this feeding your mind. Just like you feed your body with food, you feed your mind with information. If you eat junk food every day, your body feels bad. If you watch negative news and sad videos all day, your mind feels bad too. So try to fill your mind with positive and inspiring content. Not fake positivity, but real stories of real people. Books about people who overcame hard things. Podcasts about learning and growing. This kind of content is like vitamins for your motivation. It keeps your mindset strong and hopeful. And a hopeful mindset is a motivated mindset. It starts with what you choose to consume daily.
Vitamins for your motivation. I love that phrase. Okay, let us talk about morning routines. I think how you start your morning can really set the tone for your motivation all day. If you wake up and immediately check bad news or social media, you might feel anxious and unmotivated before breakfast. But if you start your morning with something positive and energizing, you feel ready for the day. I have a simple morning routine. I drink water, move my body a little, and think of one thing I'm grateful for. Just 3 simple things, and my mornings feel so much better. Does a morning routine help your motivation, Mark?
Morning routines are a game changer for me. When I start my day well, everything else flows better. My morning routine is short but powerful. I wake up without checking my phone for the first 30 minutes. Those first 30 minutes are mine. I drink water, do some light stretching, and write down my 3 main goals for the day. Just 3, not 20. And I write 1 sentence about why today is going to be a good day. It sounds small, but it puts me in a positive and purposeful mindset from the very start. When you begin your day with intention, you feel more in control, and feeling in control is very motivating.
Beginning your day with intention. Beautiful. I also want to talk about rest and motivation. Some people think that to be motivated, you must always be working, always be busy, always be doing something. But I actually think the opposite is true. Rest is essential for motivation. When you are tired and burned out, you have no motivation at all. Your energy is empty. But when you are well rested and refreshed, motivation comes more easily. Sleep is so important. A good night of sleep makes you feel more positive, more creative, and more ready to face challenges. Have you noticed how everything feels harder when you are tired, Mark?
Oh yes, definitely. When I'm tired, everything feels impossible. Small problems feel huge. Tasks that are normally easy feel difficult. And my motivation drops to 0. Sleep is not lazy. Sleep is productive. When you sleep, your brain recovers. It processes information. It prepares for the next day. So getting enough sleep is actually one of the most productive things you can do. I try to sleep at least 7 or 8 hours every night, and I protect that sleep time. I don't stay up late watching videos when I have an important day tomorrow. Rest is part of the success plan. You cannot run on empty and expect great results.
Rest is part of the success plan. Yes. I also want to talk about mental health and motivation. I think they are deeply connected. When we feel sad, anxious, or depressed, motivation is very hard to find. Everything feels heavy. Getting out of bed is hard. And I think it's important to talk about this honestly. Sometimes low motivation is not just laziness. Sometimes it's a sign that we need help. We need to talk to someone, a friend, a family member, or a professional. Asking for help is not weak. It's brave and smart. Taking care of your mental health is one of the best things you can do for your motivation and for your life.
Thank you for saying that, Anna. It's so important. Sometimes people feel guilty about low motivation. They think, what's wrong with me? Why can't I just do things? But sometimes the body and mind need support, and that's completely okay. Mental health is just as important as physical health. If your leg was broken, you would see a doctor. The same should be true for your mind. Talking to someone, getting support, taking care of yourself, these are all forms of strength, not weakness. When your mental health is better, your motivation naturally improves too. So always take care of your whole self, mind, body, and heart together.
Okay, let us talk about something a little different now. The role of purpose in motivation. Purpose is bigger than a goal. A goal is something you want to achieve. Purpose is the deeper reason for everything you do. It is your mission, your reason for being. For example, a goal is to get a promotion, but purpose is to help people and make the world a little better through your work. When you have a sense of purpose, motivation comes from a very deep place. You are not just working for money or status. You are working for something that truly matters to you. It is very powerful.
Purpose is the deepest level of motivation. I completely agree, Anna. When I do work that feels meaningful, I don't even notice the time passing. I feel energized, not drained. But when I do work that feels empty and pointless, I feel exhausted, even after a short time. So finding purpose in what you do is important. Sometimes this means changing jobs or paths, but sometimes it just means changing your perspective on your current situation. Even a simple job can feel meaningful if you connect it to something bigger. A cleaner at a hospital is not just cleaning floors. They're helping sick people heal in a clean and safe environment. That's a meaningful purpose.
What a beautiful example. Finding meaning in simple things. I think that is a skill we can all develop, looking for the meaning behind what we do. Okay, let us talk about one more common problem, staying motivated when others do not believe in you. Sometimes people around you say, "That is too hard. You cannot do that. Be realistic." These words can really hurt and kill your motivation. I have experienced this. Someone I trusted told me my dream was not realistic, and for a while I believed them. I stopped trying. But then I decided to not let other people's doubts become my doubts. Have you had this experience, Mark? How do you protect your inner belief from negative people?
Yes, I have absolutely experienced this. Other people's doubt can be very discouraging, especially when those people are close to you. I think the first thing is to understand why they doubt you. Often it's because they care and they're afraid you'll get hurt, or sometimes they project their own fears onto you. Their doubt says more about them than about you. The second thing is to protect your inner belief. You need to believe in yourself even when others do not. That inner belief is your most valuable resource. Feed it with positive evidence. Remember times you succeeded. Remember challenges you overcame. Keep those memories close. They remind you that you are capable and strong.
Protecting your inner belief, yes. And I want to add, find at least one person who does believe in you. A mentor, a friend, a family member. Someone who says, "Yes, you can do this. I believe in you." Those words are incredibly powerful. When I feel lost and doubtful, I call my sister. She always encourages me. She reminds me of my strengths. And after talking to her, I feel motivated again. Everyone needs at least one person like that in their life. And also, be that person for someone else. Encourage the people around you. Tell them you believe in them. Your words can ignite someone else's motivation. That is a beautiful gift to give.
Being a source of motivation for others. I love that. When you encourage someone, you also motivate yourself. It's funny how that works. When I explain why someone else can do something, I start to believe the same about myself. Teaching and encouraging others is also a way to strengthen your own mindset. We're all connected. We lift each other up, or we pull each other down. I choose to lift, and I think that choice itself is a form of motivation. Choosing to be positive, choosing to believe, choosing to try again. Motivation is not just a feeling, it's also a daily choice. You choose every morning how you will face the day. That choice matters.
Motivation as a daily choice. I really like that idea. It makes motivation feel more stable. It's not just something that comes and goes randomly. It's something we can choose and build every day. Okay, let us talk about gratitude and motivation. I believe gratitude is a huge source of motivation. When you appreciate what you have, you feel more positive. And when you feel more positive, you feel more motivated. Gratitude is like watering a plant. It helps everything grow. I try to write 3 things I am grateful for every morning. It takes only 2 minutes, but it changes my whole mindset.
Do you practice gratitude, Mark?
Yes, gratitude is a daily practice for me. Every evening before sleep, I think of 3 good things that happened that day. Even on a hard day, there are always small good things. Maybe the sun was shining. Maybe I had a good meal. Maybe a friend smiled at me. These small things matter. Gratitude helps you see the good in your life, and when you see the good, you feel more motivated to protect it and grow it. Without gratitude, we focus only on what's missing, and that focus creates a feeling of lack and discouragement. With gratitude, we see abundance, and abundance is a great foundation for motivation and joy. It truly works.
Gratitude is so powerful. I love that practice, Mark. Okay, let us talk about the role of fun in motivation. I think people sometimes forget that motivation can come from enjoying yourself. If something is fun, you naturally want to do it. You don't need to force yourself. So, one strategy is to make your goals more fun. If you want to exercise, find a sport you enjoy. If you need to study, make it into a game. If you have to do a boring task, do it with music or with a friend. Adding fun to your activities is a real and effective way to stay motivated. Work doesn't always have to feel like work. It can sometimes feel like play, and that's wonderful.
Making things fun is such a great strategy. I think this is something we forget as adults. When we were children, we were naturally motivated because everything was a game. We played, we explored, we tried things without fear. Somewhere along the way, we learned to see things as work and duty. But what if we brought back a little of that playful spirit? What if we approached challenges with curiosity instead of stress? I try to see difficult tasks as puzzles. I think, how can I solve this? It's like a game, and that mindset makes hard things feel more interesting. Curiosity is a wonderful source of natural motivation that never really runs out.
Curiosity as motivation. I love that. Always being curious, always learning. Okay, we're at the end of our wonderful conversation today. I want to ask you one last important question, Mark. If someone is listening right now and they feel completely unmotivated, what would you say to them? What is your most important message? What do you want them to hear? I think this might be the most valuable part of our whole conversation, because someone out there really needs to hear something helpful and kind right now. So speak to them directly. What do you want them to know?
To anyone who feels unmotivated right now, I want to say this. It's okay. It's completely normal. You're not broken. You're human. Motivation comes and goes for everyone. Even the most successful people have days when they don't want to do anything. What matters is not how you feel today. What matters is that you don't give up on yourself. Start with one tiny step, just one. Drink a glass of water. Go outside for 5 minutes. Write one sentence. Do one small thing. That one small thing is enough for today. You don't have to fix everything at once. Just take one step. Tomorrow you'll take another. That's how mountains are climbed. One step at a time.
One step at a time. That is the most perfect way to end. Thank you, Mark. This was a truly wonderful conversation. We talked about what motivation is and the 2 types. We talked about finding your why, building habits, celebrating small wins, handling failure, surrounding yourself with positive people, and taking care of your mind and body. We talked about morning routines, goals, purpose, gratitude, and fun. There is so much wisdom in all of it. And the most important message is simple. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Start small, keep going, and be kind to yourself on the journey. Thank you to all our listeners for being here today. See you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will speak slowly and use simple English. Today, our topic is self-control. Self-control means we can manage our actions, feelings, and habits. It is very important in daily life. For example, we use self-control when we study, eat, or manage our time. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will talk about this topic together. I hope you enjoy listening and learning English with us today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. Thank you, Anna, for the introduction. I'm excited to talk about self-control today. It is a very useful topic for everyone. We all need self-control in our daily life. It helps us make good choices and avoid bad habits. Sometimes it is not easy, but we can practice and improve. In this podcast, we will talk about simple examples of self-control. We will use easy words so you can understand well. I hope this conversation helps you learn English and think about your own habits too.
What do you think about self-control, Mark?
Yes, Anna, I agree with you. Self-control is very important, but sometimes it is difficult. I also have moments when I want to relax instead of working, but I try to control myself and finish my tasks first. It makes me feel good after that. I think self-control helps us reach our goals. If we practice every day, we can get better. Even small actions can make a big difference. I am happy to share my experiences and learn from you too.
That's true, Mark. Small actions are very important. We do not need to be perfect. We just need to try a little every day. I think self-control is like a skill. We can learn it and improve over time. Sometimes we make mistakes, and that is okay. We can try again the next day. I also think it is important to be kind to ourselves. If we are too strict, we may feel stressed. So we need balance in our life.
I like that idea, Anna. Balance is very important. If we have too much control, life can feel hard. But if we have no control, we may have problems. So we need a good balance. For example, we can work hard but also take time to rest. We can eat healthy food but also enjoy some treats. I think self-control is about making good choices most of the time. It is okay to relax sometimes too.
Yes, Mark, I agree. Self-control is not about saying no to everything. It is about making good decisions. For example, I try to manage my time better. I make a simple plan for my day. This helps me stay focused and not waste time. Sometimes I still get distracted, but I try again. I think planning is a good way to practice self-control. It helps me feel more organized and calm.
That is a great idea, Anna. Planning is very helpful. I also try to make a plan for my day. I write down my tasks and do them one by one. This helps me stay focused. When I finish my tasks, I feel proud. Self-control also helps me avoid bad habits, like using my phone too much. It is not easy, but I try to limit my time. These small changes help me a lot in my daily life.
I understand that, Mark. Using the phone too much is a common problem. I also try to control that. Sometimes I put my phone away when I study or work. It helps me concentrate better. I think self-control is very useful for students and workers. It helps us use our time well and reach our goals. Even small steps can help us improve.
Yes, Anna, that is very true. Self-control is useful for everyone. It helps us in school, work, and daily life. We can start with small habits and improve step by step. I think it is important to stay patient. Change takes time. We should not give up if it is difficult. I hope our listeners can learn something from our conversation and try to practice self-control in their life.
Thank you, Mark. I think this is a great start to our topic. We talked about what self-control is and why it is important. I hope our listeners can understand and feel interested. In the next part, we will talk about simple examples of self-control in daily life. This will help you learn more useful expressions and ideas.
Yes, Anna, that sounds great. Dear listeners, thank you for listening to our introduction. We hope you enjoy this topic and learn new English words. Now we will move to part 1, where we talk about daily examples of self-control. Please stay with us and continue listening. Let's begin the next part of our podcast now.
Let's start part 1 and talk about simple examples of self-control in daily life. For me, one example is waking up early. Sometimes I want to sleep more, but I try to get up on time. It is not easy, especially on cold mornings. I tell myself I need to start my day. Another example is studying.
Sometimes I feel lazy, but I try to sit down and study for at least a short time. Even 10 minutes is okay. These small actions are part of self-control. They help me stay focused and do what I need to do every day.
That is a great example, Anna. For me, self-control is also important when I use my phone. I like to watch videos and check social media, but sometimes I spend too much time. So I try to limit my phone use. For example, I do not use my phone when I work or study. I put it away and focus on my tasks. It is difficult at first, but it becomes easier with time. This small habit helps me be more productive. I think many people have this problem, so it is a good example of self-control.
Yes, Mark, I have the same problem with my phone. Another example for me is eating. I like sweet food, like chocolate and cake. Sometimes I want to eat a lot, but I try to stop myself. I tell myself to eat a small amount. This is not easy, but it is important for my health. I think food is a common situation where we need self-control. We can still enjoy food, but we need to be careful. This is a good way to practice self-control every day.
I agree, Anna. Food is a good example. I also try to eat healthy food during the week. Sometimes I want fast food, but I try to choose better options. Another example is exercise. After work, I often feel tired and want to rest, but I try to go for a walk or do some exercise. Even a short walk is good. It helps my body and mind. Self-control helps me choose what is good for me, even when I don't feel like doing it.
That is very true, Mark. Exercise is a great example. Another situation for me is time management. Sometimes I want to watch TV or relax, but I have work to do, so I try to finish my tasks first. After that, I can relax without worry. This makes me feel better. I think self-control helps us use our time wisely. If we always choose fun first, we may have problems later. So it is important to balance work and rest.
Yes, Anna, time management is very important. I also try to follow a schedule. I plan my day and do my tasks step by step. Sometimes I do not want to follow the plan, but I try my best. Another example is saving money. When I go shopping, I sometimes want to buy many things, but I ask myself, do I really need this? This helps me spend less money. Self-control helps me make better decisions with my money.
That is a very good point, Mark. Saving money is also part of self-control. I try to do the same. Before I buy something, I think carefully. Another example is emotions. Sometimes I feel angry or upset. In those moments, I try to stay calm and not say bad things. It is not easy, but I try to take a deep breath and think first. I think self-control is not only about actions, but also about feelings. It helps us have better relationships with others.
I agree, Anna. Controlling emotions is very important. Sometimes I feel stressed or angry, but I try to stay calm. I may take a short break or go for a walk. This helps me feel better. Another example is talking. Sometimes I want to interrupt others, but I try to listen first. This is also self-control. It helps me communicate better. These small actions can improve our daily life and our relationships with people.
Yes, Mark, listening is very important. I also try to listen more and speak less sometimes. It helps me understand others better. Another example is keeping promises. If I say I will do something, I try to do it. Even if I feel tired or busy, I try to keep my word. This is also self-control. It shows responsibility and respect. I think these small habits help us become better people step by step.
That is a great example, Anna. Keeping promises is very important. I also try to be responsible. If I have work to do, I try to finish it on time. Sometimes I feel lazy, but I remind myself why it is important. Self-control helps me stay on track. It's not always easy, but it's worth it. These daily examples show that self-control is part of many small actions in our life.
Yes, Mark, I think we shared many good examples. Self-control is everywhere in our daily life. From waking up early to managing our emotions, we use it all the time. I hope our listeners can understand these examples and think about their own habits. Maybe they can try one small change today. It can make a big difference over time.
That's right, Anna. Small changes can lead to big results. I hope our listeners learned some useful ideas and simple English expressions. Talking about daily examples is a great way to practice English. Now we are ready to move to part 2. In the next part, we will talk about how to improve self-control and build good habits. Let's continue our conversation together.
Now let's talk about how to improve self-control. For me, one helpful way is to start with small goals. I do not try to change everything at once. For example, if I want to study more, I start with just 10 or 15 minutes a day. This feels easy and I can continue. Another way is to make a simple plan. I write down my tasks for the day. When I see my plan, I feel more focused. These small steps help me build good habits slowly. I think anyone can try this and improve little by little.
That is a very good idea, Anna. Starting small is very important. For me, another way to improve self-control is to remove distractions. For example, when I study or work, I put my phone in another room. This helps me focus better. I also try to create a good environment. I keep my desk clean and quiet. This makes it easier to concentrate. I think our environment can help or stop our self-control, so we should make it simple and comfortable for work and study.
Yes, Mark, the environment is very important. Another way I improve my self-control is by making a routine. When I do the same things every day, it becomes a habit. For example, I study at the same time every evening. At first, it was hard, but now it feels normal. I do not think too much. I just do it. This helps me save energy and stay consistent. I think routines are very helpful for building good habits and improving self-control.
I agree, Anna. A routine makes things easier. Another tip is to reward yourself. When I finish my work or reach a small goal, I give myself a reward. It can be something simple, like watching a short video or eating a snack. This makes me feel good and motivates me to continue. I think rewards are helpful because they make hard tasks more enjoyable. We just need to keep the rewards small and not overdo them.
That is a great idea, Mark. Rewards can make a big difference. Another way I improve my self-control is by thinking about my goal. For example, if I want to be healthy, I remember this when I choose my food. It helps me make better decisions. I also try to stay positive. If I make a mistake, I do not feel too bad. I just try again. I think a positive mind is very important when we want to change our habits.
Yes, Anna. Thinking about your goal is very helpful. I also try to remember why I want to change. Another method I use is to take breaks. If I work for a long time, I feel tired and lose focus. So I work for a short time, then take a short break. This helps we stay fresh and continue. I think working too much without rest is not good. Balance is very important for self-control and good performance.
I agree, Mark. Breaks are very helpful. Another tip is to ask for support. Sometimes I talk to my friends about my goals. They support me and give me advice. This makes me feel stronger. It is easier to stay focused when someone understands you. I think we do not need to do everything alone. Support from others can help us improve faster and feel more confident.
That is a very good point, Anna. Support is important. I also think it is helpful to track your progress. For example, I write down what I do every day. When I see my progress, I feel proud. It motivates me to continue. Even small progress is important. It shows that we are moving forward. This can help us stay consistent and not give up.
Yes, Mark, tracking progress is a great idea. It helps us see our improvement. Another thing I do is keep things simple. If my plan is too big, I feel tired and stop. So I keep my goals small and clear. This makes it easier to follow. I think simple plans are better for beginners. They help us build strong habits step by step.
I agree, Anna. Simple is always better. Another tip is to be patient. Self-control does not improve in one day. It takes time. Sometimes we feel slow, but that's okay. We should keep trying. I think patience is very important. If we continue, we will see results in the future.
That is very true, Mark. Patience is key. I think we shared many useful ways to improve self-control. Starting small, making a routine, taking breaks, and staying positive are all helpful. I hope our listeners can try these ideas in their daily life. Even one small change can make a difference.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion.
I hope our listeners learned something useful and easy to understand. Improving self-control is possible for everyone. We just need to take small steps and keep going. Now, we are ready to move to part 3, where we will talk about challenges and how to deal with them. Let's continue together.
Now let's talk about challenges in self-control. For me, one big challenge is feeling lazy. Sometimes I do not want to do anything, even simple tasks. On those days, it is very hard to follow my plan. I just want to stay in bed or watch videos. But I try to start with a very small action, like standing up or opening my book. After I start, it becomes easier. I think the hardest part is the beginning. If we can start, we can continue. This is my way to deal with lazy feelings.
I understand that, Anna. I also feel lazy sometimes. Another challenge for me is stress. When I feel stressed, I want to avoid my work. I may watch videos or eat snacks instead of working. It is not a good habit. So I try to manage my stress first. I take deep breaths or go for a short walk. This helps me feel calm. After that, I can focus better. I think it is important to understand our feelings and deal with them before we try to control our actions.
That is a very good point, Mark. Understanding feelings is important. Another challenge for me is distractions. For example, when I study, I sometimes check my phone again and again. It breaks my focus. To solve this, I put my phone far away or turn it off. It is a simple action, but it helps a lot. I think removing distractions is a strong way to improve self-control. We need to make it easier to focus and harder to get distracted.
Yes, Anna, distractions are a big problem. Another challenge is losing motivation. Sometimes I feel excited at the beginning, but later I lose interest. When this happens, I remind myself why I started. I think about my goals again. This helps me continue. I also try to change my routine a little to make it more interesting. For example, I study in a different place or listen to music. Small changes can help us feel fresh and motivated again.
I like that idea, Mark. Changing things a little can help a lot. Another challenge is being too strict with myself. Sometimes I want to do everything perfectly. If I make a mistake, I feel bad and lose motivation. So now I try to be more kind to myself. I accept that mistakes are normal. I just try again. I think self-control is not about being perfect. It is about trying again and not giving up. This makes me feel more relaxed and strong.
That is a very important idea, Anna. Being too strict can make things harder. Another challenge for me is time pressure. When I have many tasks, I feel overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. In this situation, I try to choose one small task and begin. After I finish one thing, I feel better and continue. I think breaking big tasks into small steps is a good way to deal with pressure. It makes everything feel easier and more possible.
Yes, Mark, breaking tasks is very helpful. Another challenge is bad habits. Sometimes we repeat the same bad actions, like eating too much or wasting time. It is hard to stop. For me, I try to replace a bad habit with a good one. For example, if I want to eat snacks, I try to eat fruit instead. This is not perfect, but it is better. I think changing habits takes time, but small changes can help us improve slowly.
I agree, Anna. Replacing habits is a smart way. Another challenge is feeling tired. When I'm very tired, I have less self-control. I make bad choices more easily. So, I try to take care of my body. I sleep enough and take breaks during the day. Good rest helps me think clearly and make better decisions. I think health is very important for self-control. If we feel good, it is easier to control our actions.
That is very true, Mark. Health is very important. Another challenge is comparing ourselves to others. Sometimes I see other people doing very well and I feel bad. I think I am not good enough. But now I try to focus on my own progress. I do not need to be like others. I just need to improve little by little. This helps me stay positive and continue my journey. Self-control is personal and everyone has their own speed.
Yes, Anna, that is a very healthy way to think. Everyone is different.
Another challenge is giving up too quickly. Sometimes we try for a few days and then stop, but real change needs time. I try to remind myself to keep going, even if it's slow. I focus on small progress, not big results. This helps me stay patient. I think consistency is more important than speed. Doing a little every day is better than doing a lot once and stopping.
I agree, Mark. Consistency is very important. We talked about many challenges, like laziness, stress, distractions, and bad habits. These are normal problems, and everyone has them. The important thing is to find simple ways to deal with them. I hope our listeners can understand that they are not alone. We all try and learn every day.
Yes, Anna, this was a very helpful discussion. We shared many real challenges and simple solutions. I hope our listeners feel encouraged and ready to try. Self-control is not easy, but it is possible. With practice and patience, we can improve. Now, we are ready to move to the ending and finish our podcast. Thank you for staying with us.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about self-control and shared many simple ideas and examples. I hope you enjoyed our conversation and found it helpful. Remember, self-control is something we can practice every day. Start with small steps and be kind to yourself. You do not need to be perfect. Just try your best and keep going. Thank you, Mark, for this great talk. I really enjoyed it. I hope our listeners can join us again next time. Take care and see you soon. Goodbye.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about self-control with you today. I hope this podcast helped you learn new words and simple ways to talk in English. More importantly, I hope it helped you think about your own habits. Remember to stay patient and keep practicing. Small changes can make a big difference over time. I also enjoyed our conversation very much, Anna. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Have a wonderful day, and we hope to see you again in our next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here today. We will talk about self-defense. This topic is important for many people, especially beginners who want to feel safe in daily life. I am not an expert, but I want to learn more together with you. In this podcast, we will use simple language and easy ideas so everyone can understand. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will share our thoughts, small tips, and simple examples. I hope you feel relaxed, comfortable, and ready to listen and learn something useful today.
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone listening. My name is Mark, and I am also very glad to be here. Self-defense is a topic that can help people feel stronger and more confident. Like Anna said, we will keep everything simple and clear because this podcast is for beginners. You do not need any special knowledge. We will talk about basic ideas like how to stay aware, how to avoid danger, and how to react in simple situations. I think learning step by step is the best way. So please relax, listen carefully, and think about how these ideas can help you in your everyday life.
Thank you, Mark. I feel excited because this topic is very useful. Many people think self-defense is only about fighting, but it is not true. It is also about being careful, thinking clearly, and staying calm. I believe even small knowledge can help a lot. For example, knowing where to go, who to ask for help, and how to move safely can make a big difference. Today, we will try to make everything easy to understand. We will not use difficult words. I hope everyone listening can follow us and maybe try some simple ideas in their own life after this podcast.
Yes, that is a very good point, Anna. Self-defense is not only about physical action. It also includes your mind and your decisions. Sometimes the best self-defense is to avoid a bad situation before it starts. That means paying attention to your surroundings and trusting your feelings. If something feels wrong, it's okay to leave. In this podcast, we will talk about these simple but important ideas. We want to help people feel more prepared, not scared. When you understand what to do, you can feel more relaxed and confident in your daily routine.
I like what you said about feelings, Mark. I think many people ignore their feelings, but they are important. If you feel unsafe, you should listen to that feeling.
Also, I think it is good to remember that self-defense is for everyone. It does not matter if you are young or old, strong or not strong. Everyone can learn simple ways to protect themselves. In this podcast, we will speak slowly and clearly so beginners can understand easily. I hope our listeners feel like they are having a friendly conversation with us, not a difficult lesson.
That is true, Anna. We want this to feel like a friendly talk. No pressure, no stress. Just simple ideas that anyone can understand and use. I also think it's important to say that learning self-defense takes time. You do not need to learn everything today. Even one small idea can help you. For example, looking around when you walk or keeping your phone ready can be helpful. These are small actions, but they can make you safer. So today, we will start with easy steps and build slowly. That way, everyone can follow along without feeling confused.
Yes, step by step is the best way. I also want to say that practice is important. Even if the ideas are simple, you need to think about them and maybe try them in your daily life. For example, when you walk home, you can look around and notice what is happening near you. This is a small practice, but it helps you become more aware. In this podcast, we will give examples like this, so you can imagine real situations. I think this will help listeners understand better and feel more ready if something happens.
I agree, Anna. Examples are very helpful. When people can imagine a situation, they can understand what to do more clearly. We will try to give simple and real examples, not complicated ones. Also, we want to remind everyone that safety is very important, but we do not want anyone to feel afraid all the time. The goal is to feel calm and prepared. When you know what to do, you feel stronger inside. That's what self-defense is about. It's not about fear, but about confidence and smart thinking in everyday life.
That makes me feel better, Mark. I think many people feel nervous when they hear the word self-defense, but like you said, it's about confidence, not fear. I hope our listeners feel more relaxed now. We are here to support them with simple ideas. Also, we will keep our conversation easy and friendly so it feels natural. If you are listening at home or outside, just take your time and enjoy the talk. You don't need to remember everything. Just listen and think about what feels useful for you.
Yes, Anna, that is a good way to listen. Just take what you need. Everyone is different, so different ideas can help different people. In this podcast, we will share many small tips, and you can choose what works for you. There's no perfect way. The important thing is to stay aware and make safe choices. We will also repeat some ideas to make them clear, because repetition helps learning. So if you hear something again, it's okay. It means it's important and useful for beginners.
I think repetition is very helpful too. When we hear something many times, it becomes easier to remember. That is why we will keep our language simple and repeat key ideas. This will help everyone understand better. Also, I want to remind our listeners that it is okay to ask questions or think deeply about these topics later. Self-defense is not only about listening, it is also about thinking and understanding your own situation. Each person has a different life, so it is good to think about what works best for you.
That is very true, Anna. Everyone has a different environment and different experiences, so it is important to think about your own daily life. Where do you go? Who do you meet? What situations do you face? These questions can help you understand how to use self-defense ideas. In this podcast, we will keep things general and simple, but you can always adjust the ideas to your life. That way, the information becomes more useful and practical for you. This is a good way to learn and grow slowly.
I feel like we are ready to begin our topic now. We have talked about why self-defense is important and how we will keep everything simple. I hope our listeners feel comfortable and interested. We will move step by step and explain everything clearly. Remember, this is a friendly space to learn. You don't need to be perfect or know everything. Just listening is already a good start. So let's continue our conversation and begin with the first ideas about self-defense.
Yes, Anna, let's begin. I'm excited to share these ideas with you and everyone listening. We will start with simple basics and build from there.
Remember, self-defense is about awareness, calm thinking, and small, smart actions. You do not need special skills to start, just an open mind and a willingness to learn. So stay with us, listen carefully, and enjoy the conversation as we move into the first part of our topic.
So, Mark, let's start with something very simple. What is self-defense for beginners? I think many people feel confused about this. For me, self-defense means staying safe and avoiding danger. It is not only about fighting, it is about thinking, watching, and making good choices. For example, when I walk alone, I try to stay in bright places and not look at my phone too much. I think these small actions are part of self-defense. They help me feel safer. What do you think beginners should understand first about self-defense in daily life?
I think you explained it very well, Anna. For beginners, the first idea is awareness. This means you look around and notice what is happening near you. Many people walk and only look at their phones, but this can be dangerous. If you are aware, you can see problems early and avoid them. Another important idea is distance. If you feel uncomfortable with someone, you can move away. You do not need to wait for a problem. Just leave the place. These simple actions are easy but very powerful for beginners.
Yes, awareness is very important. I try to practice it every day. For example, when I take the bus, I look around and notice who is near me. I also check where the exits are. It makes me feel more ready. I think beginners can start with these small habits. They are not difficult, but they can help a lot. Also, I think it is important to walk with confidence. Even if you feel a little nervous, you can try to stand straight and look forward. This can make you look stronger and less like an easy target.
That is a great point, Anna. Body language is very important. When you walk with confidence, people see you differently. You do not need to be strong, but you can show that you are aware and ready. Another simple tip is to keep your hands free. If your hands are busy, it is harder to react, so try not to carry too many things. Also, if you have a bag, keep it close to your body. These are small things, but they can make a big difference in your safety.
I see. That makes sense. Keeping hands free sounds simple, but I never thought about it deeply. I also think it is important to know where you are going. If you look lost, it can make you feel more unsafe. So before you go somewhere new, maybe you can check the map first. That way you feel more confident. Also, if you feel unsure, you can ask for help in a safe place, like a store. These small ideas can help beginners feel more prepared.
Yes, planning is a very good idea. When you know your way, you feel calmer and safer. Another important thing is to trust your feelings. If something feels wrong, it is okay to leave quickly. You do not need to be polite in a dangerous situation. Your safety is more important. Many beginners forget this. They worry about being rude, but it is better to be safe. So always listen to your instincts. They can help you make good decisions.
I agree with that. Sometimes people feel shy, but safety comes first. I also think it is good to stay in public places when possible. If you are alone at night, try to stay where there are lights and people. This can reduce risk. Also, walking with a friend is always safer than walking alone. These are simple ideas, but they are very helpful for beginners. You do not need special skills to do these things.
That is true, Anna. Being in public and staying visible can help a lot. Another idea is to avoid distractions. For example, wearing headphones very loud can stop you from hearing what is happening around you. It is better to keep the volume low or not use them in risky places. Also, try to keep your phone ready but not always in your hand. You should be able to use it quickly if needed. These small habits can improve your awareness.
Yes, I sometimes use headphones, so I will be more careful now. I think many beginners do this without thinking. Another idea is to have a simple plan. For example, if something happens, what will you do? Maybe you will go to a shop or call someone. Thinking about this before can help you stay calm. When you already have a plan, you don't panic easily. This is also part of self-defense, I think.
That is a very smart idea, Anna. Having a plan can make a big difference. Even a simple plan is enough. For example, know the emergency number in your country or have a trusted contact ready. Also, try to remember safe places near you, like police stations or busy stores. These can help in difficult situations. Beginners do not need complex plans, just simple steps that are easy to remember and use.
I feel like these ideas are very practical. They are easy to understand and easy to use. I think beginners will feel more confident after hearing this. Self-defense does not feel so difficult now. It is more about small habits and smart thinking. I like that we focus on simple things. It makes learning easier and less stressful.
I agree, Anna. Simple ideas are the best way to start. When beginners learn these basics, they build a strong foundation. Later, they can learn more if they want, but even these simple steps can help a lot in daily life. Awareness, confidence, planning, and trusting your feelings are key ideas. If people remember these, they are already improving their safety. This is a great start for anyone new to self-defense.
Now that we talked about awareness and simple habits, I want to ask about actions, Mark. What can a beginner do if a situation feels dangerous? I think many people feel scared because they do not know how to react. For me, I think the first step is to stay calm and not panic. If I panic, I cannot think clearly. Also, I think using your voice is important. You can say stop or go away loudly. This can surprise the other person and also get attention from people nearby. What simple actions do you think beginners can use?
That is a very good question, Anna. Yes, staying calm is very important, even if it is not easy. Beginners can practice simple reactions. Like you said, using your voice is powerful. A loud and clear voice can stop someone or bring help. Another action is to move quickly to a safer place. Do not stay in the same spot. Try to go where there are more people or light. Also, keep some distance if possible. You do not need to fight. Your goal is to leave the situation safely and quickly.
I like that idea. Leaving safely is the goal. I think many people believe they must fight, but that is not always true. Running away can be the best choice. I also think it is good to use simple movements. For example, if someone tries to grab you, you can pull your arm back and step away fast. You do not need complex techniques, just simple, quick actions. Beginners should focus on easy things they can remember and use in real life.
Exactly, Anna. Simple is best for beginners. Another helpful idea is to protect your personal space. If someone comes too close, you can step back and raise your hands a little, like you are ready. This is not fighting, but it shows you are alert. Also, your hands are ready to move if needed. If the situation becomes more serious, you can push away and run. The goal is always to create space and escape, not to stay and fight.
That makes sense. Creating space sounds very important. I also think it is helpful to use objects around you. For example, if you have a bag, you can use it to keep distance, or you can move behind something like a table or a car. This can give you time to think and move away. These are simple ideas, but they can be very useful. Beginners can look around and use what they see.
Yes, using your environment is a smart idea. You do not need special tools. Just use what is around you. Another important point is to keep your balance. Try to stand in a stable way so you do not fall easily. If you fall, it is harder to move quickly, so keep your feet strong and ready. Also, if you need to run, run in a clear direction, not randomly. Know where you are going, even if it is just a safe place nearby.
I understand. Balance and direction are very important. I think beginners can practice this by thinking about it in daily life. For example, when walking, they can notice where they can go if something happens. This is like mental practice. It helps you react faster. Also, I think breathing is important. If you breathe slowly, you can stay calmer. This can help you think better in a stressful moment.
That is a great point, Anna. Breathing can help control fear. Even one deep breath can make a difference. Another idea is to keep things simple in your mind. Do not try to remember many steps. Just think, make space, move away, find help. These three ideas are enough for beginners. If you keep it simple, you can act faster. Too many ideas can make you confused in a real situation.
Yes, simple steps are easier to remember. I also think it is important to practice saying words like stop or help. Sometimes people feel shy, but practice can make it easier. You can even try it at home. It may feel funny, but it helps. When you need it, your voice will come out more naturally. This is a small but useful practice for beginners.
I agree, Anna. Practice is very helpful, even for simple things like speaking loudly. Another idea is to stay focused on your goal. Your goal is safety, not winning, so do not stay longer than needed. As soon as you have a chance, leave. Also, after you reach a safe place, you can call for help or talk to someone. This is also part of self-defense, knowing what to do after the situation.
That is very important. Many people only think about the moment, but after is also important. Talking to someone or calling for help can make you feel safer and supported. I think beginners should remember they are not alone. There are always people who can help. Knowing this can give more confidence.
Yes, Anna, that is a very good message. Self-defense is not only about your body, but also about your actions before and after a situation. Simple actions like speaking loudly, moving away, using space, and finding help are very powerful. Beginners do not need advanced skills. These basic ideas are already very useful. If people remember and practice them, they can feel more prepared and safer in their daily life.
Now I want to talk about learning more over time. Mark, what can beginners do if they want to improve their self-defense skills? I think after learning basic ideas, some people may want to practice more. For example, they can join a simple class or watch lessons online. But it can feel confusing because there are many options. I think it is important to choose something easy and not too fast. Beginners should feel comfortable and not scared. Also, learning with other people can be fun and helpful. What do you think is a good way to continue learning?
That is a great question, Anna. Yes, after basics, beginners can slowly learn more. I think joining a class is a very good idea. In a class, you can practice with the teacher and other students. This helps you understand movements better. But it is important to choose a beginner-friendly class. The teacher should explain slowly and clearly. Also, you should feel safe and respected there. Another way is to practice simple movements at home. Even small practice can help your body remember what to do in a real situation.
I like the idea of practicing at home. It feels easy and not stressful. You can repeat simple actions like stepping back or using your voice. I also think watching videos can help, but beginners should be careful. Some videos are too advanced or too fast. It is better to choose simple lessons for beginners. Also, I think it is important to not compare yourself to others. Everyone learns at a different speed. It is okay to be slow and take your time.
Yes, that is very important, Anna. Learning slowly is better than rushing. Another idea is to stay consistent. You do not need to practice every day, but try to practice regularly. For example, once or twice a week is enough for beginners. This helps you remember what you learn. Also, try to focus on a few skills, not many. Too many skills can be confusing. Simple and clear practice is more effective.
Consistency sounds like a good plan. I also think it is important to stay positive. Sometimes learning new things can feel difficult, but that is normal. Beginners should not feel bad if they forget something. They can just try again. Also, I think talking with others can help. If you have friends in the same class, you can practice together and share ideas. This makes learning more enjoyable.
I agree, Anna. Learning with others can give you motivation. Another important point is to understand your limits. Do not push yourself too hard. If something feels uncomfortable or unsafe, it is okay to stop. Self-defense is about safety, so your training should also be safe. Listen to your body and take breaks when needed. This will help you learn in a healthy way.
Yes, safety in training is very important. I also think it is good to review what you learn. For example, after a class or practice, you can think about what you did. This helps you remember better. You can even write simple notes like use voice or step back fast. These small notes can help you keep the ideas in your mind.
That is a very good idea, Anna. Writing notes can make learning stronger. Another tip is to ask questions. If you don't understand something, you can ask your teacher or look for simple answers. There's no problem in asking. It shows you want to learn. Beginners should feel free to ask and explore. This will help them grow more confident.
I feel like confidence is a big part of this. The more you learn and practice, the more confident you feel. And this confidence can help you in real situations. Even your body language can change. You walk more straight and look more aware. I think this is a very positive result of learning self-defense.
Yes, confidence is one of the best results. It helps not only in safety, but also in daily life. Another thing to remember is to keep learning simple and realistic. Do not try to learn everything at once. Focus on what you can use in real life. This makes your learning more practical and useful.
That makes sense. I think beginners should always remember why they started. The goal is to feel safe and prepared, not to become perfect. If they keep this in mind, learning can stay simple and enjoyable. It is not a race, it is a personal journey.
Exactly, Anna. Self-defense is a journey, not a quick result. Step by step, beginners can improve and feel stronger. With simple practice, good habits, and a calm mind, anyone can learn. The most important thing is to keep going and not give up. Even small progress is very valuable in the long run.
We are now at the end of our conversation, and I feel very happy about what we shared today. We talked about simple ideas, basic actions, and ways to keep learning self-defense. I hope our listeners feel more relaxed and a little more confident now. Remember, self-defense is not about being perfect or strong all the time. It's about being aware, making good choices, and staying calm. Even small steps can help a lot. Thank you for listening and spending your time with us. I hope you can take some of these ideas and use them in your daily life.
Yes, Anna, I feel the same. This was a very helpful and friendly conversation. We started with simple ideas and moved step by step. I hope beginners now understand that self-defense can be easy to learn. You do not need to be afraid of this topic. Just start small and keep practicing. Awareness, confidence, and simple actions can make a big difference. Thank you to everyone who listened to us today. We are very glad to share this time with you. Take care, stay safe, and remember that learning slowly is always a good way to grow.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will use simple English and speak slowly. Today, our topic is self-study. Self-study means learning by yourself, without a teacher in the room. Many people study alone at home or in a quiet place. It can be very useful and flexible. In this episode, we will talk about how we study by ourselves and share simple ideas. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will talk together. I hope you enjoy listening.
Hi, everyone. I am Mark. Thank you, Anna, for the introduction. I am excited to talk about self-study today. It is a very helpful skill, especially for learning languages or new subjects. Many people do not always have a teacher, so they study alone. In this podcast, we will use easy English so you can understand clearly. We will share our habits, ideas, and tips for self-study. I hope this conversation helps you learn English and also improve your own study methods. Let's enjoy learning together.
Mark, I think self-study is very important today. Many people learn online or at home. For me, self-study gives me freedom. I can choose what I want to learn and when I want to study. But sometimes it is also difficult because I need to stay focused by myself. There is no teacher to guide me all the time. So I think it is important to have good habits. What do you think about self-study, Mark?
Yes, Anna, I agree with you. Self-study is very useful, but it needs discipline. For me, it is a good way to learn at my own speed. If something is easy, I move fast. If something is difficult, I take more time. I also like that I can choose my own materials, like videos or books. But sometimes I feel lazy, and it is hard to continue. So I think motivation is very important when we study alone.
That is a good point, Mark. Motivation is very important. I also think having a goal helps a lot. When I have a clear goal, like learning new words or finishing a lesson, I feel more focused. Without a goal, I may feel lost. Self-study needs planning and direction. I hope our listeners can think about their own goals while listening to us.
Yes, Anna, goals give us direction. I also think time management is important. When we study alone, we need to decide when to study and how long. If we do not plan our time, we may not study at all. So I try to make a simple schedule. It helps me stay on track.
I agree, Mark. A schedule can help a lot. I also think self-study can be fun. We can choose topics we like. For example, I like learning English through videos and songs. It makes learning interesting. When learning is fun, it is easier to continue.
That is true, Anna. Enjoying the process is important. If we like what we learn, we will study more. I also think self-study helps us become independent. We learn how to solve problems by ourselves. This is a very useful skill in life.
Yes, Mark, independence is very important. Self-study teaches us to take responsibility for our learning. We cannot wait for someone else. We need to take action. This can make us stronger learners.
I agree, Anna. It also builds confidence. When we learn something by ourselves, we feel proud. It shows that we can do it. This feeling is very motivating.
That is a great point, Mark. Feeling proud of our progress is very important. Even small progress is good. I think self-study is a journey, and we learn step by step.
Yes, Anna, step by step is the best way. We should not rush. Learning takes time, and that is okay.
Thank you, Mark. I think we had a great introduction to our topic. We talked about what self-study is and why it is important. I hope our listeners are ready to learn more.
Yes, Anna, this was a great start. Dear listeners, thank you for listening. Now we will move to part 1, where we will talk about simple self-study habits. Let's continue together.
Let's start part 1 and talk about simple self-study habits. For me, one important habit is having a fixed study time. I try to study at the same time every day. This helps me build a routine. When the time comes, I feel ready to study. Another habit is starting with small tasks. I do not try to study too much at once. For example, I learn a few new words or read a short text. This feels easy and helps me continue. I think small and regular study is better than long and irregular study.
That is a great habit, Anna. For me, another important habit is having a clean and quiet place to study. When my space is clean, I can focus better. I also try to remove distractions. For example, I turn off my phone or put it away. This helps me stay focused on my work. I also prepare my materials before I start. This saves time and helps me begin quickly. I think a good study environment is very important for self-study.
Yes, Mark, the environment is very important. Another habit I have is making a simple plan before I study. I decide what I will learn that day. For example, I may choose to practice speaking or review grammar. When I have a plan, I feel more organized. I also feel happy when I finish my plan. It gives me a sense of success. I think planning helps us use our time better and stay focused.
I agree, Anna. Planning is very useful. Another habit I follow is reviewing what I learned. After I study something new, I go back and check it again. This helps me remember better. For example, if I learn new words, I review them the next day. Repetition is very important in learning. It helps us keep information in our memory for a long time.
That is a great idea, Mark. Reviewing is very helpful. Another habit I have is speaking out loud. When I learn English, I try to say words and sentences aloud. This helps me improve my pronunciation. It also makes me more confident. Even if I am alone, I practice speaking. I think this is a simple but powerful habit for language learning.
Yes, Anna, speaking out loud is very effective. Another habit I use is using different materials. For example, I watch videos, read books, and listen to audio. This makes learning more interesting. It also helps me learn in different ways. Sometimes I feel bored with one method, so I change it. Variety can help us stay motivated and enjoy studying more.
I agree, Mark. Using different materials is fun. Another habit I try is setting small goals for each study session. For example, I decide to learn 5 new words or complete one lesson. When I reach my goal, I feel good. It gives me motivation to continue. Small goals are easy to achieve and help us build confidence.
That is a very good habit, Anna. Another thing I do is take short breaks. Studying for a long time can be tiring, so I study for a short time and then rest for a few minutes. This helps me stay fresh and focused. I think breaks are important for effective learning.
Yes, Mark, breaks are very important. Another habit I have is writing notes. When I write, I can remember things better. I write important words, ideas, and examples. Later, I can review my notes again. This helps me review easily. Writing is a simple way to support learning.
I agree, Anna. Writing helps a lot. Another habit I try is staying consistent. I study a little every day, even if I am busy. It is better to study for a short time every day than a long time once a week. Consistency helps build strong habits and steady progress.
That is very true, Mark. Consistency is key. I think we shared many simple and useful habits. These habits are easy to follow and can help anyone improve their self-study.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners found these habits helpful. Now we are ready to move to part 2, where we will talk about tools and methods for self-study. Let's continue together.
Now, let's talk about tools and methods for self-study. For me, one useful tool is a notebook. I write new words, simple sentences, and important ideas. Writing helps me remember better. I also like to use flashcards. I write a word on one side and the meaning on the other side. Then I review them again and again. This is a simple way to learn vocabulary. I think we do not need many tools. Even simple things like paper and a pen can help us study well.
That is a great point, Anna. Simple tools can be very powerful. For me, I like to use my phone for learning. There are many apps for studying languages or other subjects. I use apps to practice words, listen to audio, and do small quizzes. It is very convenient because I can study anywhere. For example, I can study on the bus or during a break. Technology can make self-study easier and more flexible.
Yes, Mark. Apps are very useful. Another method I use is watching videos. I watch simple English videos and try to understand them. Sometimes I watch the same video again to learn more. I also try to repeat what I hear. This helps me improve my listening and speaking. Videos make learning more interesting and fun. I think this is a good method for beginners.
I agree, Anna. Videos are very helpful. Another method I use is reading simple texts. I read short stories, articles, or dialogues. When I find new words, I check the meaning and write them down. Reading helps me understand sentence structure and improve my vocabulary. I try to read a little every day. It is a simple way to improve step by step.
That is a great method, Mark. I also like listening practice. I listen to audio, podcasts, or simple conversations. At first, I do not understand everything, but I keep listening. Over time, it becomes easier. Listening helps me get used to the sound of the language. I think it is important to listen often when we study by ourselves.
Yes, Anna, listening is very important. Another tool I use is online dictionaries. When I do not know a word, I quickly check the meaning. Some dictionaries also have pronunciation, so I can hear the correct sound. This helps me learn faster. It is a simple but very useful tool.
I agree, Mark. Dictionaries are very helpful. Another method I use is practicing speaking with myself. I try to make simple sentences and talk about my day. For example, I say, "Today I study English," or "I eat lunch at home." This helps me practice speaking even when I am alone. It may feel strange, but it works.
That is a great idea, Anna. Speaking alone is good practice. Another method I use is setting a timer. I study for a fixed time, like 20 minutes. When the time is over, I take a break. This helps me stay focused. It also makes studying feel easier because I know it will not be too long.
Yes, Mark. Using a timer is very helpful. Another tool I use is simple online courses. There are many free lessons on the internet. I follow the lessons step by step. It feels like having a teacher. This helps me stay organized and learn in a clear way.
I agree, Anna. Online courses are very useful. Another method I use is repeating and practicing again. Learning once is not enough. I try to review and practice many times. This helps me remember better. Repetition is a key part of learning.
That is very true, Mark. Repetition helps us remember.
I think we shared many useful tools and methods. They are simple and easy to use for beginners.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners can try these tools and methods in their self-study. Now we are ready to move to part 3, where we will talk about challenges and how to overcome them. Let's continue together.
Now let's talk about challenges in self-study. For me, one big challenge is staying motivated. When I study alone, sometimes I feel bored or tired. There is no teacher to push me, so it is easy to stop. To solve this, I try to remember my goal. For example, I want to speak English better. This helps me continue. I also try to make my study fun by using videos or games. I think motivation can change, so we need simple ways to keep going every day.
I understand that, Anna. Motivation is not always strong. Another challenge for me is feeling lazy. Sometimes I plan to study, but I do not start. To fix this, I try to begin with a very small task. For example, I open my book or learn one word. After I start, it becomes easier to continue. I think starting is the hardest part. If we can start, we can do more. This simple idea helps me study even on difficult days.
Yes, Mark, starting is very important. Another challenge for me is distractions. When I study, I sometimes check my phone or think about other things. This breaks my focus. To solve this, I put my phone away and choose a quiet place. I also study for a short time, like 20 minutes, so I can focus better. I think controlling distractions is very important for good self-study.
That is a great solution, Anna. Distractions are a big problem for many people. Another challenge is not understanding something. When I study alone, I cannot always ask a teacher. This can feel difficult. To solve this, I use the internet, books, or videos to find answers. I also try to be patient and not give up. Learning takes time, and it is okay not to understand everything at once.
I agree, Mark. Being patient is very important. Another challenge is forgetting what I learn. Sometimes I study something, but I forget it later. To fix this, I review my notes and practice again. Repetition helps me remember better. I think reviewing is a very important part of self-study.
Yes, Anna, reviewing is key. Another challenge for me is not having a clear plan. If I do not know what to study, I feel lost. So I try to make a simple plan before I start. This helps me stay organized and focused. A clear plan makes studying easier and more effective.
That is a very good point, Mark. Planning helps a lot. Another challenge is feeling alone. When we study by ourselves, we may feel lonely. To solve this, I sometimes study with friends online or share my progress with them. This makes me feel supported. I think it is good to connect with others, even in self-study.
I agree, Anna. Support is important. Another challenge is giving up too quickly. Sometimes people try self-study for a short time and then stop. But learning needs time. I try to remind myself to be patient and continue. Even small progress is good. Consistency is more important than speed.
Yes, Mark, consistency is very important. Another challenge is feeling stressed. When I think I must learn a lot, I feel pressure. So I try to keep my goals small and simple. This helps me feel relaxed and enjoy learning more.
That is a great idea, Anna. Keeping things simple is helpful. Another challenge is not believing in yourself. If we think we cannot learn, it is hard to continue. So I try to believe that I can improve step by step. Confidence grows with practice.
Another problem for me is feeling bored. Sometimes I study the same thing again and again, and it is not interesting. When I feel bored, I lose focus. To solve this, I try to change my study method. For example, I watch a video instead of reading, or I play a simple learning game. This makes study more fun. I think it is important to keep learning interesting so we can continue for a long time.
I understand that, Anna. Boredom is very common. Another challenge for me is not seeing progress.
Sometimes I study a lot, but I feel like I am not improving. This can make me feel sad. To fix this, I try to look at small progress. For example, I can understand more words than before. I can make simple sentences now. These small changes are important. I think we should notice our progress even if it is slow. It helps us stay motivated.
Yes, Mark, noticing progress is very important. Another challenge is studying too much at once. Sometimes I feel I must study for many hours, but then I get tired and stop. Now I try to study for a short time and take breaks. This helps me keep my energy. I think balance is very important. We should not push too hard. Learning should be steady and comfortable.
That is a great point, Anna. Balance is very important. Another challenge for me is not forgetting to review. Sometimes I learn new things, but I do not go back to them. Then I forget. To solve this, I make time for review every week. I check my notes and practice again. This helps me remember better. I think review is just as important as learning new things.
I agree, Mark. Review is very helpful. Another challenge is feeling shy to speak. Even when I study alone, I feel shy to speak English, but I try to practice anyway. I speak slowly and do not worry about mistakes. This helps me improve. I think we should not be afraid of mistakes. They are part of learning.
Yes, Anna, that is very true. Another challenge is not having a clear reason to study. If we do not know why we study, it is hard to continue. So I try to remind myself of my goal. For example, I want to travel and speak English. This gives me a reason to study. Having a clear reason helps us stay focused.
That is a very good idea, Mark. Having a reason is important. Another challenge is comparing with others. Sometimes I see other learners doing very well, and I feel not good enough. But now I try to focus on my own journey. Everyone learns at a different speed. I just try to improve step by step. This helps me stay positive.
I agree, Anna. Comparing can make us feel bad. Another challenge is stopping after a short time. Some people start self-study with energy, but then they stop. I try to continue even if I study only a little. Doing something small is better than doing nothing. This helps me build a strong habit.
Yes, Mark, small steps are very important. I think we talked about many challenges and solutions now. Self-study can be difficult, but we can find simple ways to continue. I hope our listeners feel more confident and ready to try.
Yes, Anna, this was a great continuation. We shared many real problems and easy solutions. I hope our listeners learned something useful. Now we are ready to move to the ending and finish our podcast. Thank you for staying with us.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about self-study and shared many simple ideas, tools, and challenges. I hope you enjoyed our conversation and found it easy to understand. Remember, self-study is a great way to learn at your own speed. You do not need to be perfect. Just start small and keep going every day. Try different methods and find what works for you. Thank you, Mark, for this great talk. I really enjoyed it. I hope our listeners will join us again next time. Take care and goodbye.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about self-study with you today. I hope this podcast helped you learn simple English and also gave you ideas for your own study. Remember to stay consistent, be patient, and believe in yourself. Learning takes time, but you can improve step by step. I also enjoyed our conversation very much, Anna. Thank you everyone for listening. Have a wonderful day, and we hope to see you again in our next episode. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, I have a very special topic for you. It is something many people do every day. Maybe you do it too. We all do it. We scroll on our phones. We look at videos, photos, and posts. We do it in the morning. We do it at night. We do it when we are bored. But is it good for us? Today, Mark and I want to talk about this. We want to help you understand why it is a problem, and we want to give you some simple tips.
I am so happy you are here with us today.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. Thank you for listening to our podcast today. I am very happy to be here with Anna. This topic is very important. I think every person with a phone knows this problem. You pick up your phone for 1 minute, then suddenly 30 minutes are gone. It happens to me too. I'm not perfect, but I learned some things that really helped me. Today, Anna and I will share what we know. We will use simple English so everyone can understand. So sit down, relax, and listen. Let's talk about scrolling together.
So, Mark, let's start with a simple question. What is scrolling? When we say scrolling, we mean moving your finger up and down on your phone screen. You see photos, short videos, and messages. Apps like TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube are very popular for this. You can scroll for a long time and not stop. The app always shows you something new, something funny, something interesting, and you keep watching. You don't even think about it. It just happens. So, Mark, how much do you think people scroll every day? Do you have any idea?
That is a great question, Anna. I read that many people scroll for 3 to 4 hours every day. That is a lot of time. Some people scroll even more. Think about it. 4 hours every day is like a part-time job. But we don't get paid for scrolling. We just use our time. And the apps want us to scroll more and more. They are very smart. They show us things we like, so we keep watching. I think many people don't know how much time they use. They think it is only a few minutes, but it is much more. This is the first big problem.
Yes, you are so right. And I want to talk about why scrolling feels so good. When you see something funny or nice, your brain feels happy. It gets a small reward. This feels good, so you want more. You scroll again and again. It is a little bit like eating candy. One candy is okay, but if you eat candy all day, it is not good for your body. Scrolling is the same. A little bit is okay, but too much is a problem. The apps know this. They want you to stay on your phone for a long time. That is how they make money. So they make scrolling feel very good.
Exactly, Anna. And the problem is that we don't notice it. You start watching one video, then the next video starts automatically. You don't choose it. The app chooses for you. Before you know it, you watched 20 videos. This is called an algorithm. It is a computer system. It knows what you like. It shows you more of the same things. This keeps you watching. It is very clever, but it is not always good for us. We lose control of our time. We stop doing other things, important things, like sleeping, eating, talking to friends, or doing work.
That is so true. Let me tell you something that happened to me. One night, I wanted to sleep, but I picked up my phone. I said to myself, only 5 minutes. But 1 hour later, I was still watching videos. My eyes were tired, but I couldn't stop. I think many people know this feeling. It is very hard to put the phone down. The next video always looks interesting. You think, just one more. But one more becomes 10 more. And then it is very late, and you are very tired the next morning. This is one big problem with scrolling at night.
Yes, I did the same thing many times. And the next day, I felt terrible. I was tired at work. I couldn't think clearly. My head was heavy. And why? Because of scrolling. I didn't get enough sleep. Sleep is very important for our health. When we don't sleep well, everything is harder. We feel bad. We are not happy. We can't do our best. And the reason is something so simple. We stayed on our phones too long. It sounds easy to fix, right? But it is not easy because we do it again and again. It becomes a habit.
Yes, it becomes a habit, and habits are hard to change. But what is a habit exactly? A habit is something you do automatically. You don't think about it. For example, you brush your teeth every morning. You don't decide, I will brush my teeth today. You just do it. Scrolling becomes the same. You pick up your phone automatically when you are waiting for the bus, when you are eating, even when you are talking with friends. You just do it. And then it is very hard to stop. But the good news is, habits can change. We can make new, better habits. And that is what we want to talk about today.
That gives me hope, Anna. So let's talk about it. What can we do?
I think the first step is to know the problem. You need to see how much you scroll. Many phones have a tool for this. It is called screen time. You can find it in your phone's settings. It shows you how many hours you use your phone and what apps you use the most. I was very surprised when I first looked at my screen time. I thought I used my phone for 1 hour a day, but the number was 4 hours. That was a big shock. Have you ever checked your screen time, Anna?
Yes, and I was also surprised. I think everyone should check their screen time first. It is the first step. When you see the number, you understand the problem better. It is easy to say, I don't scroll too much, but the number shows the truth. It is not about feeling, it is about facts. And when you know the facts, you can start to change. So step 1 is check your screen time. Look at the numbers. Be honest with yourself. Don't feel bad about it, just know it. Because you can't fix a problem you don't see. This is very important advice for everyone.
Great advice. So after you check your screen time, what is the next step? I think step 2 is to set a limit. Most phones let you set a time limit for each app. For example, you can say, I want to use Instagram for only 30 minutes today. When the time is over, the phone shows you a message. It says, your time is up. This is very helpful. At first, you might ignore it. That's okay, but slowly you start to notice. You become more aware, and awareness is very powerful. When you know you only have 30 minutes, you use the time better. You don't just scroll without thinking.
I love that idea. Setting limits is very helpful. And I want to add something. It is also good to have no phone times during the day. For example, no phone at the dinner table, no phone in the bedroom, no phone in the first 30 minutes of the morning. These are easy rules, but they make a big difference. When you eat without your phone, you enjoy your food more. You talk to your family more. You feel more present. And in the morning, if you don't look at your phone first, your day starts better. You feel calmer. You are not immediately full of news and videos. It is a very nice feeling.
That is a wonderful idea, Anna. I tried the no phone in the bedroom rule, and it really helped my sleep. I started putting my phone in the living room at night. At first, it was strange. I felt a little nervous, like something was missing. But after a few days, I slept much better. I woke up feeling refreshed. It was amazing. The phone was the problem all along, and the fix was so simple. Just move the phone to another room. If you use your phone as an alarm clock, you can buy a small clock instead. It's a small change, but the result is very good.
Yes, and I want to talk about another thing. Why do we scroll so much? Sometimes we scroll because we are bored. We don't know what to do, so we pick up the phone. It is the easiest thing to do. But what if we had other things to do? Fun things like reading a book, drawing, cooking, going for a walk, or calling a friend. These things are also fun, and they are better for us. So one good tip is to find a hobby, something you enjoy, something that keeps your hands and mind busy. When you have something fun to do, you don't need your phone as much.
That is so true. I started reading books again, real books on paper, not on a screen, and I love it. When I read, I forget about my phone. I enter a different world. It's very relaxing. Also, I started walking every evening, just 30 minutes. I leave my phone at home, or I put it in my pocket and don't look at it. I walk, look at trees, breathe fresh air. It feels wonderful. And when I come home, I feel calm and happy. I don't need to scroll because I already feel good. So finding offline activities is a very important tip.
I agree completely. And let's talk about social media specifically. Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, these apps are designed to make you scroll. They show you beautiful photos, funny videos, interesting stories. It is very hard to stop. But here is a tip. You can unfollow accounts that you don't need. If an account makes you feel bad about yourself, unfollow it. If it shows you things that make you angry, unfollow it. Keep only the accounts that make you happy or teach you something useful. When your feed is better, you enjoy it more, and you spend less time trying to find good content.
That is excellent advice. I did this too. I unfollowed many accounts. My feed became much smaller, but it became much better. Now when I open Instagram, I only see things I really like. So I spend less time looking for good content. I find it quickly, and then I close the app. Simple. Also, I turned off notifications. This was a big help. Before, every few minutes my phone made a sound. Ding, a new like. Ding, a new comment. Every time I heard the sound, I picked up the phone. Now, there is no sound, and I check the app only when I choose to, not because the phone called me.
Turning off notifications is such a good idea. I did this too, and my phone is now much quieter. I feel less stressed. Before, I was always reacting to my phone. The phone was in control. Now I am in control. I decide when to check my apps, not the other way around, and it feels really good. It is a small change, but it changes how you feel a lot. You feel more free, more relaxed, like you are the boss of your phone, not the phone being the boss of you. This is a very important mindset shift. Your phone is a tool. You control it. It doesn't control you.
Yes, the phone is your tool, not your master. I love that, Anna. And I want to mention something about children, too. Many parents give phones to their children at a young age. Children also scroll a lot. They watch videos for hours. This is a big concern. Children need to play outside. They need to talk, run, read, and use their imagination. Too much screen time is not good for their development. So parents should set clear rules, like no phone before homework, no phone during meals, 1 hour of screen time per day. These simple rules help children grow in a healthy way.
That is very important. Children learn from what they see. If parents are always on their phones, children think it is normal. So parents need to be good examples. Put the phone down when you are with your family. Show your children that life is more than a screen. Go outside together, play games, cook together, tell stories. These moments are precious. You can't get them back. And your children will remember these moments forever, not the videos you watched, but the time you spent together. Real time, real connection. This is what makes life beautiful and meaningful.
Beautifully said, Anna. Real connection is so important. And I think scrolling can sometimes make us feel lonely. You look at other people's lives on social media, their holidays, their food, their perfect photos, and you think, my life is not as good. But those photos are not always real. People only show the best moments, not the bad days, not the hard times. So you compare your real life with other people's best moments and you feel sad. This is called a comparison trap. It is very common, and it is not good for our mental health. We need to remember, social media is not real life.
That is so important to remember. Social media shows a highlight reel, not the whole movie. Nobody posts photos of their sad days, their arguments, their failures. They post the best moments with good lighting and nice filters. So when you scroll and feel bad about your life, stop and think. This is not a fair comparison. Your life is real, and real life is full of beautiful things too. Simple things. A cup of tea, a sunny morning, a laugh with a friend. These things don't need a photo. You just need to notice them. Put down the phone and notice the real world around you.
Yes, be present, be aware. This is something I practice every day. When I eat breakfast, I don't look at my phone. I taste the food. I look out the window. I notice the morning light. When I walk, I look at the sky, the trees, the people. I don't watch videos. I just experience the moment. This is called mindfulness. It means paying attention to what is happening right now. It sounds simple, but in our busy world, it is actually quite hard. We are always thinking about the past or the future, or we are looking at our phones. Being present is a real skill, and it makes life much richer.
I love the word mindfulness. It is a beautiful concept. And you don't need an app to practice it. You just need to slow down. Take a breath. Notice what is around you. What can you see? What can you hear? What can you feel? When you do this, you feel more calm and happy. You don't need to scroll to feel good. You already feel good because life is already interesting. There is so much to see and notice in the real world. A bird singing, raindrops on a window, the smell of coffee. These small things are wonderful, but we miss them when we scroll too much.
That is so poetic, Anna, and practical, too. Now, I want to talk about something we haven't mentioned yet, sleep and scrolling. We touched on this earlier, but I want to say more. The light from our phones is called blue light. It is not good for sleep. When you look at the screen at night, your brain thinks it is still daytime, so it doesn't produce the sleep hormone. This hormone is called melatonin. Without melatonin, you don't feel sleepy. You lie in bed, but you can't sleep. This is why many people feel tired all the time. They sleep late because they scroll, and the phone light makes the problem worse.
Yes, I read about this too. And the fix is simple. Stop using your phone 1 hour before bed. I know it sounds hard, but it really works. Instead, you can read a book, listen to calm music, or just sit quietly. Your body will start to relax. Your brain will know it is time to sleep, and you will fall asleep faster, and sleep better, and wake up feeling refreshed. When I started doing this, I felt like a different person. More energy, better mood, better concentration. All because I stopped scrolling before bed. Sleep is so important, and our phones steal our sleep.
Phones steal our sleep. I love that phrase, Anna, because it is so true. And they steal other things, too. They steal our attention, our creativity, our time with family, our peace of mind. We give so much to our phones, and what do we get back? Sometimes nothing, or sometimes we feel worse than before. We feel anxious, tired, or sad. That is not a good trade. I'm not saying phones are bad. Phones are wonderful tools, but we need to use them wisely. We need to be in control, and that requires practice and effort and small steps every day.
Small steps every day. I really believe in this. You don't need to change everything at once. That is too hard. Start with one small thing. Maybe tonight, put your phone in another room when you sleep. Just one night. See how it feels. Or tomorrow morning, don't look at your phone for the first 30 minutes. Just try it once. See what happens. Small steps lead to big changes over time. And every time you choose real life over scrolling, you get a little stronger. You build a new habit, a better habit. And slowly, your relationship with your phone changes for the better.
I completely agree. And don't be too hard on yourself. If you scroll a lot one day, it's okay. Don't give up. Just try again tomorrow. Change is not a straight line. There are good days and bad days. What matters is that you keep trying. You keep choosing to be more mindful, more present, more in control. Every small choice counts, and over time, those small choices add up. You become someone who uses the phone, not someone the phone uses. And that is a wonderful feeling. I'm proud of every step I take, and you should be proud too.
That is such a kind and encouraging message, Mark. And I want to add, talk to people about this. Tell your friends and family that you want to scroll less. Ask them to support you. Maybe you can even make a challenge together, like this week, no phones at dinner, or let's not check social media before 10 in the morning. Doing things with other people is easier. You encourage each other, you hold each other accountable, and it's more fun because you're doing it together. So reach out to someone you trust and start this journey together. You don't have to do it alone.
Great idea. Community and support are very powerful. And I think there's also an important question we should ask ourselves. Why do I scroll? What am I looking for? Sometimes we scroll because we're lonely. We want connection. We want to feel part of something. And social media gives us that, a little bit. But real connection is better. Call a friend. Visit a neighbor. Join a club or a class. These things give you real, deep connection, not the shallow kind from scrolling. When you feel truly connected to people around you, you need your phone less because you're not lonely anymore.
That is so beautifully said. Real connection versus virtual connection. Both have value, but they are different. Virtual connection is fast and easy, but it can feel empty sometimes. Real connection takes more effort, but it is much more fulfilling. When you hug a friend, when you have a long conversation over coffee, when you laugh together in person, these moments fill your heart in a way that scrolling never can. So invest in real relationships. Make time for them. They are the most important thing in life. Not the number of likes on your post, but the real love and friendship in your life.
Absolutely. And I want to say one more thing before we move toward the end. Be kind to yourself. We live in a world full of phones and screens. It is very hard to avoid them. Companies spend millions of dollars to make apps addictive. They hire very smart people to keep you scrolling. So if you struggle, it is not your fault. You are fighting against a very powerful system, but you are stronger. Your mind is powerful. Your choices are powerful. And every time you put the phone down and choose real life, you win a little battle. Be proud of those moments. Celebrate small victories.
Yes, celebrate small victories. I love that. And also, enjoy life. That is the whole point. When you scroll less, you have more time. Use that time for things that make you happy. Dance, cook, garden, read, exercise, learn something new. Life is so rich and full of wonderful experiences. Don't miss them because you were looking at a screen. The world outside your phone is beautiful, and it is waiting for you. Every day is a new chance to live more fully, to be more present, to love more deeply, to enjoy more completely. All you have to do is put down the phone.
Wow, Anna, this has been such a wonderful conversation. I feel inspired. Let me quickly share the main tips we talked about today. First, check your screen time and know the facts. Second, set limits on your apps. Third, have no phone times during the day. Fourth, turn off notifications. Fifth, find a hobby you enjoy offline. Sixth, unfollow accounts that make you feel bad. Seventh, stop using your phone 1 hour before bed. Eighth, be present and practice mindfulness. And ninth, talk to others about this and do it together. These are all simple steps, but they can really change your life. Start with just one today.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you to all of you who listened today. I hope this podcast was helpful and easy to understand. Remember, you are not alone in this. Millions of people struggle with scrolling, but you can make a change, one small step at a time. Be patient with yourself, be kind to yourself, and keep trying. If you want to share your story or your tips, we would love to hear from you. And if this podcast helped you, please share it with a friend. Together, we can all scroll a little less and live a little more. See you next time. Goodbye, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will speak slowly and use simple English. Today, our topic is success. Success can mean different things to different people. For some, it is about work or study. For others, it is about happiness and a good life. In this episode, we will talk about what success means to us and how we can reach our goals. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will share our ideas together. I hope you enjoy listening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark. Thank you, Anna, for the introduction. I'm excited to talk about success today. It's a very interesting topic because everyone wants to be successful. But success is not the same for everyone. Some people think success is money or a good job. Others think it is about family, health, or happiness. In this podcast, we will talk in simple English so you can understand easily. We will share our thoughts and experiences. I hope this conversation helps you learn English and think about your own idea of success.
Mark, I really like this topic. Success is something we all think about. For me, success is not only about money or a job, it is also about feeling happy and proud of what I do. Sometimes small things can feel like success, like finishing a task or learning something new. I think success can be different at different times in our life. I hope our listeners can think about their own meaning of success while they listen to us. What do you think about success, Mark?
Yes, Anna, I agree with you. Success is not only about big things. Small achievements are also important. For me, success means reaching my goals step by step. It can be in work, health, or personal life. I feel successful when I improve and learn something new. I also think it is important to enjoy the process, not only the result. If we enjoy what we do, we can feel successful more often. I'm happy to talk about this topic and share ideas with you today.
That is a great point, Mark. Enjoying the process is very important. Sometimes people only think about the final result, and they forget to enjoy the journey. I think success should also include feeling satisfied with our life. For example, having good relationships with family and friends is also a kind of success. It is not always about work or money. I think balance is very important when we talk about success.
Yes, Anna, balance is very important. If we only focus on one thing, like work, we may feel tired or unhappy. Success should include different parts of life. For example, health, relationships, and personal growth. I think we need to take care of all these areas. When we have balance, we feel more complete and satisfied. This is also a kind of success.
I agree, Mark. Taking care of different parts of life is important. I also think success can change over time. When we are young, we may think success is getting good grades. Later, we may think it is getting a good job or having a family. Our ideas can change as we grow. This is normal. I think it is important to understand what success means to us now.
That is very true, Anna. Our idea of success can change. That is why it is important to think about our goals regularly. We can ask ourselves what we want and what makes us happy. This helps us move in the right direction. I think success is personal. Each person has their own path.
Yes, Mark. Everyone has their own path. We should not compare our success with others too much. Each person has a different life and different goals. I think it is better to focus on our own progress. Even small steps can lead to big success in the future.
I agree, Anna. Comparing with others can make us feel bad sometimes. It is better to focus on ourselves. If we improve little by little, we are moving forward. That is already success. I think this is a very important idea for our listeners.
Thank you, Mark. I think we had a very nice introduction to our topic. We talked about what success means and how it can be different for everyone. I hope our listeners can understand these ideas and think about their own goals.
Yes, Anna, this was a great start. Dear listeners, thank you for listening to our introduction. We hope you enjoy this topic and learn useful English. Now, we will move to part 1, where we will talk about simple ways to achieve success. Let's continue our conversation together.
Let's start part 1 and talk about simple ways to achieve success. For me, one important way is setting small goals. Big goals can feel difficult, but small goals are easier. For example, if I want to learn English, I study a little every day. I do not try to learn everything at once. This helps me stay motivated. Another way is to make a simple plan. When I know what to do, I feel more confident. I think small steps are very important. They help us move forward and feel successful every day.
That is a great idea, Anna. Small goals are very helpful. For me, another way to achieve success is to be consistent. This means doing something regularly. For example, I try to work on my goals every day, even for a short time. It's better to do a little every day than a lot one day and then stop. Consistency helps build strong habits. I also try to stay focused and avoid distractions. This helps me use my time well.
I think good habits are very important for success.
Yes, Mark, consistency is very important. Another way I try to achieve success is by staying positive. Sometimes things are difficult and I make mistakes, but I try to think positively and not give up. I tell myself that mistakes are part of learning. This helps me continue. I also like to celebrate small successes. For example, when I finish a task, I feel happy and proud. This gives me more motivation to continue. I think a positive mind is very helpful.
I agree, Anna. A positive attitude makes a big difference. Another way to achieve success is to manage time well. I try to plan my day and decide what is important. I do the most important tasks first. This helps me use my time wisely. I also try not to waste time on things that are not useful. Time is very important, so we should use it carefully. Good time management can help us reach our goals faster.
That is a very good point, Mark. Time is very valuable. Another thing I do is ask for help when I need it. Sometimes I do not understand something and I feel stuck. In those moments, I ask a friend or a teacher. This helps me learn faster. I think asking for help is not a weakness. It is a smart way to grow. We can learn a lot from other people.
Yes, Anna, asking for help is very important. Another way to achieve success is to learn from mistakes. Sometimes we fail, but that's okay. We can learn what went wrong and try again. I try not to be afraid of failure. Instead, I see it as a lesson. This helps me improve. I think failure is part of success. If we keep trying, we can get better over time.
I agree, Mark. Learning from mistakes is very helpful. Another way is to stay organized. I like to keep my things and my tasks in order. For example, I write my tasks in a notebook. This helps me remember what I need to do. When I am organized, I feel less stressed and more focused. It is easier to work and achieve my goals.
That is a great habit, Anna. Being organized is very useful. Another important thing is taking care of our health. If we are tired or sick, it's hard to work well. So I try to sleep enough, eat healthy food, and exercise. This gives me energy. With good energy, I can focus better and do my tasks well. Health is an important part of success.
Yes, Mark, health is very important. Another way I try to achieve success is by staying patient. Sometimes progress is slow and I feel frustrated, but I remind myself that success takes time. I try to be patient and continue step by step. This helps me stay calm and focused.
I agree, Anna. Patience is key. Another thing I do is stay motivated by thinking about my goals. When I feel tired or lazy, I remember why I started. This gives me energy to continue. Goals help us stay on track.
That is very true, Mark. I think we shared many simple and useful ways to achieve success. These ideas are easy to understand and can help our listeners.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners learned something helpful. Now we are ready to move to part 2, where we will talk more about habits and daily actions for success. Let's continue together.
Now, let's talk about habits and daily actions for success. For me, good habits are very important. Every morning, I try to start my day in a simple and calm way. I wake up, drink water, and think about my plan for the day. This helps me feel ready. I also try to do one important task early in the day. When I finish it, I feel proud and motivated. Small daily habits like this can help us move towards success. They are simple, but they work if we do them every day.
That is a great routine, Anna. I also think daily habits are very important. For me, one good habit is reading a little every day. It helps me learn new things and improve my knowledge. I also try to review my day in the evening. I think about what I did well and what I can improve. This helps me learn from my day. I believe small daily actions are very powerful. If we repeat them, they become habits, and these habits can lead us to success over time.
Yes, Mark, I like your idea of reviewing the day. Another habit I have is writing a simple to-do list. I write a few tasks, not too many, so I do not feel stressed. When I finish each task, I feel happy. This gives me energy to continue. I also try to keep my space clean. A clean space helps me think clearly and work better.
I think small habits like planning and cleaning can make a big difference in our daily life and help us stay focused.
I agree, Anna. A clean space is very helpful. Another habit I try to keep is limiting distractions. For example, when I work, I turn off notifications on my phone. This helps me focus on one task. I also try to take short breaks. Working all the time is not good. Short breaks help me rest and come back with more energy. I think good habits are not only about working hard, but also about resting well. Balance is very important in daily life.
That is a very good point, Mark. Balance is important. Another habit I try to build is staying positive. Every day is not perfect, but I try to think about good things. Even if something is difficult, I look for a small positive part. This helps me stay strong. I also try to speak kindly to myself. If I make a mistake, I do not say bad things to myself. I say, it's okay, I can try again. This helps me continue and not give up.
I like that idea, Anna. Being kind to yourself is very important. Another habit I have is setting a time for rest and sleep. I try to go to bed at the same time every night. Good sleep helps me feel fresh and ready for the next day. Without enough sleep, it is hard to focus. I think many people forget this, but rest is part of success. We need energy to do our best work, and good sleep gives us that energy.
Yes, Mark, sleep is very important. Another daily action I do is learning something new. It can be small, like a new word or a simple idea. This makes me feel that I am growing. I do not need to learn a lot every day. Just a little is enough. Over time, it becomes a big improvement. I think learning is a key part of success. It helps us become better and more confident.
I agree, Anna. Learning every day is very powerful. Another habit I try to follow is staying active. I do some light exercise, like walking or stretching. This helps my body and mind. When I feel active, I can think more clearly. I also feel happier. I think physical activity is an important part of a successful life. It supports our health and helps us stay focused.
That is very true, Mark. Another habit I have is limiting negative things. For example, I try not to watch too much negative news or think too much about problems. Instead, I focus on what I can do. This helps me stay calm and positive. I think our mind is very important. If we protect it, we can do better in our daily life.
Yes, Anna, our mind is very important. Another daily action I take is talking to positive people. Good friends and family can support us. When I talk to them, I feel encouraged. This gives me strength to continue. I think the people around us can affect our success, so it is good to stay close to positive and supportive people.
I agree, Mark. Good people can help us a lot. I think we shared many useful habits and daily actions. These ideas are simple, but they can help anyone. I hope our listeners can try some of these habits in their daily life.
Yes, Anna, this was a great discussion. I hope our listeners learned something useful and easy to follow. Daily habits are very important for success. Now we're ready to move to part 3, where we will talk about challenges and how to overcome them. Let's continue together.
Now, let's talk about challenges on the way to success. For me, one big challenge is feeling tired or lazy. Sometimes I do not want to do my tasks, even if they are important. On those days, it is very hard to start, but I try to do one small thing first. For example, I open my book or write one sentence. After I start, it becomes easier to continue. I think the beginning is the hardest part. If we can start, we can move forward. This is my way to deal with lazy feelings.
I understand that, Anna. I also feel lazy sometimes. Another challenge for me is fear of failure. Sometimes I worry that I will not do well, so I feel afraid to try. But I try to change my thinking. I tell myself that failure is normal and part of learning. If I do not try, I cannot improve. So I try to take small steps and not think too much about the result. This helps me feel more confident. I think courage is very important when we want to succeed.
Yes, Mark, fear can stop us. Another challenge for me is distractions. For example, I want to work, but I check my phone or watch videos. This takes my time and energy.
To solve this, I try to remove distractions. I put my phone away or turn it off. I also choose a quiet place to work. This helps me focus better. I think controlling our environment is very helpful when we want to stay on track and reach our goals.
That is a great solution, Anna. Distractions are a big problem for many people. Another challenge is losing motivation. At the beginning, we feel excited, but later we feel tired or bored. When this happens, I try to remember my goal. I think about why I started. I also try to change my routine a little, like working in a different place. This helps me feel fresh again. I think it is normal to lose motivation sometimes, but we should find ways to continue.
I agree, Mark. Motivation can change. Another challenge is being too strict with myself. Sometimes I want everything to be perfect. If I make a mistake, I feel bad. So now I try to be more kind to myself. I accept that mistakes are normal. I try again without feeling too much pressure. I think success is not about being perfect. It's about learning and improving step by step. This helps me feel more relaxed and continue my work.
That is a very important idea, Anna. Being too strict can make us tired. Another challenge for me is time pressure. Sometimes I have many tasks and I feel overwhelmed. I don't know where to start. In this situation, I choose one small task and begin. After I finish one thing, I feel better and continue. Breaking big tasks into small parts helps me manage my time better. It makes everything feel easier and more possible.
Yes, Mark, breaking tasks is very helpful. Another challenge is comparing ourselves with others. Sometimes I see other people doing very well and I feel not good enough. But now I try to focus on my own progress. Everyone has a different path. I do not need to be like others. I just need to improve a little every day. This helps me stay positive and continue my journey.
I agree, Anna. Comparing with others can make us feel bad. Another challenge is giving up too quickly. Sometimes people try something for a short time and then stop, but success takes time. I try to remind myself to be patient and continue. Even small progress is good. I think consistency is more important than speed. If we keep going, we will see results.
That is very true, Mark. Another challenge is feeling stressed. When I feel too much stress, I cannot think clearly. So I try to relax. I take a short break, go for a walk, or listen to music. This helps me feel calm. After that, I can focus again. I think managing stress is very important for success.
Yes, Anna, managing stress is important.
Another challenge is not having clear goals. If we do not know what we want, it is hard to move forward. So I try to set clear and simple goals. This helps me stay focused. Goals give direction to our actions.
Let's talk more about challenges on the way to success. Another challenge for me is staying focused for a long time. Sometimes I start a task, but after a short time, I feel bored and want to do something else. This makes it hard to finish my work. To solve this, I try to work in short time periods, like 20 or 30 minutes. Then I take a short break. This helps me stay focused and not feel too tired. I think managing focus is very important for success.
I understand that, Anna. Staying focused is not easy. Another challenge for me is dealing with negative thoughts. Sometimes I think, I cannot do this, or this is too hard. These thoughts make me feel weak, but I try to change them. I tell myself, I can try, or I can learn. This small change in thinking helps me feel stronger. I think our thoughts are very powerful. If we think in a positive way, we can do better and continue moving toward success.
Yes, Mark, positive thinking is very helpful. Another challenge is not having enough time. Many people are busy with work, school, or family. It can be hard to find time to work on goals. For me, I try to use small free time. For example, I read or learn something for 10 minutes. It may seem small, but it helps. I think we do not need a lot of time. We just need to use our time wisely and do a little every day.
That is a very good idea, Anna. Small time is still useful. Another challenge is feeling afraid to start something new. Sometimes we want to try a new activity, but we feel unsure.
We worry about making mistakes, but I think it is important to try anyway. We can start small and learn step by step. Trying new things can help us grow and become more confident. Success often comes from trying, not from waiting.
I agree, Mark. Trying is very important. Another challenge is not seeing results quickly. Sometimes we work hard, but we do not see changes right away. This can be discouraging, but I try to remind myself that success takes time. I look at small progress instead of big results. Even a small improvement is good. This helps me stay motivated and continue working toward my goals.
Yes, Anna, patience is very important. Another challenge is losing energy. When we are tired, it is hard to stay motivated. So I try to take care of my energy. I sleep well, eat healthy food, and take breaks. This helps me feel strong and ready to work. I think energy is very important for success. Without energy, it is hard to do anything well.
That is very true, Mark. Taking care of our body is very important. Another challenge is doing too many things at once. Sometimes I try to do many tasks and I feel confused. So now I try to focus on one thing at a time. When I finish one task, I move to the next. This helps me stay calm and do better work. I think simple steps are the best way to move forward.
I agree, Anna. Doing one thing at a time is very helpful. Another challenge is not having support. Sometimes people feel alone when they try to reach their goals. But I think it is good to talk to others. Friends, family, or teachers can give support and advice. This can make the journey easier. Success does not have to be a lonely process.
Yes, Mark, support is very important. Another challenge is giving up after a bad day. Sometimes we have a difficult day and feel like stopping, but I try to remember that one bad day is not the end. I can start again the next day. This helps me stay strong and continue my journey.
That is a great way to think, Anna. Another challenge is not believing in yourself. If we do not believe we can succeed, it is hard to try. So I try to believe in myself, even if it is difficult. Confidence grows with practice. The more we try, the more we believe in ourselves.
I agree, Mark. Believing in yourself is very important. We talked about many challenges and ways to deal with them. I hope our listeners feel encouraged and ready to try.
Yes, Anna, this was a very helpful discussion. Challenges are normal, but we can overcome them step by step. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and now we are ready to move to the ending.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about success and shared many simple ideas, habits, and challenges. I hope you enjoyed our conversation and found it easy to understand. Remember, success is different for everyone. You do not need to be perfect. Just take small steps and keep going. Try to build good habits and stay positive. Thank you, Mark, for this great talk. I really enjoyed it. I hope our listeners can join us again next time and continue learning English with us. Take care and goodbye.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about success with you today. I hope this podcast helped you learn simple English and also think about your own goals. Remember, success takes time, so be patient and keep trying. Small actions every day can lead to big results. I also enjoyed our conversation very much, Anna. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Have a wonderful day, and we hope to see you again in our next episode. Goodbye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, we are going to talk about time management. This is a very important topic. Many people feel they do not have enough time. They feel busy every day. But maybe the problem is not the time. Maybe the problem is how we use the time. I think it is possible to learn good habits. We can all get better at this. I am happy to talk about it today with my friend Mark. Mark, hello. How are you?
Hello, Anna. I am very happy to be here. Thank you for that introduction. Yes, time management is a great topic. I think about it a lot. Every morning I wake up and I think, what do I need to do today? Sometimes I have a long list, and sometimes I do not do everything on the list. I feel bad about that, but I am learning. I think small changes can help a lot. I want to share some simple ideas today. I hope our listeners find them useful. Let us begin.
Great. So, Mark, let us start with a basic question. What is time management? Can you explain it in simple words? I think some people hear this phrase and they feel confused. It sounds very professional, but I think it is not so difficult to understand. Time management means we plan how to use our time. We decide what to do first and what to do later. We try to use our time well. Does that sound right to you, Mark? I think it is a simple idea, but it is not always easy to do in real life.
Yes, Anna, I agree completely. Time management is simple to understand, but not always simple to do. It means you are the boss of your time. You decide what is important. You decide what to do now and what to do tomorrow. For example, if I have a big project at work, I plan my time for it. I do not wait until the last minute. I start early. This helps me feel less stressed. I think the key word is plan. If you have a plan, you feel more in control of your day. And that feels really good.
I love that, being the boss of your time. That is a great way to say it. So, Mark, why do you think time management is important? I think many people know they should manage their time better, but they do not start. They say, I will do it tomorrow. And then tomorrow comes and they say the same thing again. It's a cycle. I think we need a reason to change. For me, the reason is stress. When I do not manage my time, I feel very stressed, and stress is not good for health. What about you, Mark? Why is it important to you?
That's a really good point, Anna. Stress is a big reason for me too. When I do not plan my time, everything feels urgent. I feel like I am always running. I never have time to rest. And then I feel tired and unhappy. But when I manage my time well, I finish my work and I still have free time. Free time is so important. I can read a book, go for a walk, or spend time with my family. Good time management gives you more life outside of work. It's not just about being productive, it's about being happy too.
Yes, I totally agree. Happy and productive. Let's talk about some common problems now. I think one big problem is that people do not know where their time goes. Have you ever had a busy day and then thought, what did I actually do today? I have that feeling sometimes. I'm busy all day, but I feel like I didn't finish anything important. I think the first step is to look at how we spend our time. We need to see our habits. Sometimes we are surprised. We spend a lot of time on things that are not important. Do you agree, Mark?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I did an exercise once. I wrote down everything I did for one whole day. Every hour, I wrote a short note. And at the end of the day, I looked at the list. I was surprised. I spent a lot of time checking my phone. Maybe 2 or 3 hours total. That's a long time. And I didn't even feel like I was wasting time. It just happened little by little. So I think awareness is the first step. You need to know your habits before you can change them. Try this exercise. It's very eye-opening and helpful.
That is a fantastic exercise, Mark. Writing down your activities. I think many people will be surprised when they try it. Okay, so now we know the problem. We do not always use our time well. What can we do about it? Let's talk about some simple strategies. One thing I do is make a to-do list every morning. I write down 3 things I want to do that day. Only 3, not 20 things, just 3 important things. This helps me focus. I don't feel overwhelmed. And when I finish all 3, I feel great. It's a small habit, but it makes a big difference.
3 things. I like that idea, Anna. It's simple and realistic. I also make lists, but sometimes my list is too long. Then I feel stressed looking at it. So 3 things is a good limit. I also try to do the most important thing first in the morning. I call this eating the frog. It sounds strange, I know, but it means you do the hardest or most important task first, before email, before social media, before everything. Then the rest of the day feels easier. You already did the big thing. The other tasks seem smaller after that. Have you tried this, Anna?
Eating the frog. I love that expression. Yes, I have heard it before, and I think it is true. When I do a hard task first, I feel so relieved. The whole day is better after that. But sometimes it is hard to start with the hard thing. Our brain does not like hard things. We want to do easy things first. It's natural. So we need to be a little strict with ourselves.
Maybe we say, no email until I finish my first task, or no coffee until I start the big project. We use small rewards to help us. Does that work for you, Mark?
Yes, rewards really help. I use them all the time. For example, I tell myself, after I write this report, I can have a cup of coffee and a short break. The coffee becomes my reward. It sounds small, but it really works for me. Our brain likes rewards. It makes work feel more like a game. You finish a task, you get a reward. It's a simple system. I think the key is to make the reward something you really enjoy. And the reward should come right after the task, not much later, immediately after. That way your brain connects the reward with finishing the task.
Rewards and tasks. I love this idea. Now let us talk about something else. Distractions. I think this is one of the biggest problems today. We have so many distractions. Our phones, social media, messages, emails, they never stop. Every few minutes, something wants our attention, and each distraction breaks our focus. Then it takes time to focus again after a distraction. Studies say it can take more than 20 minutes to fully focus again after a distraction. That is a lot of lost time in one day. Mark, how do you deal with distractions? Do you have any tips?
Distractions are really difficult. I think the phone is the biggest one for most people, including me. My solution is simple. I put my phone in another room when I need to work. If I can't see it, I don't think about it as much. I also turn off notifications. I don't need to know every time someone likes my photo or sends a message. I check my phone at specific times, for example, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This way I stay informed, but I'm not checking it all the time. It was hard at first, but now I feel much better and more focused during work time.
Okay, let us now talk about planning. I think planning is the heart of time management. If you have a good plan, you know what to do and when. You don't waste time deciding. You just follow the plan. I plan my week every Sunday evening. I sit down with a cup of tea and I look at the next week. I write important things in my calendar, appointments, meetings, deadlines. Then I also think about personal goals. Maybe I want to exercise 3 times this week or finish a book. I put these in the calendar too. Then Monday morning, I already know my week. It feels good.
Weekly planning is a great habit, Anna. I do something similar. On Sunday or Monday morning, I look at my week. I ask myself, what are the 3 most important things I need to do this week? Not for work only, but for life also. Maybe one thing is work, one thing is health, and one thing is family. I try to balance different areas of life, because time management is not only about work, it's about your whole life. If you only manage work time, you might forget your health or your relationships. A good plan includes everything that's important to you as a person.
Balance is so important. You're right, Mark. We should not only think about work. We need time for everything: work, family, health, hobbies, rest. I think rest is often forgotten. Many people feel guilty when they rest. They think, I should be doing something. But rest is not lazy. Rest is necessary. When you rest, your brain recovers. You become more creative. You make better decisions. You are more patient with people. Without rest, everything gets harder. So I tell people, plan your rest time too. Put it in your calendar. Protect it like you protect a work meeting. Rest is a meeting with yourself.
A meeting with yourself. I love that, Anna. That is a beautiful way to think about it. I used to feel guilty about taking breaks. I thought working all the time meant I was productive, but actually working without breaks makes you less productive over time. You make more mistakes, you feel tired, your ideas stop coming. Now I take short breaks every hour or so. I stand up, walk a little, drink some water, just 5 or 10 minutes, and then I come back to work feeling more fresh. These small breaks actually help me do more work, not less. So breaks are an investment in productivity.
An investment in productivity, yes. Short breaks are so helpful. Now I want to talk about a technique that many people use. It's called the Pomodoro technique. Have you heard of it, Mark? It's a very popular method for managing time and staying focused. The idea is simple. You work for 25 minutes, then you take a 5-minute break. Then you work for 25 minutes again. After 4 rounds, you take a longer break, maybe 15 or 30 minutes. You use a timer.
The word pomodoro means tomato in Italian. The person who invented it used a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. Isn't that fun?
Yes, I know the Pomodoro technique. It is a great method. I've used it many times. The timer really helps. When you have 25 minutes, you focus because the time is limited. You think, I only have 25 minutes, so I must concentrate now. And the break is also nice because you know it is coming. You do not feel like you are working forever. You think, just 25 minutes, then I can rest. It makes hard work easier to start. Many people find it hard to begin a task, but starting a 25-minute session is not scary. It's a small and manageable amount of time.
Exactly. Starting is often the hardest part. Once you start, it is easier to continue. The Pomodoro helps you start. Okay, let us talk about something that I find very interesting: the idea of time blocks. This is when you plan your day in blocks of time. For example, from 9 to 11 is for deep work. 11 to 12 is for email and messages. After lunch, maybe meetings. Then in the afternoon, creative work. Each part of the day has a purpose. You do not mix everything together. This way, your brain knows what kind of thinking to do. It is more efficient. Does this sound useful, Mark? Do you use time blocks?
Yes, time blocking is one of my favorite methods. I really recommend it. In the morning, my brain is fresh and I use that time for thinking and creating. I never schedule meetings in the morning if I can help it. Meetings take energy and time. I prefer mornings for my own work. Then in the afternoon, I do easier tasks like emails and calls. I match the task to my energy level. When I have high energy, I do hard things. When I have low energy, I do easy things. I think this is called working with your natural rhythm, and it makes a big difference in how much you can get done each day.
Working with your natural rhythm. That is a great concept. Not everyone is the same. Some people work best in the morning. Other people work better at night. We are all different. I think it is important to know yourself. When do you feel most alert? When do you feel most creative? Plan your hard tasks for those times. Do easy tasks when you feel tired. This is a very personal approach to time management. There is no one perfect system for everyone. The best system is the one that works for you, so you need to experiment a little. Try different things and see what helps you personally.
I completely agree. Knowing yourself is really important. I'm a morning person. I wake up early and feel great. By 8 o'clock in the evening, I'm tired and I cannot focus well. So I never try to do important work late at night. I know it will not be my best work. But my sister is totally different. She works best at midnight. She is very creative at night. We are all different. So I always say, do not copy someone else's schedule exactly. Take ideas, but adapt them to your own life and body. What works for your friend might not work for you at all. And that's okay.
Your sister sounds like me sometimes. I like working in the evening too. Okay, let us talk about something very common: the feeling of being overwhelmed. I think many people have this feeling. You look at your to-do list and it is very long. You have so many things to do, and you don't know where to start, so you feel stuck. You might even start to do nothing because everything feels too big. This is called being overwhelmed. Have you felt this way, Mark? I think most people have at some point. It's a very uncomfortable feeling, and it can stop you from doing anything at all.
Oh, I know that feeling very well, Anna. It's terrible. You feel paralyzed. You can't move. I think the best thing to do when you feel overwhelmed is to stop and breathe first. Do not panic. Then take your big list and choose just one task. Just one. The most important or the most urgent one. Forget the rest for now. Focus only on that one task. Start it. When you finish it, choose another one. Take it step by step. The list will slowly get smaller, and each time you finish a task, you feel a little better. The feeling of progress is very powerful and motivating.
One task at a time. Simple and powerful. I also want to talk about saying no. I think this is very important for time management. Many people say yes to everything. Someone asks for help, they say yes. Another meeting is added, they say yes. A new project arrives, they say yes. And soon, their calendar is completely full. There is no time for their own priorities. Learning to say no is a skill. It is not rude to say no, it is responsible. When you say no to one thing, you say yes to your own time and priorities. Mark, do you find it easy or difficult to say no?
Honestly, saying no is very difficult for me. I'm a people pleaser. I like to help. I don't want to disappoint anyone. So I often say yes when I should say no. And then I'm stressed because I have too much to do. I'm slowly getting better at this. One thing that helps me is to pause before answering. When someone asks me something, I don't say yes immediately. I say, let me think about it and check my schedule. This gives me time to decide honestly. Sometimes I can help, sometimes I cannot, and that's okay. We can't do everything for everyone all the time. It's not possible.
Pausing before answering is a wonderful strategy. I do that too now. It's okay to say, I will check and let you know. You don't have to answer immediately. Okay, let us talk about technology and time management. We already talked about phones and distractions, but technology can also help us manage time better. There are many apps and tools for this. Have you used any apps for time management, Mark? I know there are apps for to-do lists, calendar apps, timer apps, and many others. Sometimes I think there are too many options, and it can also be confusing. Do you use any specific apps that you like?
Yes, I use a few apps. For my to-do list, I use a very simple app. I just write my tasks and check them off when I finish. The satisfying feeling of checking something off is real and motivating. I also use a calendar app for all my appointments and plans. I sync it with my phone and computer. For the Pomodoro technique, I use a simple timer app, nothing fancy. I think the key is not to use too many apps. Find one or two that work for you and stick with them. Changing apps all the time is also a way to waste time. The tool is not the solution. Your habits are the real solution.
That is so true. The habit is more important than the tool. You can have the best app in the world, but if your habits are bad, the app will not save you. Okay, I want to ask you something personal, Mark. What was your biggest time management mistake? Something you did before that you do not do now? I will share mine too. I think it is helpful to learn from mistakes. We all make them. My biggest mistake was trying to do many things at the same time, what people call multitasking. I thought I was saving time, but actually I was doing everything poorly and slowly. What about you?
Multitasking. Yes, that was my mistake too. I thought doing two things at once was efficient, but our brains cannot really multitask. We just switch quickly between tasks, and each switch costs time and mental energy. So we think we're saving time, but we're losing it. My other big mistake was not having a morning routine. I used to wake up and immediately check my phone, emails, news, social media, and then I felt stressed before I even had breakfast. Now I have a calm morning routine first. A little exercise, breakfast, some quiet time. Then I check my phone. My mornings are much better now.
Wake up earlier, yes. Even 10 or 15 minutes can help a lot. Now I want to talk about something called deadlines. I think deadlines are very important in time management. A deadline is a date or time when something must be finished. Without a deadline, tasks can go on forever. We keep working on something without finishing it, or we keep postponing it. But with a clear deadline, we work with more focus. We know by Friday this must be done, so we manage our time better during the week. Mark, how do you use deadlines? And what do you do if a deadline feels scary or too close?
Deadlines are very useful. They create a little pressure, and sometimes that pressure is good. It helps us focus. I always set deadlines for my tasks, even if no one gives me one. For example, if I need to write a report and my boss says, do it when you can, I still set a deadline for myself. Maybe I say, I will finish this by Wednesday. Without that, I might wait and wait. If a deadline feels scary, I break the big task into small steps. Each step has its own small deadline. Then the big deadline is not so scary. It's just a collection of small steps, and small steps are easy to take.
Breaking a big task into small steps, I love this strategy. It's called chunking, I think. You take a large task and divide it into many small parts. Each small part is easy to do, so you never feel overwhelmed. You just do one small part, then another, and before you know it, the big task is done. I use this method for big projects at work. I look at the whole project and I think, what are all the steps to finish this? Then I put each step on my calendar with a deadline. The big project becomes a simple plan. It's a really effective way to deal with large tasks.
Yes, chunking is a fantastic strategy, and it also helps with procrastination. Procrastination means you delay doing things. You keep saying, I will do it later, I'll start tomorrow. But tomorrow never comes. Often we procrastinate because the task seems too big or too hard. But if you break it into very small parts, it's not so hard. You can start with just 5 minutes on the task. Often you will continue after 5 minutes because you already started. Starting is the hardest part. Once you're working, the momentum carries you forward. So make the first step very, very small and easy to take.
Procrastination, such a common problem. I think almost everyone does it sometimes. I certainly do. One thing that helps me is to think about how I will feel after I finish the task. I imagine that feeling of relief and pride, and then I want that feeling. So I start working to get that feeling. It's a way to motivate yourself with your imagination. Another thing that helps me is to make my workspace nice. If my desk is clean and comfortable, I feel more motivated to sit down and work. A messy desk makes me feel tired and unmotivated. So I tidy my desk before I start working. It makes a real difference.
A clean workspace is so important, I agree. When everything around you is messy, your mind feels messy too. And when your workspace is clean and organized, your mind is clearer. This is not just a feeling. Some research shows that a clean environment helps with focus. I also like to have good lighting. Natural light is the best. I sit near a window when I can. And I like to have a glass of water on my desk. Small things make a difference. Creating a good environment for work is part of time management. You're setting yourself up for success before you even start the first task.
Setting yourself up for success. I really like that phrase. Okay, we're getting close to the end of our conversation today. I want to talk about one more thing, the balance between being productive and enjoying life. I think some people take time management too seriously. They plan every minute. They feel guilty if they are not doing something useful. But life is not only about being productive. We need to laugh. We need to enjoy small moments. We need to be present with people we love. Good time management should give you more time for joy, not make your life feel like a strict schedule. What do you think, Mark?
I completely agree, Anna. Time management is a tool, not a prison. The goal is more freedom, not more stress. If your time management system makes you feel anxious, something is wrong. Adjust it. Make it work for your life, not against it. I also think rest and play are productive in their own way. When you rest, you come back stronger. When you play, you get new ideas. When you spend time with loved ones, you feel happier and healthier. And happy, healthy people are more productive. So enjoying life is not a waste of time. It is actually one of the most important things you can do.
Beautifully said, Mark. Time management is about living better, not just working more. Now, I would love to know, what is the one piece of advice you would give to a total beginner, someone who wants to start managing their time better but does not know where to begin? There's so much information available, it can be confusing. If someone listens to this podcast and wants to change just one thing, what would you tell them? What is the most important first step? I have my answer ready, but I want to hear yours first. What is the single best advice you can give?
My number one advice is this: start simple. Do not try to change everything at once. Just do one thing. My suggestion is to write 3 important tasks every morning before you start your day. Just 3, not 20, not 10, 3. Do those 3 things first before you get distracted. At the end of the day, look at your list. Did you do all 3? If yes, wonderful. If not, that's okay. Try again tomorrow. Do this every day for 1 month. It will become a habit. And from this one small habit, other good habits will grow naturally. Simple is always better when you are starting something new.
I love your advice, Mark. 3 tasks per morning, simple and powerful. My advice is very similar. I would tell a beginner to just start. Do not wait for the perfect system or the perfect moment. Start now with something very small. Maybe just write a to-do list today.
Maybe just turn off notifications for 1 hour. Pick one small thing and try it today. Progress, not perfection. Even a tiny change is better than no change. And celebrate your small wins. If you finish your 3 tasks today, feel proud. Tell yourself, I did well today. Positive feelings help you continue. Be kind to yourself on this journey.
Yes, be kind to yourself. That is so important. We sometimes talk to ourselves very harshly. We say, I am lazy, I have no discipline, I never finish anything. These thoughts are not helpful. They make us feel bad and unmotivated. Instead, try to be your own coach, not your own critic. Say, okay, today was not perfect, but I did something. Tomorrow I will try again. Progress is not always a straight line. Some days are better than others. That is normal and human. The key is to keep going, to try again. Each small step forward counts, and over time, small steps add up to big changes in your life.
Be your own coach, not your own critic. What a beautiful message. I think that's a perfect way to end our conversation today. We talked about so many things: what time management is, why it is important, common problems like distractions and procrastination, useful strategies like to-do lists, time blocks, morning routines, and the Pomodoro technique. We talked about saying no, deadlines, and the importance of rest and balance. I hope our listeners found all of this helpful. Remember, you do not need to do everything at once. Just start with one small step. Mark, any final words before we say goodbye today?
Just a few final words. Thank you, Anna, for this wonderful conversation. It was so enjoyable, and I learned things too, even from talking about what I already know. I want to say to everyone listening, your time is valuable. It is the most precious thing you have. You cannot get it back, so use it with care and intention. Plan your days. Focus on what matters to you. Rest and enjoy life. Manage your time so that you can live a life you are happy with. Start small, be consistent, and be patient. You can do this. Thank you for listening to our podcast today. We hope to see you again very soon.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thank you to everyone who listened today. We hope this conversation gave you some good ideas and maybe some inspiration to start making changes. Time management is a journey. It's not something you perfect in one day. It takes practice and patience, but every step you take is worth it. Your future self will thank you. If you enjoyed this podcast, please share it with a friend. Maybe someone you know needs these ideas too. Take care of your time and take care of yourselves. Goodbye for now, and see you in the next episode of our podcast. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. Today, I am here with my friend, Mark. We talk about easy topics in English. This podcast is for people who are learning English. We speak slowly and use simple words. Today's topic is very interesting. We talk about wasting time. What does that mean? When you do something but it is not useful or important, you are wasting time. I think everyone does this sometimes. I do it too. So Mark, are you ready to start?
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone. Yes, I am very ready. Thank you for the nice introduction. I am Mark. I am happy to be here today. This topic is fun because everyone can understand it. We all waste time sometimes. It is a normal part of life. Some people waste a lot of time, some people waste a little time, but nobody is perfect. I think we can learn a lot from talking about this. So, Anna, let's begin. This will be a great conversation. I'm excited.
So Mark, what does wasting time mean to you? Can you explain it in simple words? For me, wasting time means doing something that has no result. For example, I sit and look at my phone for 1 hour. After that, I do not feel good. I did not learn anything. I did not do any work. I just looked at videos and pictures. That is wasting time for me. Sometimes I feel a little sad after doing that, but I still do it. I think it is very easy to waste time. What do you think?
That is a great example, Anna. I agree with you. For me, wasting time means spending time on things that are not important right now. For example, I sometimes watch TV for 3 or 4 hours. I am not tired. I do not need rest. I just sit and watch.
After that, I remember my homework or my work and I feel worried. I think, oh no, I need to do that. It's a bad feeling. But in the moment, watching TV feels easy and nice, so it is hard to stop. I think that is why people waste time.
Mark, do you think wasting time is always bad? I sometimes think a little rest is not bad. For example, when I am very tired, I sit and do nothing for 30 minutes. Is that wasting time? I'm not sure. Maybe sometimes we need to rest. We need to stop doing work. Our brain needs a break. So maybe sometimes doing nothing is okay. But if I rest for 4 hours and I am not tired, that is different. That is a problem. What do you think? Is all wasting time bad?
That is a really good question, Anna. I think it depends. If you are tired and you rest, that is not wasting time. That is important for your body and your mind. But if you are not tired and you still do nothing, that is different. You feel bored. You feel empty. That is wasting time. I also think it depends on the person. Some people need more rest. Some people need less. So I don't think all wasting time is bad, but too much is a problem. We need a balance.
What are the most common ways people waste time? I have a few ideas. First, social media. I spend so much time on social media every day. I look at pictures, I read short messages, I watch short videos. Hours can pass very fast. Second, I sometimes talk too much with friends about nothing important. We talk and nothing happens. Third, I sometimes change my plans many times. I think, I will do this later, and later never comes. Do you have more examples?
Yes, I have more examples. First, I sometimes spend a lot of time looking for something. I look for my keys, my phone, my book. I waste 20 minutes every day just looking for things. That is very frustrating. Second, I sometimes start a task but stop many times. I go to the kitchen, I check my phone, I look outside. This is called procrastination. It means you delay doing something. Third, I watch videos online. I want to watch one video, but then another video starts, and another. Suddenly, 2 hours are gone. It's a big problem.
I think social media is a very big reason why people waste time. Do you use social media a lot? I use it every day. In the morning, I check my phone before I get up. I look at messages, I look at pictures. Sometimes 30 minutes pass before I even stand up from my bed. That is not good. I start my day already behind. I think this is very common now. Many people do this. Phones are everywhere. It is very easy to pick up your phone and start scrolling. Scrolling means looking through many things quickly.
Yes, Anna, I do the same thing. In the morning, my phone is next to my bed. I hear a sound and I immediately pick it up. I check messages, news, and social media. Before I know it, it is late. I did not eat breakfast. I did not exercise. I did not prepare for work. The phone took all my morning time. I think phones are wonderful things. They help us with many things, but they can also steal our time. I use the word steal because we do not notice it happening. The time disappears quietly.
Let's talk about procrastination. That word is a little difficult, but the meaning is simple. Procrastination means you delay doing something. You need to do a task, but you say, I will do it later. And later becomes tomorrow, and tomorrow becomes next week. Do you procrastinate, Mark? I procrastinate a lot. I have a list of things to do, but I look at my list and I feel tired just reading it. So I close it and do something easy instead. I think many people know this feeling.
Yes, I know that feeling very well, Anna. I procrastinate most with difficult tasks. If something is easy, I do it fast. But if something is hard, I delay it. I think I need to prepare first, but preparing takes forever. I clean my desk, I make coffee, I organize my papers. After all that, I am tired and it is time to sleep. The hard task is still not done. Procrastination is tricky because you feel busy. You do small things, but the important thing never gets done.
Why do people procrastinate? I think one reason is fear. We are afraid to start something because it might be hard, or we are afraid to fail. If I do not start, I cannot fail. That sounds silly, but I think it is true. Another reason is we do not know where to begin. A big task is scary. We look at it and it feels impossible, so we do nothing. Also, some people do not have energy. They are tired and cannot think clearly, so they delay things until they feel better. But that feeling does not always come.
I agree. Fear is a big reason. Another reason is that our brains like easy things. Doing a difficult task requires a lot of thinking. Watching a video is easy. Our brain says, choose the easy thing, and we do. Also, I think some people do not see the result of their work right away. If you work hard today, you might see the result next week or next month. That feels far away, but a fun video gives you a good feeling right now, so we choose the video. It's about immediate and delayed satisfaction.
Let's talk about a funny kind of wasting time. It is called busy but not productive. This means you look very busy. You move fast, you write things, you make calls, but at the end of the day, nothing important is done. I do this sometimes too. I am busy all day, but then I ask myself, what did I do today? And the answer is not clear. I did many small things. I answered emails, I organized files, but the big important task? I did not touch it. Does this happen to you?
Oh yes, this happens to me often. I call it feeling busy. I have a full day, I am always doing something, but in the evening I look at my important tasks. They are all still there, waiting. I spent all my time on small things. Like, I spent 30 minutes choosing what music to listen to while working. I never even started working. Or I spent 1 hour organizing my email folders, but I did not reply to the important emails. It's a trap. You feel productive, but you are actually avoiding real work.
I want to talk about watching TV and movies. This is another big way people waste time. I love movies. I really do. Sometimes I watch one movie and then another movie starts and I think, just a few more minutes. But a few minutes becomes 2 more hours. Suddenly it is midnight, I have work tomorrow, I feel tired, but I watched so much. I think this is a very common experience. Streaming apps are very good at keeping us watching. They always show us the next episode automatically. It is very clever, but also dangerous for our time.
Yes, streaming is a big problem for my free time too. I sit down on a Sunday afternoon to watch one episode of a show. The episode is 50 minutes. Then the next one starts automatically, and I do not press stop. 3 episodes later, it is evening. I had plans. I wanted to cook, clean, and call my friend. I did none of those things. The TV took my whole afternoon. And the funny thing is, I don't even remember the first episode clearly. I was half watching, half thinking about other things, so I did not even enjoy it fully.
What about sleeping too much? Is that wasting time? I think sometimes people sleep too much when they feel bored or sad. Sleeping is healthy and important. Adults need around 7 or 8 hours of sleep, but if you sleep 10 or 12 hours because you do not want to do anything, that might be wasting time. I sometimes sleep too much on weekends. I wake up at noon, half the day is gone. I feel heavy and slow, but then I feel bad because the day is short now. Have you experienced sleeping too much?
Yes, I sleep too much sometimes. Usually on weekends or holidays, I go to bed late, then I sleep until very late in the morning. I wake up and it is already afternoon. I feel confused. My body feels strange. This is sometimes called oversleeping. It does not feel good. I am slower for the rest of the day. Also, I think I sleep too much when I do not have a plan. If I know what I will do in the morning, I wake up more easily. But with no plan, I just stay in bed. A plan helps.
Let's talk about shopping, especially online shopping. Do you waste time shopping? I do. I open a shopping website, I want to buy one thing, but I look at so many other things. I add things to my cart, I look at prices, I read reviews. 2 hours later, I bought nothing, or I bought something I do not need. Online shopping is very easy and very distracting. I sometimes go to buy shoes, and then I look at bags, clothes, and kitchen tools. None of these things were on my list. Have you done this?
Yes, online shopping is a big time trap. I open a website to buy a book, I look at the book, then I see other people also bought this. I look at those things, then I see a sale, I check the sale items, then I get distracted by a different category. Before I know it, I spent 2 hours browsing and bought nothing. Sometimes I add many things to my cart and then delete everything because I feel guilty. All that time was wasted. I think online stores are designed to keep us there as long as possible.
I think one reason we waste time is that we do not have a clear plan for our day. When I have a plan, I do more things. I know what to do first, second, third. But when I have no plan, I feel lost. I go from one thing to another. I start something, start something else. At the end of the day, nothing is finished. A plan does not need to be perfect or complicated. Even a simple list of 3 or 4 tasks is helpful. Do you make plans for your day?
I try to make plans. Sometimes I am good at this. I write my tasks the night before. In the morning, I look at my list and I start. On those days, I feel very good. I finish my work and I have free time in the evening. But sometimes I do not make a plan. Those days are usually messy. I wake up and I do not know what to do first. I check my phone. I make coffee slowly. I think about what to do. Time passes. I get stressed. Planning is simple, but it makes a big difference.
Let's talk about meetings. Do you think meetings waste time? I think some meetings are very important, but some meetings are long and unnecessary. I have been in meetings where we talk for 1 hour, but nothing is decided. We discuss the same point again and again. People repeat what others already said. At the end, we agree to have another meeting. I think this is a big problem in many offices and schools. A good meeting is short and has a clear goal. A bad meeting has no direction. What is your experience with meetings?
I agree completely. I think many meetings are too long. Sometimes a simple email can replace a 1-hour meeting, but people prefer to meet and talk. I understand that face-to-face communication is important, but not every problem needs a meeting. I have attended meetings where I did not need to be there. My part was 5 minutes, but I stayed for the whole hour. That is 60 minutes of my life that I did not use well. The best meetings are short, clear, and end with a decision or action. I think everyone should learn how to have shorter meetings.
Now let's talk about something positive. How can we stop wasting time? One thing I try to do is put my phone in another room when I am working. If my phone is next to me, I always want to check it. But if it is in the bedroom and I am in the kitchen working, I do not go to get it every 5 minutes. Out of sight, out of mind. This phrase means if you cannot see something, you think about it less. It really helps me focus. Another thing I do is set a timer. I work for 25 minutes without stopping. Then I rest for 5 minutes.
Those are great tips, Anna. I do some of these too. Another thing that helps me is starting with the most difficult task first. In the morning, my energy is high. My brain works well, so I do the hard thing first. After that, everything else feels easy. If I do easy things first, I get tired. Then the hard task feels even harder. I also try to keep my workspace clean. A messy desk distracts me. I see things and I start thinking about them instead of working, so I clean my desk before I start. Small habits can help a lot.
I want to talk about the concept of time blindness. This means some people do not feel time passing. They do not notice that an hour has passed. It feels like 10 minutes. I think I have this sometimes. I start reading and suddenly 2 hours are gone. I did not notice. I think people who have ADHD often experience this. ADHD is when it is hard to focus and control attention. But even without ADHD, many people do not notice time passing.
This is why timers and alarms are very helpful. They tell you when time is up.
That is very interesting, Anna. I think I have time blindness too sometimes, especially when I'm doing something I enjoy. Time flies. But when I do something boring, every minute feels long. This is normal. Our brain experiences time differently based on what we're doing. I think the problem comes when we are doing something fun but unproductive, like playing games or watching videos. Time flies and we do not notice. Then we feel shocked. It is already evening, but I just sat down. Having alarms or timers is a simple and helpful solution.
Let me talk about something called decision fatigue. Every day, we make many, many decisions. What to eat, what to wear, what to do first. All these decisions take mental energy. After many decisions, our brain gets tired. Then we make bad decisions, or we make no decision and we just do nothing. I think this is one reason why people waste time in the afternoon or evening. They used all their energy on decisions during the day, so later they cannot think well. To fix this, some people make small decisions automatic, like eating the same breakfast every day.
That is a really interesting idea, Anna. I think decision fatigue is real. I notice it on busy days. In the morning, I'm sharp and focused, but after lunch, I feel slow. Small things feel hard. I cannot decide what to do next, so I just sit and look at my phone. I think making some decisions in advance is smart, like planning meals for the week or choosing clothes the night before. These small actions save mental energy. Then you can use that energy for important things later. Our brain has a limit, and we should use it wisely.
Do you think boredom causes people to waste time? I think yes. When I am bored, I pick up my phone immediately. I scroll through social media without a real reason. I am not looking for anything specific. I just feel empty, and I want something to fill that feeling. Boredom is very uncomfortable. People do not like to feel bored, so they reach for easy entertainment. But I also read that boredom can be good sometimes. When we are bored, we can be creative. Our brain looks for something interesting. This can lead to new ideas.
I agree. Boredom and wasting time are connected. When I am bored, I often do unproductive things. I eat snacks I do not need. I watch videos I do not really want to watch. I just want to feel something. But I have also experienced what you described. Sometimes when I am bored and I do not pick up my phone, I start thinking creatively. I get ideas. I remember things I want to do. I make plans. So boredom is not always bad, but most people do not let themselves feel bored. They immediately fill the silence with phones and screens.
Let's talk about the difference between rest and wasting time. I think this is important. Rest is necessary. Rest is when you stop working and let your body and mind recover. Examples of rest: sleeping, taking a walk, talking with a friend, listening to music. Wasting time is different. Wasting time gives you no energy. After wasting time, you still feel tired, or you feel guilty. After real rest, you feel better. You have more energy. You are ready to work again. So the question to ask yourself is, do I feel better after this? If yes, it was rest. If no, it was wasting time.
That is a very clear explanation, Anna. I like that test. Do I feel better after this? I will use that. I think for me, a walk outside is always real rest. I come back with more energy and a clearer head, but watching videos for 2 hours, I feel worse. My eyes are tired, I feel slow and a little sad, and I have less time for things I care about. So the videos were wasting time. I also think the intention matters. If I decide to rest and I watch one movie, that is planned rest. But if I watch 4 movies and miss my plans, that is wasting time.
What do you think about video games? Are they wasting time? I know many people love video games. Some people play for fun and relaxation. That is fine, I think.
But some people play for 6, 8, 10 hours a day. They skip meals, they do not sleep enough, they ignore their friends and family. That seems like a problem, but I don't want to judge. I think the question is balance. Can you play games and still do your important tasks? If yes, great. If games are taking over your life, that is a problem. What do you think, Mark?
I think video games are like any other activity. The amount of time is the key. I play games sometimes. I enjoy them. Games can be creative and fun. Some games teach problem solving and strategy. But like you said, when gaming takes too much time, it becomes a problem. I have friends who play until 3 or 4 in the morning. They are tired the next day. They miss work or school. They argue with family about this. That is not healthy. I think 2 hours of gaming is fine for most people. More than that can become too much depending on the person.
I want to talk about something that I think is important: comparison and social media. When I scroll through social media, I see people's perfect lives, beautiful photos, nice holidays, success stories. I start comparing myself to them. Why am I not doing that? Why do I not have that? And I feel bad about my own life. This makes me want to scroll more, looking for something to feel better. But the feeling doesn't get better. It gets worse. So I am wasting time and feeling bad. It's a double problem. Do you compare yourself to others online?
Yes, I do sometimes. It's very natural. We see what other people share, and we forget that people only share the best moments. Nobody posts a picture when they feel sad or lazy. Nobody shows their failures online. So social media gives us a false picture of life. Everyone looks successful and happy, and we compare our real life to their highlights. That's not fair to ourselves. I think it is good to take breaks from social media. Sometimes I delete the apps for 1 week. I feel much better. I have more time, and I stop comparing myself to others.
Let's talk about the morning. How you start your day can decide how you use your time. Some people wake up and immediately look at their phone. This can cause stress right away. You read bad news, you see emails, you start worrying before you even get up. This is not a good way to start the day. Other people wake up and do something calm first. Drink water, stretch, walk outside, eat breakfast slowly. This helps the brain start well. I am trying to not look at my phone for the first 30 minutes after waking up. It is difficult, but helpful.
I think the morning is very important. I used to check my phone immediately. My first thought of the day was someone else's message or some news story. It put me in a reactive mood. I was responding to others before I even thought about my own day. Now I try to have a morning routine without my phone. I drink water, I do some light exercise, I eat breakfast. I look at my plan for the day. After that, I check my phone. This small change helped me a lot. I feel more in control of my day. I waste less time because I start with intention.
What do successful people say about time? I have read some things about this. Many successful people protect their time very carefully. They say no to things that are not important. They do not go to every meeting. They do not answer every email immediately. They choose what to spend time on. I think saying no is a very important skill. Many people feel bad saying no. They say yes to everything, and then they have no time for their own goals. Learning to say no politely is a big part of managing your time well. I am still learning this.
Yes, saying no is very hard. I find it difficult too. I want to be helpful to everyone, so when someone asks me for something, I usually say yes. But then I have too many things to do, and I do not do any of them well. I rush, I make mistakes, I feel stressed. I have heard that saying no is a form of respect for yourself and for the other person. If you say yes but cannot do it well, that is also bad. It is better to say no clearly than to say yes and disappoint someone. I am practicing this.
Let's talk about clutter. Physical clutter, like a messy room or desk. Does a messy environment make you waste time? I think yes. When my room is messy, I cannot focus. I look at the mess and I feel overwhelmed. I cannot start working. I think I should clean first. But then cleaning takes 1 hour, and after cleaning, I am tired, and my work is still not done. Also, I waste time looking for things in a messy space. Where is my charger? Where is my notebook? These small searches add up. A clean space helps me work faster and better.
I completely agree. A clean space is very important for me too. When my desk is clean, I feel clear. My brain is calm. I can focus. But when there are papers and cups and other things everywhere, my brain feels the same way, messy. I read that our environment affects our mood and concentration. This makes sense to me. I now spend 10 minutes every evening cleaning my desk. It takes very little time, but the next morning I start in a good place. This small habit saves me time and energy every day. The environment around us matters.
Let's talk about how smartphones changed our relationship with time. Before smartphones, people had to wait in lines or on trains with nothing to do. They looked out the window, they thought, they talked to strangers, they were bored. Now, everyone has a phone. The moment there's a free second, we look at our phones. We never need to be bored or empty. But I wonder if we are missing something. Time to think, time to be creative, time to notice the world around us. Our phones filled all our empty time. Maybe some empty time was good for us.
That is a beautiful and interesting thought, Anna. I agree. We are never truly bored now. And I think this is actually a problem. Ideas often come when we are resting or doing nothing. Scientists, writers, and artists often talk about this. Their best ideas came in the shower, on a walk, or before sleeping. These moments of doing nothing are actually important for the brain. But now we fill every quiet moment with a phone, so we have fewer moments of real thinking. I think we should protect some empty time every day. Just sit and think. Do nothing digital.
I want to share a concept called time affluence. This means feeling like you have enough time. People who feel rich in time are happier. They are less stressed. They enjoy their activities more. But many people feel time poor. They always feel busy and rushed. Interesting research shows that helping other people can make you feel like you have more time. It sounds strange, but when you give your time to others, you feel more in control of your time. I think this is because helping others makes us feel effective, and effectiveness makes us feel less rushed.
That is fascinating. I have not heard that before. I usually think helping others takes time away from me, but you say it actually makes us feel richer in time? I want to try that. Maybe volunteering or helping a friend with a problem. I think it also connects to purpose. When we feel our time has meaning, it feels well spent. If I help someone and it makes a difference, I do not feel like I wasted those hours. Compare that to watching videos for hours. I have nothing to show for that time. Purpose and meaning make time feel valuable.
Let me talk about a practical technique. It is called the 2-minute rule. The idea is simple. If a task takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Do not put it on your to-do list, just do it now. For example, reply to a short message. Put a cup in the dishwasher. Write 1 sentence in your notebook. These tiny tasks seem small, but if you delay them, they pile up. Then your to-do list is full of tiny tasks and it feels heavy. The 2-minute rule keeps small things from becoming big problems. I use this and it really helps.
I love this rule. It is so simple but effective. I have started doing this too. If I see something that needs a quick action, I do it right away. Before, I used to think, I will do that later. But later never came. The small tasks grew into a big pile. Then I felt overwhelmed. Now, if I can do something in 2 minutes, I just do it. My life is neater, my to-do list has fewer things, and I feel more in control. I think simple strategies like this are the best. They don't require big changes, just small adjustments every day.
Let's talk about what we truly value. I think we waste time on things we don't really care about, but we say we are too busy for things we love. This is a contradiction. I say I have no time to read, but I spend 2 hours on social media.
That's not about time, that's about priorities. If I really want to read, I can replace 30 minutes of social media with reading. The time is there, I just choose to use it differently. So maybe the question isn't not, do I have time, but what do I choose to spend my time on?
That is a very important point, Anna. I think this is the heart of the topic. We all have the same 24 hours, but we choose how to use them. When I say I don't have time, I'm really saying that's not my priority. That's honest, but maybe a little uncomfortable, because it makes me responsible. I can't blame my schedule. I make the choices. So if I want to exercise, I need to choose exercise over something else. This thinking is empowering, but also challenging. It puts control back in our hands, and that's a good thing.
Let's talk about the weekend. For many people, the weekend is for rest, but sometimes the weekend passes and we feel like we did nothing. Sunday evening comes and we think, what happened to Saturday and Sunday? We slept late, we watched TV, we ate slowly, we talked a little, but we didn't do the things we planned. We wanted to clean the house, call a friend, go outside, or start a hobby. And then Monday is here again. This disappeared weekend feeling is very common. Do you know this feeling?
Yes, I know this feeling very well. I call it Sunday sadness. You feel that the weekend ended before it really began. I think the problem is we have no plan. We think, I will rest and then do things. But rest is comfortable and the things never happen. I now try to plan 1 or 2 small goals for the weekend. Not too many, just 1 or 2. Maybe cook a new recipe or go for a long walk. Having one goal makes the weekend feel meaningful, and I still rest, but the weekend doesn't disappear completely. It has some shape and purpose.
I want to talk about guilt. When we waste time, we often feel guilty. We know we should be doing something else, and that guilty feeling is not nice. But here is something interesting. Feeling guilty does not help us stop wasting time. It actually makes things worse sometimes. When I feel guilty, I feel bad. And when I feel bad, I want to feel better. So I watch more videos or scroll more. The guilt creates more wasting. I think a better approach is to notice what happened without judgment. Okay, I wasted 2 hours. That is okay. What can I do now?
That is very wise, Anna. I think self-compassion is important here. If you are always angry at yourself for wasting time, you create stress. Stress makes focus harder, and then you waste more time. It's a cycle. I try to be kind to myself when I waste time. I say, everyone does this, I can start fresh. This is much more helpful than I'm so lazy, I wasted the whole day. Negative self-talk does not motivate us. It just makes us feel bad. Kindness to yourself is not weakness. It is a strategy for doing better next time.
Let's talk about the role of sleep in wasting time. When I do not sleep enough, I waste a lot of time the next day. I cannot focus, I move slowly, I make mistakes. I need to read things 3 times to understand. A task that takes 30 minutes when I'm rested takes 1 hour when I'm tired. So poor sleep actually creates wasted time. And then I feel bad in the evening and I stay up late. And then I am tired again the next day. It's a bad cycle. Good sleep is one of the best ways to protect your time. It sounds simple, but it is true.
That is so true. Sleep is foundational. Everything depends on it. When I sleep well, I am fast, clear, and energetic. I finish things quickly. I have time left over. But after a bad night, I am slow and distracted. I drink too much coffee. I sit at my desk, but nothing gets done. I look at my phone more. I eat more sugar to feel energy. All of this is wasting time and also hurting my health. I now try to go to sleep at the same time every night. This consistency helps my body know when to rest. A good sleep schedule is a real time saver.
Let me share a reflection. We talked about many ways people waste time. Social media, procrastination, screens, no plans, messy spaces, bad sleep, meetings. But I think the biggest reason is disconnection from our own values. When we know what we truly want in life, it is easier to say no to distractions. When I feel lost or empty, I waste more time. When I have a goal I care about, I waste less time. So maybe the deepest solution is not a time management trick. It's asking yourself, what do I really want? What matters to me? And then living in that direction.
That is beautifully said, Anna. I agree deeply. Time management systems and apps can help. Timers and to-do lists can help. But without knowing your why, you will still get lost. You will still scroll and procrastinate. But if you have a clear reason to use your time well, everything changes. You wake up with intention. You make choices on purpose. You protect your time like something precious, because it is. Time is the one thing we cannot get back. Every minute spent is gone forever. So we should use it in ways that reflect what we truly love and value.
We are getting close to the end of our podcast today. I want to say thank you to everyone who listened. I hope this conversation was helpful and easy to understand. We talked in simple English, I hope. We covered many topics about wasting time, from social media to procrastination, from sleep to values. I learned things from this conversation too. Talking with Mark always helps me think better. I hope you feel the same. Remember, you do not need to be perfect with your time. Small improvements are good enough. Even using your time a little better each day makes a big difference.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. I really enjoyed today's conversation. It made me think about my own habits. I know I waste time too, but I also know I can do better. And hearing Anna's thoughts helped me understand new ideas. I hope you, our listeners, also found something useful. Maybe one tip that you can use starting today. Remember, time is precious. It's the same for everyone. Rich or poor, young or old, we all have 24 hours. How we use them is up to us. Thank you for spending some of your time with us today. See you next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna, and I am very happy to be here with you today. This podcast is for beginners, so we will speak slowly and use simple English. Today, our topic is morning habits. Morning habits are the things we do after we wake up. These small actions can change how we feel during the day. For example, some people drink water, some people exercise, and some people check their phone. I think morning habits are very important because they help us start the day well. I am here with my friend Mark, and we will talk about this together.
Hi, Anna. Hi, everyone. My name is Mark, and I am excited to talk with you today. Thank you for listening to our podcast. Like Anna said, today we will talk about morning habits. Everyone has a different morning routine. Some people wake up early, and some wake up late. Some people like a quiet morning, and some like music. I think morning habits can affect our mood and energy. A good start can make the whole day better. We will share our habits and ideas in a simple way so you can understand and learn easily.
Thank you, Mark. I agree with you. Morning habits are small, but they are very powerful. In this podcast, we will talk about simple things you can do in the morning. We will use easy words so you can learn English and understand the topic at the same time. Do not worry if you do not understand everything. You can listen again and practice. I hope you feel relaxed and enjoy this conversation. You can also think about your own morning habits while you listen.
Yes, Anna, that is a great idea. Learning English with daily topics is very helpful. Morning habits are part of everyone's life, so it is easy to follow. We will talk like friends so you can feel comfortable. If you want, you can repeat after us. This is a good way to practice speaking. I think it is also a good time to think about how we start our day and how we can make it better.
That's right, Mark. I like that we can learn English and also improve our daily life. Morning habits can be simple, like brushing your teeth, washing your face, or eating breakfast. But these small things can make a big difference. In this podcast, we will share our own routines and ask each other questions. This will help you hear natural English and learn how to talk about your habits.
I think that will be very useful, Anna.
Talking about habits is important in daily conversation. You can use simple sentences like, I wake up at 7, or I drink coffee in the morning. These are easy but useful expressions. We will keep everything clear and simple so you can follow us. Do not worry about mistakes. Learning takes time, and that is okay.
Yes, learning step by step is very important. I also think mornings are special because they are the start of a new day. A good morning can make us feel happy and ready. In this podcast, we will talk about what we do, what we like, and what helps us feel good in the morning. I hope you will find some ideas that you can try in your own life.
That is a nice idea, Anna. I also think mornings can be calm and peaceful. It's a good time to think and prepare for the day. Some people like to plan their day in the morning. Others just take it easy. There's no right or wrong way. We will share different ideas so you can choose what you like.
I like that, Mark. Everyone is different, and that's okay. In this podcast, we will not say what is right or wrong. We will just share simple ideas. You can try them and see what works for you. Also, we will speak slowly so you can understand better. You can pause and repeat if you want.
Yes, that is very helpful for beginners. Repeating is a great way to improve your English. You can also try to answer our questions in your mind. This can help you practice thinking in English. Morning habits are easy to talk about, so it's a good topic for learning.
Thank you, Mark. Before we start, I want to remind our listeners to relax. This is not a test. Just listen and enjoy. You will improve little by little. Morning habits are simple, so you can follow our conversation easily. I hope you feel like you are talking with us.
That's a great message, Anna. We are happy to have you here with us. Thank you for listening to our podcast. Now we are ready for part 1, where we will talk about our own morning habits and simple routines.
In part 1, I want to talk about my morning habits. I usually wake up at 7 in the morning. When I wake up, I do not check my phone first. I try to sit quietly for a minute and take a deep breath. Then I go to the bathroom and wash my face and brush my teeth. After that, I drink a glass of water because it helps my body wake up. Sometimes I do light stretching for 5 minutes. It is very simple, but it makes me feel fresh. Then I prepare a small breakfast, like bread and fruit, and I eat slowly.
That sounds like a very nice routine, Anna. My morning habits are a little different. I usually wake up at 7:30, so a bit later than you. The first thing I do is turn off my alarm, and sometimes I check my phone, but I try not to spend too much time on it. Then I go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and wash my face. After that, I like to drink a cup of coffee because it gives me energy. I do not always stretch, but I sometimes open the window to get fresh air.
I like that you open the window, Mark. Fresh air is very nice in the morning. I also think it helps us feel more awake. After breakfast, I like to plan my day. I write a short list of things I need to do. It is not long, just simple tasks. This helps me feel organized and calm. If I know what I need to do, I do not feel stressed. Sometimes I also listen to soft music while I get ready. It makes my morning feel more peaceful and enjoyable.
That is a great idea, Anna. I do not always plan my day, but I think I should try it. My morning is sometimes a bit busy, so I just get ready quickly. After my coffee, I get dressed and prepare to go out. I usually eat something small, like a banana or a sandwich. I do not have a big breakfast because I don't feel very hungry in the morning, but I know breakfast is important, so I try to eat at least a little before I start my day.
Yes, even a small breakfast is good, Mark. It gives your body some energy. I also think it is important to take time in the morning. If we hurry too much, we can feel stressed. I try to wake up a little earlier so I have time to relax. Even 10 extra minutes can make a big difference. In that time, I can sit quietly or enjoy my tea. It helps me start the day in a calm way.
I understand that, Anna. I think I need to wake up a bit earlier too. Sometimes I feel rushed, and it is not a good feeling. When I have more time, I feel better and more relaxed. I also like to listen to music in the morning when I have time. It makes me feel happy and ready for the day. Music can change my mood in a positive way.
Yes, music is very powerful. It can change how we feel. I also like to keep my mornings simple. I do not try to do too many things. Just a few good habits are enough. For example, drinking water, eating breakfast, and planning my day. These small things help me feel ready. I think it is better to have a simple routine that we can follow every day.
I agree, Anna. Simple routines are easier to keep. If a routine is too long, we may stop doing it. I try to keep my morning easy and quick, but I also want to add some good habits like stretching or planning my day. I think small changes can make a big difference over time.
Yes, small changes are very important. We do not need to change everything at once. Just one new habit can help. For example, drinking water in the morning is very easy, but it is good for our body. Over time, these small habits become part of our life. Then we do them without thinking.
That is true, Anna. Habits become natural when we repeat them. I'd also think it is important to enjoy our morning. If we like our routine, we will continue it. If we do not enjoy it, it will be hard to keep. So it is good to choose habits that we like.
I completely agree, Mark. Enjoying the routine is very important. In part 1, we talked about our own morning habits. We shared simple things like waking up, drinking water, eating breakfast, and listening to music. These are easy ideas that anyone can try.
Yes, Anna, we shared simple and useful habits. Everyone can choose what works best for them. There is no perfect routine. The best routine is the one you can follow every day. Now we are ready to move to part 2, where we will talk about why morning habits are important.
In part 2, let's talk about why morning habits are important. I think a good morning routine helps us start the day in a positive way. When I follow my routine, I feel calm and ready. If I wake up late and hurry, I feel stressed. Morning habits can change our mood. For example, drinking water, stretching, or eating breakfast can give us energy. It is like a signal to our body that the day is starting. When we have a routine, we do not need to think too much. Everything feels easier and more natural.
Yes, Anna, I agree with you. Morning habits are like a guide for the day. When I follow a simple routine, I feel more organized. If I skip my routine, I feel confused and slow. I think a good morning helps us think clearly. For example, when I drink coffee and sit quietly for a few minutes, I feel more focused. Also, morning habits can save time. When we know what to do, we do not waste time thinking or deciding. It makes the morning smooth and simple.
That's a very good point, Mark. Saving time is very important, especially in the morning. I also think morning habits can reduce stress. When we do things slowly and in order, we feel more relaxed. But when we rush, we can feel nervous and tired. A calm morning can help us stay calm during the day. For example, when I plan my day in the morning, I feel less worried. I know what I need to do, so I feel more in control.
I agree, Anna. Planning is very helpful. When I know my tasks, I feel more confident. I also think morning habits can improve our health. For example, drinking water, eating breakfast, and doing light exercise are good for our body. These small actions can help us feel stronger and more active. If we skip these habits, we may feel tired or weak. So a good morning routine is not only about time, but also about health.
Yes, health is very important. I also think morning habits can affect our mind. When we start the day in a calm and positive way, we can think better. For example, if we listen to soft music or take deep breaths, we can feel peaceful. This can help us deal with problems during the day. A good morning can give us a good start, and that can change the whole day.
That is very true, Anna. I also notice that when I have a good morning, I feel more motivated. I want to do my work and complete my tasks. But when my morning is not good, I feel lazy and slow. So I think morning habits can change our energy and motivation. Even small things like making the bed or opening the window can make a difference.
Yes, small things can really help. I also think consistency is important. When we do the same habits every day, our body gets used to them. Then it becomes easier to wake up and start the day. We do not need to think too much. It becomes automatic. This makes our life easier and more comfortable.
I agree, Anna.
Doing the same routine every day can build strong habits. It may feel difficult at first, but after some time it becomes natural. I also think morning habits can help us feel more confident. When we complete small tasks in the morning, we feel good. It gives us a positive feeling to start the day.
That's a great point, Mark. Completing small tasks can give us a sense of success. It may be something simple, like drinking water or eating breakfast, but it still feels good. I also think morning habits can give us time for ourselves. Before the day becomes busy, we can have a quiet moment. This is very important for our mind.
Yes, having time for ourselves is very important. In the morning, everything is usually quiet, so it is a good time to relax and think. I think many people forget this and start their day too quickly, but taking even a few minutes can make a big difference. It can help us feel more balanced.
I agree, Mark. In part 2, we talked about why morning habits are important. They help us feel calm, save time, reduce stress, and improve our health. They also help our mind and give us a good start to the day. I think these are very good reasons to build a simple morning routine.
Yes, Anna, we shared many reasons why morning habits are useful. They're simple, but they can change our day in a positive way. I hope our listeners can understand their importance. Now, we are ready to move to part 3, where we will share some easy tips for building good morning habits.
In part 3, let's share some simple tips for building good morning habits. My first tip is to start small. You do not need many habits at once. Just choose 1 or 2 easy things, like drinking water or making your bed. My second tip is to wake up at the same time every day. This helps your body get used to a routine. My third tip is to prepare the night before. For example, you can choose your clothes or plan your breakfast. This makes your morning easier and faster.
Those are great tips, Anna. I want to add some more. First, try not to use your phone right after you wake up. It can make your mind busy too early. Instead, take a few minutes to wake up slowly. Second, you can add a short activity like stretching or walking. It helps your body feel active. Third, try to keep your routine simple and enjoyable. If you like your routine, you will follow it more easily. These small tips can help you build a good morning step by step.
I like your tips, Mark. They are very easy to follow. I also think it is important to be consistent. Try to do your habits every day, even on weekends. This helps your routine become natural. Another tip is to give yourself enough time in the morning. Do not rush. If you wake up a little earlier, you can feel more relaxed. Also, try to create a calm environment. A clean room and soft light can make your morning more peaceful.
Yes, being consistent is very important. I also think it is good to set a simple goal for the morning. For example, you can say, "Today I will drink water and stretch." This makes your routine clear. Another tip is to enjoy your breakfast. Do not eat too fast. Take your time and enjoy your food. It can make your morning more pleasant and give you energy for the day.
That is a nice idea, Mark. Enjoying breakfast is very important. I also think it is good to listen to your body. If you feel very tired, you may need more rest. Do not push yourself too hard. A good routine should help you, not make you feel stressed. Also, you can try different habits and see what works best for you. Everyone is different, so your routine can be unique.
I agree, Anna. Everyone is different, and that's okay. I also think it is good to stay positive. If you miss your routine one day, do not feel bad. Just try again the next day. Building habits takes time. Another tip is to keep your routine short. 10 to 20 minutes is enough for many people. This makes it easier to follow every day.
Yes, keeping it short is a very good idea. I also think it is helpful to make your routine enjoyable. For example, you can listen to your favorite music or drink your favorite tea. These small things can make your morning special. When you enjoy your routine, you will want to continue it.
That's true, Anna. Enjoyment is very important. I also think it is good to track your habits. You can use a notebook or a simple list. When you see your progress, you feel happy and motivated. This can help you continue your routine.
I like that idea, Mark. Tracking can help us stay motivated. I also think it is important to be patient. Habits do not change in one day. It takes time. But if you keep trying, you will see results.
Step by step, your morning will become better.
Yes, Anna, patience is key. Small steps can lead to big changes. In Part 3, we shared many simple tips like starting small, being consistent, and keeping the routine enjoyable. These tips are easy and practical for daily life.
Thank you, Mark. I think these tips can really help beginners. They are simple and easy to try. In Part 3, we focused on how to build good morning habits step by step. I hope our listeners feel ready to try their own routine.
I agree, Anna. We shared many useful ideas. Now we are ready to move to the ending where we will share our final thoughts and say goodbye.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our podcast today. We talked about morning habits and shared many simple ideas. I hope you learned some new words and useful tips for your daily life. Remember, you do not need a perfect routine. Just start with 1 or 2 small habits, like drinking water or waking up at the same time. Over time, these habits can make your morning better. You can listen again and repeat our sentences to practice English. Thank you for spending your time with us. I hope you feel ready to try a new morning routine tomorrow.
Thank you, Anna, and thank you to all our listeners. It was great to talk about morning habits together. A good morning can change your whole day. I hope you can try some of the simple tips we shared. Do not worry if it is not perfect. Just keep trying and find what works for you. Learning English and building habits both take time, so be patient. Practice every day, even a little. Thank you again for listening, and we hope you enjoyed this episode.
Before we say goodbye, I want to remind you to practice your English every day. You can listen to this podcast again and repeat after us. You can also talk about your own morning habits in simple English. For example, you can say, I wake up at 7, or I drink coffee in the morning. This is a good way to improve your speaking. We are very happy to be part of your learning journey. Thank you again for listening to us. Take care.
That is a great idea, Anna. Practice is very important. Even a few minutes every day can help you improve. Try to listen, repeat, and speak out loud. Do not be afraid of making mistakes. Mistakes are part of learning. Also, try to enjoy the process. Learning English can be fun and useful. We are very happy to share this time with you. Thank you for joining us today.
Yes, Mark, I feel very happy too. This was a simple and friendly conversation. I hope our listeners felt comfortable and enjoyed it. Morning habits are easy to talk about, and they are useful in daily life. I hope you found some ideas that you can use. Thank you again for being with us today.
I agree, Anna. It was a warm and easy talk. I hope our listeners learned something new. We shared simple ideas that anyone can try. Keep practicing and do not give up. You are doing a great job by listening and learning. Thank you for your time and attention.
As we finish our podcast, I want to say one more thing. Please be patient with yourself. Building new habits and learning English both take time. Step by step, you will improve. Keep going and stay positive. Thank you for listening, and I wish you a happy and productive day.
Thank you, Anna. That is a very kind message. I also want to wish everyone good luck. Keep learning, keep practicing, and enjoy your journey. We believe in you. Thank you for listening to our podcast today.
Now it is time to say goodbye. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed this episode and learned something new. Please come back for our next podcast. We will talk about more easy topics to help you learn English. Have a great day and see you next time.
Goodbye, everyone, and thank you again. We hope you have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself and keep practicing your English. We look forward to talking with you again soon. Goodbye, and see you next time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our podcast. My name is Anna. I am so happy you are here today. Today, we have a very special topic. We are going to talk about family. Family is very important to all of us. In this podcast, I am with my friend Mark. We will talk about our families, our parents, brothers, sisters, and more. I think this is a great topic for people who are learning English. It is simple, but it is also very personal and nice. I hope you enjoy our conversation. Now, let me say hello to Mark. Hi, Mark. How are you today?
Hi, Anna. I am great, thank you. And hello to all our listeners. I am Mark, and I am very happy to be here today. I love talking about family. For me, family is everything. It is the most important thing in life. I think this topic is perfect for beginners because we all have a family, and we all know words like mother, father, sister, and brother. So this podcast will help you learn those words in English and use them in real conversations. I am excited to share my family stories with you today. Let's start, Anna. Tell us a little about your family first.
Sure. My family is not very big. There are 4 people in my family. I have my mother, my father, my younger brother, and me. We all live together in one house. My mother's name is Maria. She is very kind and warm. My father's name is David. He is strong and funny. My brother's name is Tom. He is 12 years old. I am 25, so I am older than Tom. We are a close family. We eat dinner together every evening. We also watch TV together on weekends. I love my family very much. They are always there for me. What about you, Mark? How many people are in your family?
My family is a little bigger than yours. I have my mother, my father, 2 sisters, and 1 brother, so there are 6 people in my family. My mother's name is Helen. She is a teacher. My father's name is Robert. He works in an office. My older sister is Lisa. She is 30 years old. My younger sister is Becky. She is 20. My brother's name is Sam. He's 22. I'm the second oldest. We all grew up in the same town. Now some of us live in different places, but we still talk every week. Family is family, right? It doesn't matter where you live. That's what I believe. Do you live close to your parents, Anna?
Yes, I do. I still live with my parents. I know some people think that is unusual, but I really like it. My home is warm and comfortable. My mother cooks very well, and I love her food. In the mornings, we have breakfast together before work and school. My father drives Tom to school every day. It is a nice routine. I also help my mother in the house. I clean my room, and sometimes I cook, too. Living with family can be wonderful. Of course, sometimes we disagree, but we always talk and fix things. I think good communication is very important in a family. Do you live with your family, Mark, or do you live alone?
I live alone now. I moved out of my parents' house 3 years ago. I have my own apartment. At first, it was difficult. I missed my family a lot. I missed my mother's cooking the most. Her pasta is amazing. Now I cook for myself, but it is not the same. I visit my parents every Sunday. We have lunch together and we talk for a long time. It's my favorite day of the week. I also call my brother Sam almost every day. We are very close. Having your own place is good for independence, but family time is still very special to me. I think you're lucky to still live with your family, Anna. Do you think you will move out soon?
Maybe in a few years. Right now, I'm saving money. Apartments are expensive in my city, and honestly, I really enjoy living with my parents. But yes, one day I will move out and start my own life. I think it is important to become independent. My parents always say, "Anna, you can stay as long as you want." They're so sweet. I think my mother will be a little sad when I leave. We are very close. She is not just my mother, she's also my best friend. I can tell her everything. I hope one day I will have my own family too, a husband and maybe 2 children. Do you want children someday, Mark?
Yes, definitely. I love children. I think having a family is a beautiful thing. I want 2 or 3 children someday. Right now, I am not married, but I hope to get married in the future. I think being a good father is one of the most important things a man can do. My own father is a great example for me. He was always there when I needed him. He helped me with school, with problems, with everything. I want to be like him. I also want my future children to know my parents, their grandparents. Grandparents are very special. They have so much love and wisdom. Do you have grandparents, Anna? Are they still alive?
Yes, I do. I have two grandparents on my mother's side. My grandmother's name is Rose, and my grandfather's name is George. They are both in their 70s, and they are still very active. They live in a small village about 2 hours from our city. We visit them in the summer. I love going there. Their house is old but very cozy. My grandmother always bakes bread and cakes. The smell is wonderful. My grandfather tells amazing stories about the past. I can listen to him for hours. Unfortunately, my father's parents passed away before I was born, so I never met them. That makes me a little sad. But I feel very lucky to have Rose and George. Do you have grandparents too?
Yes, I have one grandmother. Her name is Betty. She's 81 years old, and she's still very sharp and funny. She lives in a care home now, but she is happy there. I visit her every month. She always remembers everything and asks me many questions. Are you eating well? Do you have a girlfriend? She makes me laugh every time. My grandfather on my mother's side passed away 5 years ago. His name was Jim. I miss him very much. He was a great man, very wise and gentle. My father's parents both passed away when I was young. I have some photos of them, but no real memories. It is a little sad. But Betty is wonderful, and I treasure every visit with her.
Betty sounds wonderful. I love that she is still funny and curious at 81. Old people have so many interesting stories and experiences. Let's talk about siblings now. You said you have 2 sisters and a brother. Are you close to all of them? I only have one sibling, my brother Tom. He is still young, only 12, so sometimes we don't have much to talk about. He likes video games and cartoons. I prefer books and music, but I love him very much. I help him with his homework sometimes. He calls me the homework helper. It's funny. When he was a baby, I used to carry him around the house. Now he is almost as tall as me, growing up so fast. Do you get along with your siblings well?
Yes, mostly. I am very close to Sam, my brother. We talk almost every day. We like the same sports and the same music. It is very easy to be friends with him. With my sisters, it is a little different. Lisa, my older sister, is very serious. She works a lot and is always busy. We love each other, but we don't talk as often as I would like. Becky, my younger sister, is very cheerful and funny. She always makes the family laugh. When we are all together, it is a lot of fun. Of course, when we were children, we fought sometimes, over toys, over the TV, over small things. But now that we are adults, we appreciate each other much more. That is normal, I think. Did you fight with Tom when you were young?
Not really, because Tom is much younger than me. When he was born, I was 13, so I was more like a second mother to him than a sister who fights. I helped my mom take care of him. I fed him, I read him stories, I played with him. It was sweet. He looked up to me a lot. Even now, he still comes to me when he has a problem and doesn't want to tell mom or dad. I like that. It means he trusts me. I think the age difference is actually nice. We don't compete, we just support each other. Let's talk about parents now. Tell me more about your mom. You said she is a teacher. What does she teach?
My mom teaches English at a primary school. She's been a teacher for over 25 years. She loves her job. She always says that children give her energy. She is very patient and kind, and I think those qualities make her a great teacher. At home, she was the same way, patient with us, always ready to explain things. My mom is also a great cook. On Sundays, she makes a big traditional meal for the whole family. It is our favorite time of the week. She works very hard, but she never complains. I really admire her for that. What does your mother do, Anna? Does she work or does she stay at home?
My mother works part-time as a nurse at a local clinic. She works 3 days a week. It is not a full-time job, so she also has time for the family. She is very caring and calm. I think her job made her that way, or maybe she chose her job because she was always that way. She is always the person in the family who makes everyone feel better when they are sad or sick. When I was a child and had a fever, she stayed next to me all night. She never slept until I was better. That memory is very special to me. She is my hero. I think mothers are truly amazing people. Your mother sounds great too, Mark. We are both very lucky.
We really are. Now let's talk about fathers. My dad, Robert, works in an office. He's an accountant. His job is about numbers and money. At home, he is very different from work, very relaxed and funny. He loves football and watches every match on TV. He also likes gardening. On weekends, he spends a lot of time in the garden. He grows tomatoes, peppers, and herbs. It is his hobby, and he is very proud of it. Every summer, we eat vegetables from his garden. They taste so much better than vegetables from a shop. My dad is also very wise. When I have a big decision to make, I always call him first. His advice is always good. What is your dad like, Anna?
My dad is a mechanic. He fixes cars. He has his own small garage near our home. He loves his work. He is always talking about engines and cars. I don't understand much about cars, but I love listening to him because he is so passionate about it. My dad is also very strong and protective. He is quiet sometimes, but when he talks, everyone listens. He is not the type of person who shows emotions easily, but I know he loves us deeply. He shows it through actions, not words. He fixes things around the house. He makes sure we are safe. He works hard for our family. One of my happiest memories is going to his garage as a child and helping him with small things. Do you have a special memory with your dad, too?
Yes, my best memory with my dad is going fishing together. Every summer, just the two of us would go to a lake near our town. We would wake up very early in the morning at 5 o'clock and drive to the lake. We never caught many fish, but that was not really the point. We just talked, laughed, and enjoyed the quiet morning together. I still remember the smell of the lake and the sound of the birds. My dad would make coffee in a small thermos, and we would drink it by the water. Those mornings were so peaceful. I have not gone fishing in a long time, but now I really want to go again. Maybe I will invite my dad this summer. That memory warms my heart. What is your happiest family memory, Anna?
Oh, what a beautiful story, Mark. The fishing memory is so sweet. My happiest family memory is our summer holiday when I was about 10 years old. My parents saved money for a whole year, and we went to the beach for 1 week. It was my first time at the sea. I remember seeing the ocean for the first time and thinking it was the biggest thing in the world. My dad carried me on his shoulders in the water. My mom made sandwiches on the beach. We all played in the sand. Tom was not born yet, so it was just the three of us. It was simple but perfect. I remember laughing a lot. To this day, the smell of the sea makes me feel happy and safe. I want to go back to that beach one day.
That is a beautiful memory. Simple moments really are the most special, aren't they? Let's talk about family traditions now. Every family has its own traditions, things they do every year or every week. Does your family have any special traditions, Anna? For us, it is Sunday lunch, of course. My mom always cooks a big meal, roast chicken, potatoes, salad, and we all eat together. No phones at the table, that is a rule. We just talk and enjoy the food and each other's company. Another tradition is that every Christmas, my whole family goes to my parents' house. All 6 of us, plus Grandma Betty. It is loud and full of love. I look forward to it all year. What traditions does your family have?
We have a few nice traditions. Every Saturday morning, my dad makes pancakes. He has been doing this for as long as I can remember. He makes them with honey and fruit. We all eat breakfast together and talk. It's a very relaxed, happy morning. Another tradition is that on New Year's Eve, we go to my grandparents' village. We spend 2 or 3 days there. My grandmother cooks a huge dinner on New Year's Day. We play card games and watch old movies. It's very cozy. I also love our birthday traditions. In our family, on your birthday, you choose the dinner menu. The birthday person is king or queen for the day. It sounds simple, but it makes everyone feel very special. These little traditions bring us together.
I love the birthday tradition. Choosing your own dinner menu is a great idea. In our family, the birthday person also gets breakfast in bed. My mom always brings a tray with eggs, toast, and orange juice to your room in the morning. It feels so special.
Now, let me ask you something different, Anna. Do you think the idea of family is changing in the world today? For example, some families have one parent, or two mothers, or two fathers. Some people live very far from their families. Technology changes how we stay connected. What do you think about the modern family? Is it different from the family you grew up with?
That's a great question, Mark. Yes, I think family is changing. In the past, a family usually meant a mother, a father, and children, all in one house. Today, families look different. Some children grow up with just one parent. Some have step-parents. Some are raised by grandparents. I think what matters most is love and support, not the shape of the family. I have friends from single-parent families who are very happy and loved. I also think technology helps modern families stay close even when they are far apart. Video calls, messages, and photos make distance smaller. My family uses a group chat every day. It's a nice way to share small moments. Family is love, not a fixed structure.
I completely agree with you. Family is love, not a fixed structure. I think what children need most is to feel safe, loved, and supported. That can happen in many different types of families. I also think technology is very helpful. My sister Lisa lives in another country now. She moved abroad for work 2 years ago. We use video calls to see her face, which makes a huge difference. It's not the same as being in the same room, of course, but it's much better than nothing. In the past, if someone moved to another country, you might only see them once a year. Now we can talk every week. Do you have any family members who live far away, Anna?
Yes, I have an uncle who lives in Canada. His name is Peter. He is my father's brother. He moved there about 15 years ago. He has a wife and 3 children there. We do not see them often, maybe once every 3 or 4 years. But we send messages and have video calls on special occasions, like birthdays and Christmas. His children, my cousins, speak English and a little bit of their local language there. I have never met them in person, only on screen. Isn't that strange? But I still feel connected to them. I hope to visit Canada one day. It would be amazing to finally hug my cousins. Do you have relatives who live abroad, Mark?
Yes, Lisa lives in Germany now. She moved there for her job in engineering. She is doing very well there. I think she is happy, but she misses home sometimes. We can see it in her face during video calls, especially around the holidays. On Christmas, she flies home, and that is the best day. The moment she walks through the door, my mom starts crying, happy tears. It is a very emotional and beautiful moment every time. I also have 2 cousins who live in Australia. We do not have much contact, but I know they are there. Family spreads around the world these days, but the heart stays connected. I think that's a wonderful thing about family. How do you feel when you think about your uncle in Canada?
I feel a little sad, but also happy for him. He built a beautiful life there. He has a good job, a lovely family, and a nice home. My father misses him, though. You can see it. When they talk on the phone, my dad is more relaxed and happy than usual. Brothers have a special bond, I think, even when they grow up and live far apart. It reminds me that family connections don't disappear with distance. They just change shape. Let's talk about something lighter now. Mark, what is the funniest thing that ever happened in your family? Every family has funny stories. I'm sure you have a good one.
Oh yes, I have a very funny story. One Christmas, my dad was cooking the turkey. He's not usually the cook, that is my mom's job, but he wanted to surprise her. He forgot to take the plastic bag of things out from inside the turkey before he put it in the oven, so the whole kitchen smelled terrible. We had to open all the windows in winter. It was so cold and so funny. My mom came home and saw the disaster, and instead of being angry, she laughed until she cried. We ended up ordering pizza for Christmas dinner that year. Now, every Christmas, my dad says, "Don't worry, I will not cook the turkey this year." We still laugh about it every single time. Do you have a funny family story, Anna?
That is hilarious. Pizza for Christmas dinner? That is a story to tell for life. My funny story is about my brother, Tom. Last year, he wanted to make breakfast for my mom on Mother's Day.
He was 11 at the time. He decided to make toast with jam. Simple, right? But he put 4 pieces of bread in the toaster at the same time and then forgot about them. He went to watch TV. The toast got black and smoke filled the kitchen. The fire alarm went off. We all ran downstairs thinking there was a real emergency. My mom came in her pajamas, very worried. Then she saw Tom standing by the toaster looking very guilty. We all laughed so much. Mom still got her breakfast, slightly burnt toast with lots of jam.
Ha! Burnt toast for Mother's Day. Tom meant well. That is the sweetest part. The effort is what matters. It's funny how these small disasters become the best family memories. Now, Anna, I want to ask you about pets. Some people consider pets as part of the family too. Do you have a pet at home? In my family, we had a dog when I was a child. His name was Bruno. He was a big brown dog, very friendly and loyal. We had him for 12 years. When he died, the whole family cried. He was really part of our family. After Bruno, my parents did not want another dog because the goodbye was too painful. I understand that completely. Do you have pets?
Yes, we have a cat. Her name is Mia. She is 4 years old and she is gray and white. She is a very calm and lazy cat. She sleeps most of the day, but she loves sitting on our laps in the evening. Tom absolutely loves Mia. He always tries to dress her up in small clothes, and she tolerates it for about 2 seconds before running away. It is very funny to watch. My dad, who pretended he didn't want a cat at first, is now secretly her biggest fan. Every morning he gives her a small piece of his breakfast. He thinks we don't notice, but we all see it. Mia is definitely part of our family. Pets bring so much joy and warmth to a home. Did you ever want another dog after Bruno?
Yes, sometimes I think about getting a dog for my apartment, but I'm not sure I have enough time for one right now. Dogs need a lot of attention, walks, and company. I work long hours sometimes. I don't want to get a dog and then not give it the care it deserves. Maybe in the future, when I have a more settled life. For now, I'm happy to visit my friend's dog on weekends. His dog is very funny and energetic. I love playing with him. Mia sounds adorable. I love the image of your dad secretly giving her breakfast. That is so typical of people who say they don't like cats and then fall completely in love with them. Okay, Anna, let's talk about something important. How do you show love in your family?
That is a beautiful question. In our family, we show love in many ways. My mom says I love you a lot, out loud, directly. She is very expressive. My dad shows love through actions. He fixes things, he provides for us, he shows up. He does not say I love you as often, but when he does, it means the world. My brother gives very enthusiastic hugs. He just runs at you and hugs you with his whole body. It is very sweet. I show love by being present and by listening. When someone in my family has a problem, I sit down and really listen without interrupting. I think listening is one of the best ways to show someone you care. How does your family show love, Mark?
In my family, food is definitely love. My mom shows love by cooking. If she makes your favorite meal, she is saying, "I love you" in her own language. My dad shows love by teaching. He always wants to help us learn something new and be ready for life. My grandmother Betty shows love by remembering small details. She always asks about specific things I mentioned last time. It shows she really listened and cared. Becky, my funny sister, shows love through jokes and laughter. She makes sure no one feels sad or alone. Sam shows love by always being available. You can call him anytime and he answers. Each person in a family has their own love language. I think recognizing those different ways is very important. It helps you feel more connected.
I love the idea of different love languages in a family. It is so true. Some people hug, some people cook, some people fix things, some people just listen. All of those are forms of love. Mark, let me ask you one more thing before we start to wrap up. What is the most important lesson your family taught you? For me, the most important lesson is that family always comes first. No matter what happens, good times or bad times, your family is there. My parents always said, "We may not be perfect, but we are always here for each other." That has shaped how I see the world. I try to be that kind of support for the people I love. What lesson did your family give you, Mark?
The most important lesson from my family is to work hard and never give up. My dad used to say, "Nothing good comes easy, but everything good is worth it." He worked very hard his whole life to give us a comfortable home and education. My mom showed me the value of patience and kindness every single day. And from watching my siblings, I learned how to compromise and share. Because with 4 children in one house, you have no other choice. Together, these lessons shaped who I am today. I'm grateful for every single one of them. I think families are our first and most powerful teachers. No school can teach you what a loving family teaches you. That is something I believe very deeply.
Beautifully said, Mark. Families really are our first school. I want to say one more thing. I think it is also important to appreciate your family while you can. Sometimes we are so busy with work or school or phones that we forget to really be present with the people we love. I am trying to be more mindful about this. I put my phone away at dinner. I ask my parents how they are feeling, not just what they are doing. I sit with Tom when he wants to show me something on his computer, even if I don't understand it. Small moments of attention are a gift. I think after today's conversation, many of our listeners will want to call or hug their families. I hope so. Now, let's say our goodbyes, Mark.
Yes, let's wrap up. Today was such a warm and wonderful conversation. I really enjoyed talking about family with you, Anna. I think we touched on so many important things: parents, siblings, grandparents, traditions, memories, love, and lessons. I hope all of you listening today enjoyed it too, and I hope it helped your English a little. Try to use some of the words and phrases we talked about today. Words like siblings, tradition, memory, show love, and come first. Use them when you talk about your own family. The best way to learn a language is to connect it to something real and personal, and nothing is more personal than family. Thank you for being with us today, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mark. It was wonderful talking with you today. And thank you to all our lovely listeners for spending this time with us. I hope this podcast was not only good for your English, but also made you smile and think about your own family. Family is a topic we can all relate to, no matter where we are from or what language we speak. That's the beauty of it. If you enjoyed this episode, please share it with a friend who is also learning English. It is always more fun to learn together. And please come back next time. We have more interesting topics coming very soon. Until then, take good care of yourselves and your families. Goodbye from me, Anna.